guess you should be thankful. You got to spend time with an angel. You would think about me, dream about me when you're asleep. Then you wake up so empty, so cold, just like me. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me, kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, bummer, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me, kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, bummer, yeah. I wish I could be strong, survival on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching can't, boy. Say you need a little space, yeah, boy. Is it cause you can't be faithful, boy? Hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no. Cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no. So you make up shitty reasons for, want it out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy. Think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad. I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met ya, now I'm prettier than ever, Took a second to forget you, boy, only one. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time. Cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy. Think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad. I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time. Cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy. Think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad. I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy. Think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad. I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy. Think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad. I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you, for you. You're all I need, you're all, you're all, you're all I need, you're all, you're all, you're all I need, you're all I need, you're all, you're all, you're all I need, you're all, you're all, you're all.
Hello everybody, and welcome to Challengers Northeast Playoffs. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I'm Mitch, and with me today is the wonderful Ryan Central. Ryan, it's been a hell of a long time since I've gotten to share a casting situation with you. I'm proud to be back here with you. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. I'm pretty sure one of the last players that we casted together was GodB. So that's how long ago it might have been when he was on Big. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah, that's a throwback and a half, man. Back when GodB used to play. My goodness. I think we'll see a little bit of different gameplay here than we did back then in those good old days with new meta shifts and so on. It's been a fun time to be involved in Valorant. Obviously, Ryan, you were touching base with the China region for a long time there last year. Now coming back in here with new meta shifts. What's your flavor of the meta so far? Do you like where we're heading?
Yeah, I think so. I think a lot of people, either like talent players or, like TMV and videos, have said that this is the most like diverse, interesting meta that we have. It's also like one of the best like map pools I think that we have too, like full stop when it comes to the different styles what people are suited for. It doesn't feel like there's one particular map that's banned out by everybody. Some people don't like Abyss, some people don't like Split, for example. People are looking for the map changes in the future as well when they get rotated in and out. So yeah, it really does feel like there's a great meta to lean into whatever strengths that you might have.
That's exactly it, man. It's like seeing this diversity of map pools, of agent pools as well. We've just come off the back of a meta where if you didn't play Neon, you're trolling, and building comps around that was a pretty good idea. Now, there's a lot more versatility to it. What we've been seeing in BCT, what we've been seeing in Tier 2, what we've been seeing across regions, where different regions, some are holding on to the Neon, some are letting it go. It's fun to see, man. And I like that every day it can be a different face to the teams that you're seeing. It can also be a different face to the teams that that come onto the server, the players that are there. We've had shifts in rosters in EMEA, obviously, and coming into playoffs here, maybe I'll have a bit more familiarity with the teams that we're going to see. I believe we're going to have a look at this weekend's schedule and see the matches that are coming up. Of course, we've got 2 action-packed matches for you today as we start the upper quarterfinals. This is double elimination as well, so these teams won't be out once they fall. Ryan, is there a highlight match for you looking at this bountiful roster?
I mean, all of them are really good. I think I'm genuinely glad that we got these like top 8 teams qualifying because they all looked really strong in their own areas. I think the only one that's maybe not on the same contended block to an extent is probably Team Liquid Academy, but that's because it serves an entirely different purpose, right? Like, this is a really young team. Johaz and Kyra will go on about this tomorrow when they play, but it is more of a case of like getting those young players the experience to be playing at this top level. Are they going to be contending against these other teams? It's hard to know, but stuff like Zero, Tenacity, Enterprise, Metasport, SweetNSour all put a good foot forward and had a really good week when it came to the Swiss stage too.
Yeah, as you said, Ryan, tomorrow it will be Enterprise Esports and Zero Tenacity and Metasports and Team Liquid Academy. I like that you bring up Team Liquid Academy. I'm excited to see what they do with Cupid in there. I've been talking to him a lot behind the scenes about the roster they put together and sort of the vision of it and everything like that. A guy who was an assistant coach, analyst, all the sort of things, played for Cloud9. You know, you talk about the young players on that roster, having someone like him to sort of bring them through the motions of things is going to be super interesting. But that is all for tomorrow. For today, we're talking about SweetNSour and EXO Clan. That is our second game, but up first. Well, Ryan, you're going to have to give a little tutorial for the people back home and how to run through the pronunciation. And I say the people back home, I do mean me. Those are names.
Yeah, so I think it's just Deti Ulice. We're going to naturally destroy how these
100%.
Pronunciations come
Sorry,
in.
Shalabi.
But,
I still can't live it down.
It's like what these names mean, I suppose. Like checkmate is pretty easy. It's just checkmate. And then Deti Ulice is like homeless children. So pretty much sort of sums up. But it's also a really good look, I suppose, at the likes of the like Eastern region that has now joined us in Polaris that we would typically cast now is Northeast. So this first game is a really good showing, I suppose, of like basically what that region can do, and it's more of a good showing of what kind of talent that we saw last year that we're also going to be seeing today.
Well, that's exactly it, right? These are as well the players that are grinding it out down here. It's always fun to see them. Then when we come to the playoff stages, they get to show us everything they've been cooking and really put their best foot forward, warmed up, and everything's going to be firing on all cylinders. Between these two rosters, Ryan, do you think that there's a clear favorite? Do you think actually? Let's ask a more general question first of all. Do you think coming into playoffs here, there are any matches that are just a given? There's a clear favorite and an underdog, or are we looking at a much more level playing field? Because in EMEA, you know, in VCT, we could have said, oh yeah, it's this team's the favorite, that team's the favorite, and the level has actually been really, really close across the board. Is it the same that we're seeing here? What's your take on that?
I mean, in comparison to last year, it's a lot more open than just Apex and maybe SweetNSour being like the top 2 teams. I think it's really tough to call because it's kind of like, are we talking about this stage or the whole year? Because something like Team Liquid Academy, I can see getting better as time goes on and actually like really being a force to be reckoned with by the end, especially because the assigned roster, there is going to be that long-term goal. Some of these unsigned teams might implode if they don't do well here, right? So I do think that you're looking at like the orgs of like Metasport, I think have really understood what it takes now to be good in the tier 2 region after being involved last year. But SweetNSour, it's one of the names when you're an unsigned team, probably the most successful unsigned team in Europe as of last year. Even though the roster is entirely different apart from Afen, it's like you want to be attached to that unsigned org that did so much damage in this, like one of the most competitive regions in the world when it comes to Valorant, right? So you have some really big names on that team and kind of a lot of expectations to do well there too. So I think it's the Eastern teams that I'm the most unsure about just because we didn't really get to see them all that much last year on these kind of broadcasts, naturally. But I'm also really excited to see what those kind of players do because we've seen so many players being called up to VCT this year that are from the Eastern region, so just like Westside, for example.
Yeah, and Westside's been, I mean, it's been hit or miss depending on the map, but that's the case for the roster, I think, in general. And indeed, the greater you look at someone like Kayak moving up and playing phenomenally well more recently, especially sort of the second last game that they played, but then the opening was that little bit more shaky. So yeah, I think really exciting stuff. I personally will be rooting against Checkmate today because they beat Wild and the 3 Irish boys on there. That was their last matchup, and I don't think I can quite forgive them for that yet, but perhaps they'll win me over with some beautiful gameplay. I believe we'll be moving on to them in a moment, but seeing some of the gameplay from their opposition. Now, you talk about this roster, Ryan. I know you were very hyped about what 1-0 can do.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he was the top of the ACS, and it's a surprise, really, because the game that we caught on like a broadcast this time last week, they were up against Enterprise, which they lost against the first best of 1 in. It was on Pearl. 1-0 was like 3-12, I think, in the first half. They lost it 9-3. I think Kia also had a really bad half then. But not only was the second half a lot better performed from 1-0 individually, he also was just in crazy form ever since. It really did feel like for Deti Ulice, even though they came through the close qualifiers, the open qualifiers, so they had a bit more like reps and stuff. I'm also just like very quickly talking apparently. So yeah, it's basically a team that I think looked a little bit scared in that first half, especially for the close qualifiers, but then got much more comfortable. So it's like if they start on the right foot here, they can do a lot of damage. If not, it is going to be like that first best of 1 against Pearl, or on Pearl even.
So you think, a big factor is going to be that start. We'll see if they can come in hot off the bat. And then you look at their opponents. It was Checkmate up against Wild, wasn't it? They did a pretty damn good job. A 2-0 clean sweep. And like I say, I don't know that I can forgive how quickly they dealt with their opposition. I think they gave Wild 8 rounds. So, you know, when you talk about coming in warmed up, a team like Liquid maybe doing damage later on in the season, when we're talking about Checkmate, Ryan, I think it's fair to say we're expecting to see them coming in at the peak of their game.
Yeah, they were really, really impressive in that first like series that we saw on Sunday, I think it was, where they were able to beat a team like Nom, you know, a much more recognized organization in East. But it was like we'd seen a lot of like relatively close series, and this one ended up going to overtime. But it was Checkmate just leading the line, especially. Like Demek was phenomenal in that first half on the attack on Jet. Super aggressive, finding loads of space, not afraid to be experimental, be just hard to deal with. On the defense, he did get a little bit quiet. I think he just struggled to have that kind of same aggressive performance on the defense without being punished. So yeah, like I think when it comes to those kind of players, like Chester was really impressive as well with just how aggressive he was on like controller. But like it is really the Jets for me that are the exciting ones, because we're all looking for the next star duelist on some of these like bigger organizations, and it could be either of these two, to be fair.
And we've seen, I guess, in terms of pickup of their newer agent Tejo, I'm seeing, at least in more recent matches, they're not going to be running him. Do you think the pickup will be there? Do you think this is where we see a new face to some of these teams, or are we going to be sticking with the game plans the whole way?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's almost like a better question for you, I think, because it's like with EMEA, it feels to me from watching Teo, it's been okay, but I don't think it's been good enough to justify shifting what your game plan was, maybe for the months leading up to it, to go and start playing him.
I'm with you, Ryan. I'm with you 100%. That's why I ask you, right? Like, you look at someone like Mr. Fallen on Foot. I think there were some really cool ideas to how he was using it. I think Alpha Year as well on Haven, really cool ideas. But again, you look at what you're trading out in Alpha's position in particular. You're trading out the ISO. That does so much damage. It was such a highlight of that map running through the last couple times they played it. And I think a lot of teams have given up things. And perhaps the long-term vision makes it worthwhile, right? Further down the line, maybe it's going to be worthwhile. Actually, you can craft some really cool game plans and taking out Sentinel utility and putting people on the back foot. But then you look at, there was an Americas game where a team came in and played Tejo, but then the opposition had Chamber. So you're not getting rid of any traps. You're not doing anything. In fact, they're just fighting you and wrecking you. So that's one thing. We talk about Chambers, talk about wrecking each other. You can't talk about these teams without the individuals, as we have already touched on a little bit, Ryan. 1-0 certainly seems to be leading in the stats department. That's an impressive differential.
Yeah, I mean, he's leading against everybody. It's the highest ACS that came out of the closed qualifiers, at the very least, which I think is something for both these teams that you don't need to look at too specifically. It's just more in general, it's a good thing to do because we had some teams that were invited straight to the close qualifier perspective. So, but for these two teams, they came through the qualifiers. Like, they made it pretty much through that gauntlet full stop. So it's not a case of these teams having to like warm up and be treated in a vacuum. Like, they earned their spot fair and square. So I think that it's a really good testament to like what these players want to do, which is like getting reps. And you know what, they're like that the whole like me speeding up reminds me of that whole like a bike. I'm gonna have to like do it like where he's like got the whiteboard and he's doing the, I'm gonna have to try that next time if it happens. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, for these two players, like, we're all looking for that sort of unknown. I know that there's going to be maybe a lot of Eastern fans that are going to sort of be mad at me because I'd say that these players were unknown leading into it, but like for like English speaking audiences, us dum-dums, they're the names that we want to be like remembering before they go into tier 1.
Exactly. Keep them hot in your mind. Now, listen, we're going to move into the map veto, Ryan. When we talk about these teams, it does seem like there's some similarities in pools. Like, Bind has been very strong, so maybe we'll see that go through as a decider map. Anything you expect to see picked, though, off rip?
Not really. I think it's more the maps that these teams haven't been playing. So for Checkmate, they've not been playing Split at all. So them banning out Pearl is a little bit surprising. Okay. For Deti Ulice, they've been not playing Abyss. It's the one map that they haven't picked up or played. So now really it's a case of leaning into what you like. For like undefeated maps, for Deti Ulice, they've got Bind, which they're 3-0 on, Haven that they're 3-0 on, Pearl 4-2, but they don't need to worry about playing it here. Both teams are undefeated on Bind. It's a lot more touch and go for Checkmate on Haven, where they've won 5, lost 4. So they've played it a lot, they've shown a lot, and instead Checkmate are going to be going over towards Lotus, which they're 2-1 on. But both teams have not really played it that much in comparison to other stuff, you know?
Yeah, that again, and kind of looks like one of those maps where maybe Deti Ulice would pick it because they've won it once and they look good, or maybe it would go to a decider as well. But obviously something behind the scenes, scrims, whatever it is, going well for them. Haven is the pickup from Deti Ulice. Again, this is, you talk about tape, there's certainly tape of Checkmate playing that map, but the last time they played it, they demolished Wild 13-2. Again, still not letting that one go. Deti Ulice, though, they're very confident there. It's a map that they're, well, I mean, some of them seem to drive close. Last time they played Checkmate, it was 13-9, but we'll see how that pans out. Fracture is the last map of choice. And again, Deti Ulice decent on it. And when it comes to Checkmate, a map that they play a lot. So if you look at reps, I think Checkmate are ahead, but it also means there's more tape.
Yeah, you're right. Like, and especially on Fracture, where I think it's complicated on the face of it, I'd say. But when you actually start getting into the nitty gritty of how teams play, there really isn't that much. It's just being aggressive on the defense, taking space that they don't take, and just trying to leverage that as much as possible. So you're right. Like, I think when you've got Haven and Fracture in here, they're like decent maps for Checkmate, but at the same time, it's maps that they've shown a lot. And if there's things that you're doing across 8 different maps, if they get looked into, the chances that they're going to play in map number 9, right? So it could be very easily picked apart if, frankly, the teams have the time to do that, or if they're more focused on fixing their own stuff, which is also something that they've had a little bit of time to do, but not all that much.
Well, let's sort of throw our mind back a minute to Wanzeru's graphic. He was leading in terms of stats by quite a bit. That graphic that we showed was a Jet comparison. Now, when it comes to Lotus last time around, that's not the agent that he was playing, although the stats were pretty damn impressive. We're expecting to see the Neon here, Ryan. I mean, again, it could be a shift. We could have seen them focus on their own stuff and change everything up, but Deti Ulice, I'm very excited if we do get to see that Neon gameplay.
Yeah, I think for Neon too, it's like teams moving away from it a little bit since she was nerfed, not as egregious as it was 100%. Last year. But I think it's just for both these teams, they showed a lot on like Pearl and Abyss, the newer maps. Lotus is a weird one because it went out of the pool and then pretty much came straight back in. So in this case, Deti Ulice only showing it once, not really having to show all that much, especially on their defense where you only play 8 rounds because you've won by then. For everything else though, it's pretty standard. I guess the more interesting thing on the side of Checkmate is that they're still playing the Viper, that they're still playing double controller. Yes. When so many other teams have just moved away from that fully, which is unprecedented, I suppose. Since Lotus has been out, you've almost always ran double controller up until very recently. There has been a very global shift as well, not just talking Lotus, but in general away from Viper. This is something we've been talking about a lot. I'm a huge Viper fan, always have been. Shout out Mystic back in 2020, 2021. But
the reality is, and Nats as well. Jesus, that guy's Viper was nuts when he pulled it out. But yeah, the reality is, it seems to be taking a bit of a hit in the pick rate. And I guess it's fun to see matches where you do have that stylistic difference to sort of beef it out and see which one is the rock and which one is the paper. As well, sort of the question of, you're playing a map like Lotus, you're playing the Neon. I like it a lot because so many people are going to go for that killjoy, and it removes a lot of the problems if you want to go for early hits and fast-paced pushes into a site where you don't have to wait for that utility to be destroyed or risk running straight into it. Instead, with the killjoy, I mean, you can bypass that a little quick with a little chat slide. So it's always fun to see, I guess, different ideas hitting head to head. And we'll see in a little bit when we get into Agent Select exactly what kind of face we'll see to Lotus in particular. We're talking a lot about that, but obviously we've seen the greater veto go down. And Ryan, I guess to put you on the spot, to ask you a tough question that I could punish you for later if you're wrong, who do you think has won the veto here? Or I guess you could cop out and say it's a level playing field, but please don't. It's less fun.
Yeah. Ooh. It's interesting, really. I do think that Deti Ulice has put themselves in a much better position with it. Like, the fact that they have a map like Split that they're not really too key, like they haven't shown, but they've taken out something like Pearl in order to just get it off the map pool. Considering it's the one map that we did see them lose against Enterprise, they won every other series, best of 1, best of 3, out dropping a map. So it really was that one blip that's on their record from that Enterprise loss that I think sort of sticks out, I guess. But for Checkmate, it's like, it's good to see a team like this be able to play all sorts of different comps and like all the different maps. But it is kind of like, you've shown a lot, and if a team is a little bit more deliberate, which they clearly Deti Ulice have been in this draft, they kind of pick it apart and they can put you on maps that you might be comfortable on, but you've maybe not got too much else to have in the bag. And this is playoffs as well. Both these teams have a chance, like if they lose, they go down to the losers bracket. They're not done here. Which means in a case that like you want to make sure that you have something like an ace up your sleeve just in case you need it. Otherwise, teams don't need to do that much anti-strat against you to realize what the problems are to pick apart.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, there's always a question, I guess, at every level of whether it's better to come in having the thing that you've practiced in officials. In officials is a completely different game, and I think I'm excited for our game a little bit later on, where we'll talk about Defo and the philosophy of scrims versus officials. And I think that, you know, there's a benefit to having run something 5 times in officials, having seen the different ways teams respond and being able to battle that. And then there's a downside if your opponent is one of those teams, like you come up against a Kukos-led team, or Existence as he went by and now goes by. He's someone that will just shred you. If there's one piece of tape of you playing a game, it's over. You need to change everything. So yeah, it's an interesting philosophical battle, and one that we'll see realized on the server in a little bit. But for now, Ryan, I believe we've got a very special segment called The Break. Unfortunately, the players are updating the game, so we'll be back on in just a little bit, and we'll get all that action underway. See you soon.
can't, boy. Say you need a little space, yeah, boy. Is it cause you can't be faithful, boy? Hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no. Cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no. So you make up shitty reasons for wanting out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy. Think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad. I'm not mad, I'm not mad. I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met ya, now I'm prettier than ever, Took a second to forget you, boy. Only one. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time. Cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy. Think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad. I'm not mad, I'm not mad. I just feel bad for you. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time. Cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy. Think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad. I'm not mad, I'm not mad. I just feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy. Think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad. I'm not mad, I'm not mad. I just feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy. Think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad. I'm not mad, I'm not mad. I just feel bad for you. Baby, I don't need you to tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, nothing, nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, nothing, nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar with my heart. Shame on you for mindlessly tearing it apart. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. Make believe, it's all that it was right from the start. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, nothing, nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, nothing, nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. I wanna say it, I wanna say it. I wanna say it. Thank you for nothing. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, nothing, nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, nothing, nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. with you, I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. 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 I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I wish I could be strong, survival on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching Keep this feeling forever.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It is time to finally kick the game off. So there's been a little bit of an oopsie behind the scenes here, Ryan. One of the players didn't have the client up to date, and well, we've all had those days. Sometimes the internet isn't quite interneting. So unfortunately, I believe Neffy will not be playing this map, and instead, Checkmate will have a substitute playing for them.
Yeah, I think both teams dealt with it as best as they can do. It's one of those cases of like, make sure that your mics are charged, make sure that your game's updated. Like, we all have them. Players will go for it once, never again. So, you know, it happens. And also credit to Deti, at least in this case, who gave a bit of their time that they're allowed allocated in order to try and get things sorted. Because everybody wants to play like the best that they possibly can do, right? So maybe, I don't know how actually the ruling when it comes to like this first map, the coach might be in, and then the second and third game, maybe we see Neffy in there. But if not, like, it is what it is. It's really a case now, I think, of Matt being able to carry on. It is what it is. Move on. Play the best that you can do in this given circumstance. But it happens.
Yeah. I mean, you can never theorize how things are going behind the scenes there, but it's not ideal. They will try to just get on with it. Now, we've got the agent select going down, and as you can see, stylistic head-to-head, it's a very different look on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much in line with what we've been seeing from them throughout the open and closed qualifiers for the most part. So nothing really too crazy here. It's the double initiator that seems to be more popular nowadays, not only because Viper's been nerfed, but also those changes to pinging through smokes, pinging via the minimap. One of the most major changes we've seen in the game that, like, even now catches players by surprise. I think with Checkmate, not only with the case of having Vilcek playing in the server for this one, but it's also like this comp is just going to be hard to utilize because Viper's a lot worse, but it also puts Vilcek, the coach, on information duty on Sky that doesn't have rechargeable flashes and hasn't had rechargeable flashes for about a year now, right? So it's a lot of pressure to get that info when you're up against a Fade that's going to have a lot of utility off the rip anyway, but also a lot of that good utility is going to keep coming back online.
I remember once when I was working with the team, I stood in for a game. I was on Sky, on Haven, and it was, you know, I'd booked the scrim, so it was kind of an easy day. We were taking it easy, chill games, teams that we beat easily. I got 3 kills. So my heart will go out today. I understand. I've been there, done that. Didn't get the t-shirt, thankfully. Don't need to remember that more than just once a year. So when we get into this game, there's going to be some... we asked the question at the start of the day, Ryan. Were there any clear favorites, or was this a game that was on a level playing field? Well, I think now we can revisit that question and maybe answer pretty definitively that there may be an underdog.
Yeah, for sure. And like, it is Checkmate picking this map. It's a map that has been like semi-decent for them. They've played it a little bit more. But against Deti Ulice, they've only shown it once and they won that map. So this is a case of like Deti Ulice being comfortable in here. Whether they look at the veto specifically for those kind of maps is hard to know. But Deti Ulice starting on the attack, looking to put a lot of pressure towards A against that Viper, against that Killjoy.
As we said, stylistic matchup is a little bit different. This isn't, there's definitely a rock and a paper, and we'll see which one is which as the game goes on. Lotus kicking off, barriers up, and like you said, a lot of presence towards this A site, towards the Viper and the Killjoy. That means there's a lot of utility, even in the pistol round. We're Checkmate to work around. That door being swiveled right now. But obviously you got to wait out that Viper utility.
Yeah, cutting noise, making sure that they're trying to go here. Neon's just baiting, just getting a peek of information, but also getting these nanoswarms to go off. All 5 players ready to go, stun in hand, gonna hit backside, gonna run right into Chester if he's not careful.
That's it. Flash comes in for the retake of information, but it's a little early, and none goes round the side for 2. The coach comes in for 1, but that's all there is to report back about. And the defenders down to a 2 versus 4. The retake is going to be an uphill battle. Wanzeru, someone we highlighted as a very strong individual on that jet typically, but on this map, Neon gets pulled out and to great effect. A wonderful connection, leaving it just down to Demek. 1v4. Gunners is low at least. Hey, look, that's a positive. And there's a nade in play. But a few quick and clean headshots will be needed. And, well, the first is found, but Gunners closes it out.
Really nice work, really nice pistol. It makes it hard. You know, Czech Map have a lot of utility over to try and stall on A, but they also deny themselves a lot of information. You look at all of the smokes on screen. You see that for the Raze and the Omen, with the information that we have watching it, you just say, like, rotate over towards A. But because they're not necessarily sure, because there's a lot of, like, really nice discipline from Deti Ulice, they're not making any noise, they're not showing too much, but they have everybody there ready to go on and execute. It's hard for Czech Map to get all 5 players over there to deal with 5 men running at your site.
Well, Ryan, I'm not sure if you've lost it, but I'm
Not
not seeing
this
the
happened
game
a little
here.
bit. Like, I think it's usually Kara crashing, I think. Not to throw anybody under the bus, it might not be them.
No, let's just name some names.
You know what? It's Bo's fault. This is Bo's fault. If you
Bo
still hear
Dork,
us, this is Bo's
he's
fault.
unplugged it. He's unplugged it, hasn't he? We talked about this earlier. The guy, he can't stay away from the cables. This always happens.
At least it's on an anti-eco, so unless
always that.
Czech Map managed to win this round in egregious fashion with nothing but a shorty.
Yeah, that wouldn't be great. I mean, we shall see. We shall see how it plays out. Oh, we are still here. Hi. How are you guys? I wasn't sure if we're still on air. But...
Coming back to me speeding up like after like
that would have been wonderful.
10 minutes of being in game would genuinely be one of the best moments of history.
No, I'm faking. It's okay. Yeah, we'll be back into the game soon, and we'll see how it plays out. Obviously, when we just left you, it was what, 1-0. We've got a pistol round, a shorty in play on the other side, and then 3 rifles. It should be an easy peasy 2-0. But well, from what we saw in the first round, 1-0. Couple of shots, couple of nice connections. A little more done right now. So we started with 2 ghosts. Kaya has picked up the ball and outlaw. 1-0 is down after early fight, but it's only Chris on the retake. And right now, I like what Chris is doing. Just holding in there, waiting. See if they can either catch someone on the exit or leave someone to die to the spike, keep them boxed in. They are very much conscious of that position. Nice kill. Hey, it's something. Unfortunately, their opponents did have 2 pistols, and now all weapons are still carried through to the next.
Yeah, you lose a ghost at most, but somebody else is going to have one anyway, so this should be a perfectly fine bonus. It's a little bit scary for Czech Map when you have that side of the map where you've dedicated the Viper and the Killjoy, and that's the side that's being hit in the pistol in that round. But I guess one thing the Czech Map could be looking to do is like be aggressive in those spaces, right? Send Demek over there, have the flash, have a paranoia, dedicate a lot of utility. But the default on the defense is staying the same. They want to be aggressive on C, and Deti Ulice, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're going A again from the looks.
Most certainly. A movement towards this A side early on, but the traps that you have in play for Kaya give them the ability to sort of all in this early control, go back and fight if they notice there's some presence taken there. Of course, dangers like Szach maybe later on in the game, being able to shroud and step past them. But for now, early days, you're not going to see that. Not when your opponents have all these weaker weapons. Going push-abouts would be a little crazy. So Szach almost tried to do a telestrator circle on that thing. Szach is up there top left. You can see him at mound. Probably won't push further past that. And this presence on A, faked out to start for the A side, door open. There's a lot of options here for the attackers.
One of the main things I think that they're going for Deti Ulice is just getting Nun's ultimate online. Picked up the orb on A main. Should have it for the next round, whether they win or lose this. If they can maybe get the orb on C, that would be a perfect case scenario. It's a good amount of information for the Trailblazer. Good timing too. Not too early in the round where you're sort of flying blind at this point. And credit to Czech Map, they're dealing with this pressure that Deti Ulice is trying to build pretty well. And Deti Ulice haven't done anything in the last minute or so.
Yeah, this is the thing, Ryan. You know, we started this out, and it even looked like there was going to be a rotation from the defenders and perfect timing for Deti Ulice, but yeah, they waited. They really pumped the brakes, expecting over-aggression, expecting mistakes to be made, but the rifles held in the hands of Checkmate have just held their ground. There's a danger brewing right now. Kaya's got a nice angle for Heaven, but the problem is that paranoia, that follow-up, but it doesn't quite catch the player. They're round, back to the site, need another angle to defend from. Neon pushes forward, 1-0, taking the extra space. These weapons struggling to get back in, traded out, but that's fine for a team that has barely anything to work with. And the rifle, well, 1-0 had a chance, but not able to convert. Still, the clock keeps on ticking, and someone needs to start the defuse. Numbers thinning, and we're down to just Gunners, put to bed at last, but the damage done here for Deti Ulice. I think they're going to come out of this one with their head held high.
Yeah, I think they got the Rolling Thunder online too, so like they got that big ultimate going into a full buy, where I think Checkmate are gonna have to make some concessions on their buy, right? Like they lost a lot of these main rifles, might have to half armor in some places, give up utility. They dealt with the mid game of that round pretty nicely when it comes to like playing with the information, not overreacting, not overextending. They have the gun advantage. You don't want to be caught out by surprise. Kia does well here. I like the flash that comes in from the breach. 1-0 trying to play from a nice position. He kind of whiffs his shot. If he gets that kill when he's sort of playing from C-Link, he probably wins the round. But it is a bonus for them. It's extra. And they got plenty for this round now too.
Oh, little tag off rip. Chester's in danger. Backs out of any more of an aggressive stance. Giving up tree. The wall goes up, but now players could have snuck in. And Chester needs to be conscious not to go too wide until that door is closed. Now it's re-cleared. Okay, they know that's safe. And we've seen this before. The attackers move up, they open the door, and then they either move back to the B side or just wait for a minute. I don't know if there will be a change to pace this time, but 1-0 is already in the tree. It might signal there will be.
Look at that information now on C. Both players can get over this trip if they want to, either with a TP or a satchel. Stun's going to try and clear out these corners, and the Rolling Thunder's going to send off for the execute. Checkmate, not on site though, they read it.
They did. They perfectly read it. Playing off-site, waiting for this utility to come into play. Gunners has kept online the Nightfall, and that will be used now to confirm the information that those players are still up in heaven, to push them back. Kozak, though, on the wrap. That was what we were talking about earlier. The trap's now down, but it doesn't matter. It's only confirming the information of the flank coming through, and you look at the site. And you look at it for a while, because we're going to be here for a little bit. It looks like
we need like the JoJo Bizarre's adventure to be continued in the corner, like roundabout from thingy playing. The do just freeze.
Oh, we're back. We're in. And we caught the end of the play with Chris onto none. The ticking on that spike is going quite quickly, but there's still plenty of time left. And so, with 4:20 on the clock, we're tied up 2-2. Let's see how this one went down, though. This is the first time we see it from the replay. And Kozak's flank seemed quite impactful, although Kozak certainly didn't have much to say afterwards. Demak on the swing. How did this one go? None. Retreats. Pops the flash. Wow, wonderful play. And almost converted. And credit to our observers as well for the EVS for catching that replay still for us. All put together.
Yeah. Get in the main stuff. It was a really nice round for Checkmate to be able to deal with everything. Whether you're going to get away with that twice, though, remains to be seen. You do have a lockdown. You use some good ultimates on the defense. The money is still relatively okay for Deti Ulice. It is starting to look like they'd have to eco after this round if they do lose it. So a lot of pressure on either team to get this one right. And no ultimates for Deti Ulice to rely on this time as of yet. But None almost has another Rolling Thunder. He just used it last round.
That is
more than halfway
incredible.
to another.
Yeah, time to play for some orbs perhaps, but early fight. Demak is in, and one found, but more needed. Zeru, 2 shots to the Outlaw, and a classic for the follow-up. Well, that has put a pin in this round. It seems like the attackers taking this one home. Spike's still outside of the site, so there's something to be done. What a shot by Chris.
Did he not know which way he was facing?
I'm not quite sure what was going on there in Chris's head. It looked like he got the kill and was so happy that he began to twerk. That's the best thing. I've hung out with Boaster perhaps too much, but what's going on? That's 2 through the wall. If Chester wins this, there's no way. This could have been the round if it was a 2v2. Instead, the firing squad puts it to bed.
Good high-low, but man, like, what a crazy free K for 1-0. I think what Checkmate was doing there as a team, though, is the right approach. Like, being aggressive on the defense, taking some of these fights. I think the one thing that is looking to be different off the minimap for this round, the one thing I'd want to see is them just switch it around. Like, them fight for A main a lot more. Chris, I think, was just a bit disorientated. I think he tried to look away from the flash, still got flashed, and then thought he was backing up C-Link, and then walked into it.
It's hard sometimes, man. You know, you get blinded, you forget your left from your right. These things, they occur. Because for me, in that moment, I would put my hand up to check, but he's blinded. How can he check? So, understandable. These sort of things happen. What a crazy start that we have had so far at 3-2. The attacking side as you said, a different approach, a switch up. It looks like now going for some mound control. We're not seeing as much control of that A main. 1-0's not pushing up there. But the defenders aren't either on a low buy. They're set up with this little trap on the A side, hoping that the attackers will walk straight into it. But Deti Ulice, they have other ideas.
Yeah, this time, maybe hoping to bait out some of that aggression. But the default is switched completely around. You got a Killjoy over on this side, but because it is an eco, they're not going to put any utility down. They want to save it. They had the lockdown from last round, but no good opportunity to use it because of the aggression. And Kia actually gets taken out. That's a gun. That's a 5 versus 4. And it should be Deti Ulice just running onto the C site here.
Yeah, I think they were waiting for the hunt to go in, but as soon as you see that much presence on the other side of the map in a round like this, you know that that is going to be the gamble. Most of those eggs will be in that basket. They want to push further, taking it deep into the spawn. Nice shot. 1-0 with the outlaw on the neon. It's an unusual combination, but
Great
one
flash.
I might want to see more of. Great flash, but the return on the other side, they're seized. They're unable to capitalize on the space they should have gained, and now pushing into the firing squad yet again. Gunners, phenomenal shots connected, and a well-deserved round for the attacking side.
I think Gunners is probably the namesake is to do with like Arsenal, and that was like peak Robin van Persie with the finishing there, just finding his targets. Checkmat at least making the eco do some damage. Like they're playing some decent stuff. I think the only thing there is just kind of like the Seeker's being used. The big ultimate for retakes, and it's just like when they're that far pushed up, Seekers, it just comes up in a line, you just bow them down with an outlaw, like quite easy, and so they don't get much out of it. But yeah, like I think this has been like the nice thing. I know that there's been all sorts of like various fires to put out, but considering that these are two teams that like for us sort of Western Europeaners, to be able to see them, I'm sure that there are like VCT East fans that are looking at this and be like, this is what they were like last year. These players were amazing last year, and so it's nice to see them like play up to that occasion, because for both teams, they're like open qualifier teams and from Eastern teams, they are playing some really fundamentally strong stuff. It's just those minor mistakes that they're making that are being caught out, or just individual moments that shine through.
Yeah, it's been fun so far in the attack, seeing Deti Ulice. The push and pull has been there. They've got various different ideas. The reactions are good. Again, we see that last round, contact Rubble, abandon the plan to wait for the hunt and the utility cycle, instead just blitz in, take whoever's there by numbers, by storm, and then the post plant. This is where a lot of teams stall out, where they don't have that extra idea. They react well, and then they sit there and go, okay, now let's wait for them. Let's see what they do. But there's that extra proactive aggression, the push into spawn, the flash there, the deep outlaw. I don't know if we're gonna keep seeing 1-0 using the outlaw, but with what I'm seeing so far, I'm certainly not mad about it. It's a favorite of mine. It actually overtook the Odin in terms of usage for me, which is a big deal. It just feels so beautiful to use, but watching this guy use it, I see I've been doing it all wrong.
Yeah, I think as well, the other thing, you've got Checkmat playing with their coach. I just remembered that they're like, at no point did I feel like, okay, yeah, this player is clearly behind, like mechanically or macro-wise. Like, at least if you're putting your coach on something like a Sky, that they are going to be playing more macro, right? That they are going to be playing bigger picture, putting people in the right positions. But I think the thing from Checkmat that I would like to see at this point is like switching up the default. Have Demek pushing and being aggressive towards a main, fight for that space a little bit more, sort of show that Deti Ulice are not going to get that space for free. They're not going to get that orb for free, because if you can push up to that level of grass on a Lotus, the A site is just really hard to hold. It's very easy to sideswipe into B. And from the looks of it, Checkmat are going to be doing that. They have 4 ultimates. They just used the Seekers, and they have a full buy. So the best opportunity to get back into this one, when the money is still not amazing for Deti Ulice, all things considered.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's been some trades back and forth. There's been some damage done, some dents delivered, and this is the time to capitalize on it. What we've seen, or what we've been missing, is this crossover, this deep rubble control, and now with rifles and ultimates as backup, they use some of their utility, their nade, to get up close, their smoke to block them off. But now 3 players pushed up in rubble. Where do you go? Want to probably keep going forward, but there's a trap in the way and a Cypher guarding it.
You got 3 players pushed up aggressively here. Breaking the trip is nice, because it shows that it isn't just having Neoman sat on top of rubble and just waiting. They want to be proactive. They want to be aggressive. But this is where Checkmate have been punished prior. You've got the Viper's Pit shutting out on C. It is just B on an A. Like, B site is relatively open, but Checkmate are playing it for retake here.
It's great. Demek is going to be point of contact. See the player around the corner. Then Coach is going to pop you a little flash around the corner. Vilcek and then swing and try to capitalize on it. Demek might even blast pack in. All those things may happen.
I mean, this is just average Sky gameplay, just holding the flash
episode
and waiting, waiting for your team to go on it.
Yeah. Well, I think, like, in terms of just assessing where we're at in that round, again, sorry for all the tech issues in the background. They're going to be ironed out as we move on through this upper bracket. But the interesting thing is that positional stance early on, Viper's Pit to push you in the other direction, and then a trap setup to try to punish you. Now, looking at the X's on the map as we get back into the game, doesn't look like that went very well, but I still commend the idea.
The Rolling Thunder was used, so maybe it was a case of just taking a fight there, whether they used it to get onto the C site. They still have the lockdown for Chris. They've had it a while, right? Like, 3 or 4 rounds now that something like a lockdown isn't able to be used. Why on earth are you playing Killjoy at that point? Just play Cypher. It's like, it's such a big thing to turn some of these rounds, and in a round like this where you have a good setup of where you want to play on the map, what you're dedicating with the Viper's Pit and aggressive on A, it's got to be better cases of that. But Checkmate forced to save. It's going to be 5 and 2 for Deti Ulice, and another eco required for the defending team.
It's a really, really tough start. Well, I think none wasn't quite expecting the spike to have quite the same radius as it did. Maybe thought the plant location was different. That's awkward. None down. Rifle gone. Reinvestment. But reinvestment for the other side, like you say, not possible. Now, Showstopper was even used to no avail. The Rolling Thunder to counter it. Oh, wow. Well, that couldn't have went much worse, actually, if they planned it.
Right, yeah, right on the corner there. I didn't realize how grandstanded it was to just be on top of that rock.
Oh, well, it's a suboptimal start, and I think especially with the coach playing in, having these ideas and then having your opponents have an idea that seems to be a perfect counter to it. They can't have known that that's what they're against, but they had the tools to adapt to what they were seeing. They used them very, very well indeed. This low buy from the defensive side does see a Bucky, but in this position with a Viper wall, that Bucky can still be very, very dangerous.
Checkmate having a bit of a lower buy, still managing to put it together just to force something, but they've used Paranoia, they've used Trailblazer, they've used a lot in 40 seconds. This Nightfall is going to come through. Demek holding close with a Bucky, they know about it, and that's a really nice peek from Chester, but it is traded.
Chris is there as well, though. That's why they're so aggressive in that spot. This is a position they want to hold on to with both hands clenched. And Chris, it's 3 across the line. That is huge in a round like this, where there's almost, well, there's weaknesses, there's utility gone, there's paranoia gone, and there's the game gone.
It's completely gone this time. It's like the end of The Sopranos, just all instantly fades to black.
That's a wonderful reference, Ryan. That is a wonderful reference indeed. Yeah, we'll never know where the shot landed, I guess, or maybe we will a little bit later on. But that round actually is a little bit of a turning point, just to get used to. I feel like we're doing like a game show, like what happens next. Let's get your prediction, Ryan. Who wins that? Is it the 1v3, or are we seeing the defensive comeback?
It wouldn't surprise me, you know.
Here we go.
We're about to see. We're about to see it. Are we right? Does the Cypher win the 1 versus 3?
There's no way. And this is a nice shot by Chris. He almost had it. Okay, the cam. I like it. The peek into 3. Yeah, not quite. And it's Coach Vilcek to put it across the line. Okay, so look, we didn't end up missing that much, I suppose, in the end. This is always an upside.
Yeah, I mean, This is making me miss Freaks for You, like in 2021, you know, like because it was like peak COVID that we'd be casting, and there'd be all sorts of stuff happening. So
we got DDoS. I remember we were all getting DDoSed by the connection. It was a lot of fun, man. I got a new router, new cable into my house back then. Those were good times.
Oh yeah, it's what was it? Control Shift N, just
Control Shift R. Control
Shift R.
Yeah. I still remember.
Oh,
Pop a
bless
quick
him.
refresh. But yeah, obviously, like this is just the nature of the online situation, production in general. These things happen. We've had more issues, I'd say, in studio some days. There's some things you can sometimes, this is a random fact in the middle of the game, but you can plug a computer into just a plug, right, into a socket, as they're called, and that socket can just break the computer. It can just not work. If you plug it into any other socket, the computer will work just fine. But we had that issue before in a LAN setting. So then you bring it online, it's just an absolute nightmare to try to troubleshoot and figure out what's going wrong. But we got some people behind the scenes working hard on that, and hopefully we'll have the game for you with a nice and clean flow to it. But yeah,
best producer rule is anything that can go wrong will go wrong.
Murphy's Law of it. Yep, it is pretty much a guarantee in our line of work. We've seen it again and again. But yeah, so I think the situation so far, we've got a hell of a game on our hands, even with the coach stepping in. And I am curious, and maybe we can scroll through the rules in the background in between map 1 and 2 and have a look or have a chat with the admins. But I'm curious to see what the situation is then, because presumably, I don't know how bad Neffy's internet is, but I assume it's going to be ready to go from now.
Yeah, he's got enough breaks in it.
Yeah, I don't know how low those megabytes can go, but presumably he'll be ready for map 2. And then the question is, will he step in? But Vilcek's still doing a good job on the Sky, and I think it is one of the more challenging agents to step in on. We've seen a lot of coaches come in and play a Sentinel. We've seen a lot of coaches, even as a Sova, you have that little bit of grace of the refreshing utility. But here as Sky, you decide to use those flashes at the wrong time, it's gone. Your follow-up needs to be perfect. Your spacing, it's something that you understand, right? Like you know what good spacing looks like. It's something you've probably taught the player that plays that role or talked about a lot. But in the same regard, you get any of these guys that commentate NFL, strap some pads on them and say, go on, hit that dude. They know what to do. They ain't gonna do it very well, and that's just kind of the situation. But I suppose it's a little different when you're not 75 years old running up against a 7-foot tall wall of muscle. It's a different deal.
At least you'd
the mouse
hope
and keyboard.
so, yeah.
Well, you never know. I guess God B taught us that lesson, though, back in the good old days.
Yeah. Oh man, some of the best times. What are, like, when you think about Valorant 2021? Like EMEA, what is like the first thing that springs to your mind?
2021 EMEA. Is that the year? I think that was the year of I think Tom's favorite play that we've ever gotten to commentate, which was the Nats Icebox lurk, the flank up behind. I think that was 2021 Icebox. It's either
was that Masters Berlin or qualifying to Masters Berlin?
I believe it was Masters Berlin. I think we were on a LAN cast for that, but I'm not certain. Wasn't it
a 13-0 as well, or was that a different game?
I remember it was a dominant game. I don't remember if it was a 0-round game. I'll have to look back. Liquid actually did a piece, which was interesting. I'll actually touch on that later, I suppose, because barriers are about to go up. Now, obviously, while we've been gone, the game has been paused. You've not missed anything. So, again, thank you for the patience to our players, although, they we waited for them, they wait for us. It seems only fair, no? And yeah, so we're at 5-3 when we get back in. The defensive side now starting to heat up. The economy's there. They've got a good buy-in. They've just had a round. We've seen this before. The play on Mount, the deep push, and the stun avoided. The blast pack, though, I think has been caught in the stun. None able to punish the mech up top. It was an easy pickup. The smoke, though, may send them back in the other direction.
I mean, it should do, yeah. They've used all their flashes actually from Vilcek and the Paranoia.
Still waiting.
There's no going power on this left-hand side of the map, and Deti, Ulice, if they're smart, they're going to try and go elsewhere. They're actually going to try and crunch on these players. It is just Vilcek alive. The crunch not needed. but it's an open C site if you want to go in that direction. A breach is going to be slow with the spike, but slow and steady, I suppose, to get on over. You got a 4 versus 2. One player at least has gone down for Patix. That's all. Deti at least looking to make the 6.
Seems like it might be an easy enough job. 2 players still on the other side of the map and not looking to move. Just bunkering down. Like I said, credits were there for this round, but not so much for the next. You take a look at the sidebar on your bottom left. And, well, I'll tell you what else comes to my mind from 2021 Valorant, Ryan, because we were doing a lot of work from home and casting this game without a hood. That's what comes to my mind. Remember those days?
Yeah.
What
Hard
a
enough.
nightmare.
I'm quite surprised that the HUD hasn't changed that much over the past, like, year or two. It's like slight adjustments.
Yeah,
But,
now we have, it's not very interesting, actually, because I hadn't noticed this. It's not here. But we have it in VCT MEA, which means there's a different level of the software of Barracks running, which is interesting. And I'll talk to them about why that is. We have a new thing. It's a very tiny thing. It doesn't help us much, but I think it does help the viewers at home. Maybe the viewers at home can let us know. Where, for example, right now we're observing Killjoy, and Killjoy becomes like blued out, and the red player becomes red, like sort of the player picture on the mini map becomes red when you're observing them. I thought that was kind of cool. But there's also this thing I hadn't noticed till it was pointed out to me on the sidebars, where not right now, but when it goes to the in-game one, it's going to change in a second. There's a little skull beside whoever's like top fragging at the moment. So Gunners has a little skull beside him. I didn't notice that for quite a while. Cool little features, but yeah, it hasn't changed a whole lot since way back when.
Demek holding on C alone. I don't know if he had an op. I doubt it because of the money, but he's at least taken out because the door was open towards C. The Omen of Kozak was pushed up. He can't really trade or do much here. And Deti at least forcing out a lot of utility, forcing out the Viper Wall, which is going to go up again, and a couple of Nano Swarms. You have the player advantage. Like, let Checkmat make more mistakes before you try to enter a site, I think.
So that was door open for the op. Like you theorized there, Ryan, I think the mech had, when they were saving, like 2,800 or maybe a little north of that. So just about scraping together enough. Operators there. Kozak pushes up. I presume Smoke's entrance around where 1-0 is now. Opens door. Op is there. Doesn't get anything. Shut down immediately. But it's been retrieved by Kozak, who moves back to the C site and has this little angle on mound. Typically, you're going to see players peeking for the info, cast an eye in, especially when you don't know the op's in play. The shot hadn't rung out earlier, but now they see the op, and they go running the other way. But the op is one thing. Now they've got the Odin, and the turret of Kriz steals the kill away. Deep push, though, as a response. Vilcek has quite a full plate in front of him. At least one connected. Pressure on Kozak now. 10 seconds. They need to plant, and that's the spike on the ground. The round is already lost.
Really nice round from Kozak. Good adjustment considering that they were the first death. And it's sort of something that we mentioned, maybe more for Haven and Fracture if we get there with these two teams, that it feels like maybe Demek's setup with the Operator was something that they did consistently in the 3 games that they've played of Lotus so far. That it was a good little counter from Deti Ulice. But the Operator was left on the ground. Kozak was able to pick it up. That results in Deti Ulice trying to go B quickly, but all of that utility is up again with a Viper Wall. And then just time is not on their side here. So you're good adjustment from Checkmat. Like, they're dealing with things nicely in places, but I think it's just that Deti Ulice has the read on them, whether it's because they've VOD reviewed them beforehand or just are playing a map in a lot stronger fashion. Demek's not really finding as much success on this defense.
I love the attempt from Demek, even though 2 kills on the board so far, like you say, really not having a good run of it, but still confident to take those aggressive stances. Is impactful. 18 HP left on Patix. Already a pick as well with none gone. Breach utility is completely removed from the attackers' utility belt. They have suffered quite a heavy loss. And this, about as good of a start as you could ask for on the defense. The Operator, still a danger that's lurking in the back of the attackers' minds.
Vilcek finding that first opening kill. Patix is low as well. Now Ultimate's to just show away onto the site on B. You've got to wait out some of this utility, and Kia's trying to pull some of that focus over onto that A site so the B execute can come in.
Well, Ryan, it's time to ask the question again.
What happens next?
Who wins this round, Ryan? So what we're seeing, let's theorize a little bit. You've got control towards Mount. Door's going to be open. Player behind you. That's exactly what's happening now. Okay, we get back in. We get to find out live what's going to happen. My assumption was that Kozak would already be through that door causing problems. It's Kriz instead that's putting a thorn in the side of Deti Ulice. On the side is Kaya. Good for the first. The second has backup, and now overwhelmed on the side. It's only Gunners. Reveal thrown through, but oh my goodness, nothing to be found. And with the defuse, this scoreline gets ever closer.
Yeah, good turnaround for DET Map. All things considered, and I mean that in the most literal sense, because there's a lot of stuff going on. You're playing with your coach. There's all of these like pauses that just seem to like, because as well, like when there's a tech pause, these players have to sit in silence. So if you're behind, if you're frustrated at the state of the game or just the state of how today has gone so far, you're just stewing in it on your own. But here, like, Kriz has had a really good bounce back. He has that lockdown, not the same lockdown, thankfully, but still, he started to shine a little bit more. Demek has been really quiet. He has the operator again, playing on A over with Kozak.
Cover going out.
This op could do damage. That double operator in play, but means no matter which way you go, you're running into one of them straight into Kozak to start, but it's Demek and Vilcek actually picking up those kills. The TP into the spawn did not work out. And now, Deti Ulice, after a bold play to say the least, they have got some ground to make up. They have at least found one, but Demek with the operator, once this smoke fades, looks like he's going to take quite a bite out of the remaining players. No. It's a missed shot, and a punish could be there. They know that Kozak's around, and the information now locked in on the remaining players. Kozak has no option but to back out.
By Planet, most of these rounds that we've seen DET Map win, though, have been diffuses, and a 3v3 is very doable, especially with a lockdown. It's just whether you pay this with the lockdown itself, with the paranoia, whether Chester can get a lot here. The stun misses, but so does he.
The stun even caught a teammate. Gunners was fully stunned up. Still, they get the kill, and well, without the stun, Gunners is a little more sharp on the trigger. Gorgeous stuff. And 7-5 at the halftime. It's certainly not a score to turn your nose at, but I will say, Ryan, it looked like this was going to be a little bit more dominant for well, what was the attacking side, for Deti Ulice.
Oh, definitely. And, you know, when you consider the fact that Deti Ulice won the pistol too, outside of that, it has been more even than you'd even really consider. Yeah. Ecos as well, pretty much all been DET Map. I don't think Deti Ulice have had to eco once. But we highlighted the duelists at the start of this, 1-0 and Demek, and it really has been anything but the duelists that have been shining here. Now I do expect that Demek is going to be performing and showing a lot more on this attacking side, much like he did when he was playing up against Nom in the qualifiers. Like, he's an aggressive player and he wants to be aggressive in like how he approaches stuff. So it's just naturally going to suit him more, but if his team aren't there to play off of him really at the same time, it could be a nightmare.
All right, the barriers have gone up and the pistol round has begun. We're already seeing the presence towards the A site, the orb thrown in by Chester, and the blockade of any information for the defensive side. They start to rotate players in, even 1-0, giving some more space on B, but we'll stick around for the information, and almost a headshot onto Demek. They see 1-0 and they back off. Probably a wise choice.
1-0 was leading on first kills as well on that defense, on their attack, sorry. And so defense wants to be able to continue that form if he can. He's going to be rotating a lot, wants to fill in some of these gaps that naturally go down the Deti Ulice when they lose players like they have here. People are grouped up in the right spot. They don't have that Cypher utility to play around, and they obviously don't have a Viper wall. So a lot of pressure goes onto Patix to stall this out as much as they can.
Running that clock down. It's going to be the name of the game, but look at the attackers now. Grouping back up, moving to the door. They have pushed and pulled this map perfectly. The B site is wide open and the plant shall be found, but Demek goes down. The numbers equalize. That's a very valuable pick for the defensive side. And they move back. Full north side, full defensive, spawn, hold. A bit of danger. Kozak is pushed up, ready for the swing on either side. And now, oh, no breach utility. None, just goes for the swing. A much needed piece of support for 1-0. They keep the advantage. And Kriz and Vilcek are the ones that need to pick up the pieces. This site, well, it's wide open. They're tucked back, trying to hold the choke points. And pick off the players as they walk in. The shots don't land for Kriz, and Vilcek is punished, but he's managed to find one. Zeru's down, the defuse still needs to be found, and the shots from Kriz cement this round for the attacking side. Now just one behind our checkmate.
Kriz has been an absolute hero for Checkmate in some of these rounds. A frustrating pistol, but a pistol win for the attacking side. You get the first kill, you lose Demek when you're 5v4 up. So it's a 4v4, you then sort of overextend a little bit on Heaven, lose out on trades. It's just kind of advantages that Checkmate want to be playing with and leverage around the map. It's why some of these rounds have been so painstakingly slow, because you have to make sure that if you have a player advantage that you use it as effectively as you can, which requires info.
Speaking of info, they know there's a lot of players up close on A. Zeru in for one. Paddix has another, and they're going to keep on going. Another kill that could be found here by the defensive side, but they back off after finding the rifle. Zeru 70 HP and set up for the late round with a Vandal in hand. This started out as a round where they probably just, well, best case scenario, get 2 kills. Now, the win is very much possible.
Yeah, it's not going to help with Demek's like form. He wants to get going, and he's died pretty early and in pretty bad fights on this attacking side so far. But you also lose Chester on the Viper. That's the main key of putting a lot of that pressure over towards A. These Checkmate, these 3 players grouping up on C, but they're not going to clear this corner.
Oh, the damage is significant. Again, we've ended up in this position. A round that should be guaranteed for one team, and it's very much flip-flopped in the other direction. Zeru rifle holding that angle. If Vilcek walks into it, I'm pretty sure he's dead. Planting and hoping for a mistake could be the best option. Because at this point, there is just no movement from the opposition. No idea to give Vilcek the chance he needs. The coach in the clutch. It's not to be.
You can see that the frustration's just setting in for Checkmate in some of these plays, some of these areas. And I'd say that, like, even though the scoreline is relatively close, Deti Ulice have been like the better squads in how they deal with stuff. For Checkmate, a lot of it is like relying, I suppose, on Chris or the winning out some of these clutches. Just finding Deti Ulice overextended in some elements too. Tough one to bounce back from. A lot of stuff going on for this team, but he's still in the server. You can still have impact. You can still turn this around. You can't just start to fall apart. They're on an eco. Everybody's grouping up to try and go on A, and Deti Ulice, much like last round, looking to fight it aggressively.
Oh, yes, they are. Here we go. TP up top. Rubble control will be taken. In fact, it's down below, and Paddix has got 3. Shredding them. This is a weaker buy, but one that has no leg to stand on. That spike down. And considering where we were at the start of last round, it looked like scoreline should be equalized and a real chance for Checkmate to push into the lead and make a name for themselves here on this map. Instead, their mark on this series doesn't look to be quite as impressive. Your opponents have seized the day, and 9-6. Well, it seems very unlikely we don't see this scoreline shift to a gap of 3, or maybe even further.
Yeah, I've had the Cypher move over towards the back of A. They have control of the spike. The door isn't broken on secret, so if it does get broken, they'll hear it and start reacting to it. Cypher just watching a flank behind where you can see if they come from B, whether they flank all the way around through defender spawn. There is no way really for Checkmate to get the jump on these players on the defense. Gozok's shown a lot, doesn't have much of a weapon to work with. None is one orb away from having a rolling thunder for this next round, which could be major again.
Huge disadvantages building. And we're not talking about this round. This one is already done. Chris, I thought he was going to walk backwards again. Little deja vu. Luckily, at least got to look in the eyes of the player that put him down. 9-6, a gap of 3. As we've been highlighting, the ult economy is starting to build up. Paddix, this early fight, this is what did it. I mean, blink and you miss the whole round, essentially. It's housekeeping from that point forward. And we were looking for rubble control for a lot of this game. I think that's the most cemented rubble control I've seen.
Even now, the default is different for both sides. More C aggression. Cypher's over on A this time. Probably to do with the ultimates available. 1-0 at least able to trade the kill that Demet gets. An early death for the Ulice yet again, but at least not the first death. And some more, at least, pressure and help coming in from B. It is going to be cleared slowly from Kozak. Sees that nobody's necessarily hanging around, but can never be too certain. Does force a little bit of a reset. You don't have your duelist on the attacking side. Wanted to get the Seekers online for Vilcek. Might be the opening play.
They do need something. Something to fall back to. This A site well defended. The door is not broken, so they know there's no movement to be. And the A site itself has traps covering the walk-in alongside a camera. The door needs to be open to give that info away. And Chester's already seen one of those traps at least. Second. The first is just for info. The second is a kill trap. And if they walk into this, Kaya has the chance to drop them. It has, in fact, caught them. And, well, Crosshair's in the right spot. Chris able to trade immediately, though. So they won't lose all hope just yet.
None can just get one more kill. A Rolling Thunder onto 3 players that are stuck on site practically is going to have a lot of stuff going for it. Trailblazer there to just stall out to stun players if they can. But now everybody's spreading out for Deti at least. They're making these potentially a lot of 1 versus 1s. And Checkmat are grouping up and playing together.
Yeah, this is the problem with time as well. You know, you lose some of these 1v1s, it's an immediate save. They'll group up now and look to push together. No stun online. It's a wide swing into heavy traffic, and they are flattened by what awaits around the corner. Well done by Checkmat. 9-7, a gap of 2 rounds now in it. And, well, I have to say, I'm impressed by their ability to hold on here, especially with a coach stepping in and playing with them. It's really impressive.
Speaking of Vilcek, he has more first kills than Demek so far. I think at this point in time, he's like joint first kills with like 3. But Demek's been 0-4 in a lot of these rounds, so yeah, again, he's able to like trade that fight very early on. And like, he is going to be in his own head. Like, he's a young duelist, that's what's going to happen. Like, you have a job, you think, and it's to find those kills and find those openings, but at the very least, people are able to play off him to an extent. And he's not too far away from having his own showstopper. Ultimates aren't really going to be the thing that Checkmat have available to them this round. And especially when you look on the other side with a Rolling Thunder in hand for None now, and with a buy still available for the defenders. It is just, always feels like an uphill climb for Checkmat. It was a really nice round, really good team play, really good post plan. If they can get the plant on the site, they'll look a lot stronger.
Impressive uptick. Rolling Thunder online, though, for Deti Lees. Keeping all of their utility. And as we go, 50 seconds left on the clock. This is a problem. Checkmat have not baited any of it out, so there's plenty to work with. The first finally fired out, but it's Nunn's flash to completely flatten this push. Checkmat, they'll have a second bite of the cherry, moving back in. And guess what's waiting for them? Think utility, maybe a paranoia flash. No, it's a Rolling Thunder, and they're stuck in the tree. Then the flash. This is the problem with pumping the brakes and waiting for mistakes. When you eventually make a move, your opponent is loaded. Utility, weaponry, ultimates that were there as well. Everything used perfectly. Now, even saving these weapons represents a bit of a challenge.
Especially where they're stuck, yeah. I don't think Deti Lee's, like, their money is not good in any case either. So for them, it feels that just saving onto what they have available is important. But you're right, like, it is the... If you can find an advantage, whether it's because you have ultimates, whether it's because you have a player advantage, you want to let the other team make the mistake. Because the more that there's a gulf between the money, the players alive, the ultimates available, the more you need to take risks. It's fine to push and be aggressive if you're planting on C in a 2 versus 5, because you need to find a play from somewhere. However, if all 10 players are up and they have stuff like a Rolling Thunder that they're sat on, ready for you for that execute, you need to make a gamble. You need to do something a lot earlier to almost get that out of them. Might be a 5 versus 5, and might be full buy for either team, but not all of these scenarios are created equally.
Well, that's exactly it. That's what we've seen. So far, there is an imbalance. Checkmat are coming in to try to at least balance those scales for a moment. The 2-2-1 very passive play at Rubble, hoping to catch rotations or keep the door open for a rotation back to that side of the map, certainly where the hit has been preferred so far. But perhaps the idea here is to just draw those rotations in the other direction. Luckily, blast packs used to avoid certain death or certainly a fight on the B site. And indeed, the shift back to A comes in.
This trip is getting a lot of value, at least, because Chester is trying to posture a little bit. As a Viper, you want to be doing that. The trip is broken, and the pressure's starting to come in. 40 seconds left, however. 1-0, 1 kill. He'll have his Neon ultimate online. He's playing in mid, looking for that lurk, and there's only so much that he could do. There's just so little information to work with. The volley smokes and the Viper wall. He's isolated.
I think that drop was heard. I think Gunner's made a sound cue. I must be wrong because he's swinging in and no one was checking the angle. Luckily, the response is instant. Paddix won that? How did Paddix win that? From the shadows, he should have been illuminated. Chris, 45 HP, but the defuse underway. It's more than half. He's got to run and he's not here on time. Paddix wins that fight too. Of course he does. Oh, it's a disaster. Everything was set up so well.
That's the thing though, Mitch. It wasn't, right? Like, it's like the plant was in a different spot for whatever reason.
Yeah.
You got Chris that's playing for a certain position, wants to just wall bang that spot. He knows that the play is low as well, so if that was a normal plant, you spray that box, you kill him. But it also remains, it's the main point of like, how did it get to this point, right? It was an open fight for Demek, but he fluffs his line again, like it's so much pressure that goes on to him. And the fact that he's playing Duelist means that if this was a Sky, if it was the coach going 7-16, we wouldn't highlight it. No. But it's not. It's that Duelist that had such a blistering performance during the qualifiers up against teams that they were underdogs against. At least he has a showstopper, and they're calling a timeout despite their coach being in the server with them because they just need a minute to chill, I think.
That's a phenomenal point as well, yeah. He's having his timeout live. You know, this is the thing though. You look at that last round, 2v2, Paddix TP's in front of someone whose crosshairs just sat there waiting to take the kill, and somehow he wins that. And from that point, the round's done. 2v1, other players way out of position because they're assuming that the side hold's going to last a little bit longer, that they can make a play. They couldn't hold on to control. Now 11-7. Timeout used, like you said, from Checkmat, the coach on the server, giving them some words of motivation, some direction to take this in. Stun, paranoia. In goes the showstopper. It's landed on Gun, and Paddix falls too. That's a great start for the attack. They just have to close this one out. There is a danger in the A push, but they're waiting for that as well.
Yeah, this is better. This is kind of what I was talking about. Like, okay, you have the advantage there. Maybe 1-0 pulling out the Neon ultimate is going to be a bit more scary, but Chris holds the line. Here, you're in a 4 versus 2. You don't really know where these last players are, where they're going to rotate. Let the utility do the talking. Gunners is low. You know that he was over on C initially. But like, playing and peeking this together is important.
Gunners misses the first shot too. As you said, he was low 31 HP. Very easy to take down on the wall bang. And that box is not providing a lot of cover. Down to 1. Now 1 versus 4. Demek. Oh. All right. Well, Demek's gone. We know you always die through this wall when you're spammed, so they better be hiding right now. Coming up, just about missed out. The player creeping into spawn. There we go. Okay, that's information, to be fair, on I think all 3. One was towards the site, but walking in with your back turned ain't gonna help out. Nice attempt, but it's not to be.
It goes to show that like Checkmat have been playing this. That's been the more like frustrating aspect of this, right? And like, I'll be brutally honest, for Polaris, sometimes last year especially, there's some games or some maps that you're watching and you're like, the quality of this game is not great. I'm not gonna just be like, both teams are trash here, right? I'm not gonna name names, but like, this is a case of like, both teams are playing like relatively well. Like, you can tell that they have a bit more experience. Like, there's a really good macro, there's good individual players, good ideas on this map, 2 very different functioning compositions to work with. But it is just Checkmat being their own worst enemy in a lot of these cases. Once everything's in line, which is not really the case here, but at least they're able to get a kill beforehand. They're pretty much firing on most cylinders.
I think that wasn't even Demek getting the kill, right?
No, it was Kozak.
Teammate helping out. Kozak's been pretty good. Really nice shots landed in important moments. Now again, we see the same setup. They want to fight for control on one side of the map and then claim it slowly on the other while the forces are distracted, while the rotations are in. But for now, there is a clear read. This has happened a number of times. Presence on one side, late fake into an A hit. They know that. And so, movement. We see none come back to this side of the map. Going to be here with a stun fairly soon. 2 flashes, full utility, but the Seekers are coming. Nakaya isn't able to at least make this costly and hold some ground, delay somewhat. It will be a difficult retake. Now a 3v4, and that situation realized.
Again, playing nicely as a team here. Both plans have been very good for Checkmate for the most part. None smoked off, has a stun, has a flash. All the backside in control of the defenders, which doesn't give Checkmate all that much control to work with, but they're happy for that. They're playing with a lockdown. Deti at least have to push this.
They have to go in. 1-0! It's huge! All 4! 3 stuck in the tree, and they are put to bed. Chester comes in, takes the ace away, but will not win the round. What a play by 1-0. You know, I feel like he's had some good rounds so far, but we have not gotten to see that level of play, I don't think. Just straight into heavy traffic and mowing them all down.
Oh, that was just like 2 different ideas, I think, for Checkmate clashing with each other. Like, going for the lockdown in this position to play post plant is fine, but you have a lurk going on with the Viper. The Viper isn't there with you at all, either. And you go for the lockdown whilst you're also giving up back sight completely. You're basically saying to Deti Ulice, come on and challenge this. And their breach is still alive with a stun and a flash.
Exactly. And that is ultimately what puts that round to bed. Now, hanging on the edge of a cliff and losing grip. Demek, though, pulls them up by one hand. It's a 3v2. Deti Ulice. Oh, we might have a sense of a straggler. Chester's here. The battle is important, and it's won by none. The numbers back to even. No ults to save them. Step forward by Chris. Straight into doom and demise. Kaya looks him in the eyes and takes it home. 13-8. What a game we've just seen. And you know what, Ryan? I guess the takeaway, like, Checkmate played with a coach here on map number 1, and the coach looked phenomenal. A good job from them, but that was also their map pick.
Yeah, it was. It was always going to be hard, I think, for Checkmate to have a map pick that felt like it could have a really good chance of winning, just off the statistics alone, being able to beat it, because you've got a Deti Ulice that played most maps and looked pretty good on most of them, haven't lost on most of them either. But here it's just like, for Checkmate, it was a laboured start to get into the game. You're playing without a player, there's loads of pauses as well, some in their control, some out of them, and it's just a case now of, like, between these series, it's just go and touch grass, go outside, like, stretch your legs, like, just get away from the game, get away from each other for 5 minutes, and just go again for this one. Hopefully at this point, I think you do have Nafidas playing, so it should be back to normal, and just forget this. Like, win this next map, you've basically got a best of 1 on Fracture, do whatever you can. Like, you don't want this map from all of the things, like, I'm tilted for them, so it wouldn't surprise me if, like, they're tilted as well, naturally, as players. So, like, yeah, they have to go into these next 2 and make sure that this map has no effect on the rest of the series.
That's it. It's tough to do, but I think at this level, at any level, really, we expect that from a team to be able to just flip that mental reset. Now, I guess as well, thinking back on the map, they lost the opening pistol, Checkmate did, and then they
When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up your let me hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. Love will save the day. Love will When you feel like you're stranded at the edge of the world, I know you've been taken for granted. Give some love to yourself and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step and hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. So go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. Find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. 'Cause love is gonna save the day. Love's gonna save the So you need a little break, huh, boy? Say you need a little space, yeah, boy. Is it 'cause you can't be faithful, boy? Hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no. 'Cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no. So you make up shitty reasons for want it out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met you, now I'm prettier than ever, Took a second to forget you, boy, only one. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time, 'cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. If you
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It's time to get into map number 2 of our series number 1. Ryan, as we move into this next map, obviously we're hoping to have less guess what happens next segments, but I have to say,
Yeah.
I was very impressed by your performance in the first map. Well done.
Thank you. What is that meant to mean?
I don't know. It's just you're reliable in these moments. If I ever had to pick a contestant to go on a guess what comes next show, I'm with you, Ryan. We're gonna make some big money together. Talking about big money, I don't even know how that relates to what I'm gonna say, but listen, map 2, we're going on to Haven. I'm expecting to see some big performances, some big upticks. Coach is gonna be back in the coaching slot, but let's be honest, Ryan. Neppy has some pretty big boots to fill because Vilcek was playing a damn good game on Lotus.
Yeah, I think so. It definitely didn't feel that they were like the main factor as to what was going wrong for Checkmate. And kind of like I said, all things that were going on, like a 13-8 scoreline on a map like Lotus isn't too shabby. First half, you come back into it a little bit. You were pretty much on the verge of evening up the scoreline at a point. But there was just too many mistakes and just too much going on that, like, realistically, it's hard to play consistently when there's so much inconsistent stuff happening on your team, off your team, on the other team. It makes it very tricky. It's the fact that it's their map pick that's scary, and you go on to Haven, which feels very targeted by Deti Ulice.
Well, this is it. Now, we've just seen, obviously, we talked quite a lot about 1-0 and what 1-0 could do. And we got to see some elements of that, but we know that Jet is going to be a little bit more of a comfort ground when it comes to 1-0, putting up those numbers, the stats we were looking at earlier. But it seems like the shoe's going to be on the other foot this time, because whilst it was fun to see 1-0's Neon, this is a map where I believe, at least when they, and I'll say again, I don't forgive them for this, when they 13-2'd Wild, Demek was on the Neon, and Demek had a very slow start here on map number 1, so that's something to definitely keep an eye on moving into the next map, because you can't really have that kind of a performance on a Neon. The whole game's going to fall apart.
Right, for sure. For Checkmate, at least going onto this map, it's a bit more like you have a lot of reps on it, which is good in a sense of like it's well practiced. You have a lot of like reps in order to actually finalize what you want to do around the map. It's Haven, so like most teams play it the same way, so it's not like you're giving too much away in some of these instances. But it is a negative in that you've played it like 9 times and it's like you've won it 5, lost it 4. There's 4 games worth of stuff that Deti Ulice can look at and go, okay, this is why they lost there. Like, post plants weren't very good on A, their retakes weren't very good on C, etc. And like, find those things to just punish and direct your way of playing, especially when you've been playing it a lot yourself as Deti Ulice and you've been winning it a lot yourself.
Yeah, well, this is it. So you move into your map pick now, map under the belt. Sure, the player's coming back in instead of the coach, but at this point, that last map, certainly towards the end, you're starting to really build up a bit of momentum, and I think we need to see that same flair from Checkmate coming into their opponent's map pick, coming into Demek being very aggressive in those early picks, somewhere that there wasn't a lot of success when it came to map 1. I haven't even looked at the stats for him, but now I am, and 2 out of 6 opening duels that he went for, he was winning on the Rays. So it certainly wasn't as easy of a time compared to 1-0, barely losing a duel, but an opening duel, say that. So yeah, there's definitely a lot to look at and I guess be a little bit apprehensive about when it comes to Checkmate. But it's not out of the realms of possibility to destroy your opponent on their map pick. We've seen that at every level of the game. And I think a lot of that does just come down to, like you say, reps and prep and so on. But when we're talking about Checkmate, they are the ones with more tape, right? The reality is, though, in the exact same, because what you brought up, Ryan, was the fact that, you know, okay, there's 4 examples of how they've lost this, the things they've done wrong. Well, that's there for them to read from as well and figure out how to patch those holes in the ship before it becomes a big problem. Let's see if there's any changes in the agents that are brought to the field. And no, that's all looking like what we saw last time.
Yeah, I think out of all of the qualified teams, these are the 2 that have played Haven the most when it comes to like the rounds played. A lot more for Checkmate because, like I said, played 9 times, won 5. But it's also like a good 80 rounds or so played from this Deti Ulice team. I think the main things to look at is just like, again, Demek versus 1-0, the 2 duelists, 2 different characters as well that they're picking. And it's more, I think, the comfort in some of these areas. For like stats and stuff, Shaloni has been really good on the killjoy in places. Chester's Omen also has like really good impact. Neffy's assists per rounds is some of the highest, maybe even the highest from qualifiers when it comes to breach. But he is only 0.1 decibel place ahead of Gunners, who also has like really good stats in that department too. So I think, yeah, like if anything, I'm always excited to look at breaches on this map. As you know, Mitch, I'm somewhat of a breach connoisseur myself. And so like, yeah, looking at how this team does and how Gunners does especially is like the main things to look at.
Well, that's it, right? Gunners is obviously filling the boots that none had in the previous map, and you're a fan of breach. You certainly were a fan of that previous map because it was a phenomenal performance. Put up 17 assists closing it out. No one even came close to scratching that surface. 13-8 was the first map. DET Ulice, they played well, and it was on their opponent's map pick, but their opponents had a coach, and now the full squad is back on the server. Neffy picking up the breach. Excited to see our first glimpse at him here in the playoffs of Challengers Northeast. Defensive side start for DET Ulice. Ryan, would you be so bold as to give us a prediction for this map?
I think the favourite should be DET Ulice. Playing on defense, though, puts him on a bit of a back foot. It's easier to play on attack and checkmate. You've got your full team together. You've hopefully had a bit of a mental reset. You should really be hitting the tarmac as quickly as possible. And you've made it easier. Patik's dying alone. And all of these players actually stuck in one position. And actually, these players are picking them apart on the attack.
What in the world has happened? Yeah, I was with you on that train of thought. It seemed like next station was going to be checkmates, and it may yet be a quick turnaround from Neffy. The first round he gets to play in the series, and he gets 4 kills under his belt. Well, big boots to fill. Consider them full.
Yeah, it's enough, really, isn't it? But, like, good lord, I think Chatmap made a little bit of a dog's dinner of that one. Because you're looking at the minimap, it's like, okay, you get that first kill onto Patix, who had overextended, nobody was with him. And then you just look at all of these defenders that are like, it's like the Gauntlet Gladiators, just one at a time. You have to face them off before you move on to the next one. And it was those players that were able to do a lot of damage, get a lot of kills. Luckily, Neffy switched on, spots the flank as it's happening. Well, like, Chatmap gonna try and do the same thing. They win the pistol, 2 in the series so far. DET Ulice, they won like the eco after they had lost the pistol in Lotus. They're looking to do the same here.
What a crazy start to this game, to this map, at least to Neffy's series as well. That's one way to get your confidence rolling. I think I figured out what he's been doing while that first map was on. I think my guy might have been on the aim labs. He might have warmed up a little bit.
Just death matching.
Yeah, just queuing and queuing. Is it over yet? No, Cal, I'll do another. It's all good. Downloading any extra updates that were sitting in the background. Now 1-0 is a start. Already an opening pick. It's 1-0 that's dropped as well. This is perfect. And now some noise on the other side. Chris, big player in the previous map. Really here just selling the ruse. There's a danger in that corner. And the danger is avoided. Now you're obviously thinking it's a C-site player. At least they're sticking in position on B. The name of the game here for Chris was just to make the A site be a little bit more open.
30 seconds left.
But it seems
It's
like
pulled the rotations.
Yeah,
One of the few instances for Chris as well to make use of the recharging armor. Genuinely, because you're up against a lot of like classics here. Sheriff's at least being picked up by Gunners. Doing some damage would be nice, otherwise Chatmat should have a nice bonus here.
Indeed, well, it looks like they will. Yeah, some damage would be ideal. Locking players in, taking them down as they retreat. But with this kind of weaponry, it'll be tough. And, you know, you talked about the hood as well, Ryan, earlier on during our little mini segments. We were touching base on that, and I think that's one thing. The regenerating shields obviously need to be put in, which is being worked on. You know, it's a slow, laborious process, and I think it seems simple from the outside to sort of say, well, if they're in the game, they should be on the on the hood, right? It should be already done, easy peasy. But oh, Gunners, you're giving that orb whether you like it or not. But the situation is obviously much deeper, because it's like you add in one thing and it ends up breaking 13 others, and then you fix those and 20 more things are broken. And you know, anyone who's been involved in programming knows how that works. And the API changes and all this, you got to make sure it works with every iteration. So it's always interesting to talk to the graphics people and sort of the challenges that they face on the day-to-day of getting those things in. But like you said,
the bags
Chris,
under their eyes as well.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, they start talking about it and you hear just the deep sadness overwhelming their voice. But Chris did keep those shields. It's a little bit of a financial buff and a full buy across the board for both teams. It's going to be a beefy round.
Zera trying to play off the stun nicely. He knows that DMEC is there. The aftershock not going to quite flush him out of this position, but he's half HP, wants to be careful with taking this fight. And he really just needs help, somebody to peek off of him. Kozak does it, and he's able to not only get out alive, but get 2 kills off the back too.
Not a bad job at all, Ryan. Yeah, a little bit of a shutdown. It seemed like a terrible start, a perfectly timed stun from Gunners, and instead of the result that we expected, we're left in a 4v3. Low HP on Demek. Spike still in the attacker's control, and a slow retreat backwards to Chris, who's sure not claimed the space, but just because of the presence early on, the space is being given over. Everything is open. Although the one thing is they are going to the B site. The angle's being held passively by Patix is a real chance, because you're still thinking Demek's going to be first in after that drone. Patix avoided it. Could be dangerous now. They spotted just in time. Stun came in, and he's forced back. Nice.
Really nice stun as well. Good utility there to know that that crossfire is going to be watched. Use the shock dart to break a trip if it's there. Obviously, Patix on the Omen sees it, wants to hold that angle, but can only do so much. And this is like Checkmat's bonus. This might even be worth saving in some elements for Deti Ulice, because they really don't have that much money to work with, and they don't want this attacking side to just get the momentum that they want.
It is a crazy start. You know, 3k on everybody for the most part. And yet it's a bonus when everyone has rifles. They've managed their economy very well on this attacking side. The start, good, and the finish, perfect. Chris with 2 through the smoke. Headshots delivered. There was no chance to decline. 3-0 in the lead. What a start for this squad.
Marvelous work. Neffy just having pretty much the perfect start in like how they're playing. Like 4-0, 4 kills, 0 deaths, 1 away from having a rolling thunder. Money's on your side, you're up against an eco, so you can not have to use this rolling thunder if you can help it, but also get that lockdown going. Get stuff like a Hunter's Fury in hand for Kozak to play these post plans. But here it just feels like Deti Ulice, should they have been a bit more aggressive to confirm that kill onto Demek, or should they have just given it up? Them just sort of being in the space where they're watching it makes it an easy chance for the attacking team to group up and take that fight.
Yeah, mistakes were definitely made. And now the punishment, economically, there's not much to work with. 5 sheriffs, and well, the first doesn't land. It's Neffy again, really making his mark on this game. He missed that map, but he's come in to get kills enough for both.
You were mentioning Nats earlier, and like this killjoy position in this situation is very Nats. Just you're playing to make time, you're basically forcing the defenders to deal with you before they can do anything else.
That may actually be Zeru taking an accolade in my mind. I'll try to carry that forward in the future. I'll try to remember him, because I think that's the first time, including ranked, actually, that I've seen someone cloudburst dash into their opponent's spawn. It's a rare one. It really is. But,
that's what you put in your CV, just in a sentence.
Yeah. I correctly guessed there'd be someone in their spawn and cloudburst dash. Like, okay, fair enough. You're a lunatic, but it's worked out for you. I suppose it hasn't really, but you've earned an accolade. I guess he's happy with that. Why wouldn't he be? 4-0. That's a strong start for the attacking side. 4 players left alive as well. Economy is booming. It already was, but now getting even worse for the side of Deti Ulice, and they're up short, pulling out an operator by the looks of things, up against the rolling thunder as well. Ultimate's coming online for the attacking side. This could be a big snowball.
Also fighting on C2 to just be like, first of all, I don't know if they're really going to guess that the operator's online this early. More of a focus from Deti Ulice to be fighting and playing for mid.
This should do.
But it's like getting this orb over on C is the main thing, not necessarily executing this position. Depends on what kind of tempo they want to play. But with this Cypher camera, it's going to stop it for the time being. Utility's broken. And no, they're going straight in.
Punishment taking a moment. The utility will keep them back. Paranoia as well. Oh, they're really being kept in position, and the rotations in as a result. Rolling Thunder, though, that causes some problems. Players stunned up in the backside, but the reinforcements are delivering exactly as needed. The op of one's arrow under threat, but the shorty came out to save the day. And now Neffy, nice shot, but that's all there is to write home about. One round on the board at long last for the defensive side.
A strange one, really. Checkmate had the read, broke the right utility, wanted to go for the execute, even used the Rolling Thunder, but just couldn't really still get in onto the site. Maybe it felt a little bit too obvious. Maybe Deti at least were just set up comfortably there, but 1-0 operator is known now that he has a hold of it. Whether that changes much in how Checkmate want to play this, it's hard to know at this point, but when you've got so many good ultimates 1-0 orb away, you want to be playing around that. Just more big stuff to turn around for you. Again, they're going to be fighting for A.
Yeah, the reveal, no doubt, will be broken. Plenty of players here. So there will be no punish, but for none, it's still the information that not only have they smoked you off, committing some early utility that does come back online, but they've broken it. There's players there. Presence has been taken. So none falls back, doesn't hold this aggressive angle, doesn't want to go down, but also calls for reinforcements. 3 players now sitting on the A side.
Been a key bit of utility we're seeing on the defensive side, but it's more the attacking one, the Eld run. Are you going to put that towards mid to see if that's where the operator is? Are you going to try and re-clear sewers? There's definitely a sense of like Checkmate being scared that the operator is over on A. That's why they smoked off long in the first place. So they have to be really careful here. They're not going to run into the operator. They're going to run into 3 players that are all cross-fired, ready to go with utility. And they've not created any pressure on any other part of the map. The Cypher camera's unbroken on C. The defenders have the read.
They have the read, and as you said, they have the utility. They didn't get it baited out early on, so you're running straight into a very stacked site. 4 players here, even as they find the first kill, down to 3. But still, do they expect this many numbers? They're going to the back site, catching one. Zeru catching Kaya. It's all down to none. 1v3, a cleanup on the site by Checkmate, and now they know where none is. All 3 players focused on this position. The triple swing off contact, that nano swarm to take none down before that even occurs. What a clean play. I mean, as they move towards that stack, I didn't think they had a snowball's chance in hell.
No, it's just like that's been Haven so far, hasn't it? On like Deti Ulice's defense, that they've had the right people in the right positions, but it hasn't mattered. You lose Demek instantly because he accidentally dashes into an aftershock and then is sprayed down by 2 players. But the rest of the team is able to follow off the back of him. It doesn't matter if he's at the bottom of the scoreboard for his team, because those trades are coming in thick and fast. And we're seeing a real nice clear up and real nice team play from Checkmate that frankly was missing on their map pick of Lotus. I know they had their coach in the server, but for everybody else it still felt out of sync. And that's maybe because they started on the defense, right? They picked to start an attack here, and it's made a world of difference.
Yeah, getting to set the pace, getting to move as a unit, as a pack, and really put pressure where they want instead of being pressured. It is working out for a completely different face to the Checkmate side. 5-1 start and a timeout used by their opponents early on. Couple ultis there for them, but just look at, pardon me, look at what they're going to be investing into this round. There's really not a lot there. You can grab a rifle or 2 or 3 and then go for a few weaker weapons. Okay, it looks like they're going to put it all on the line, Ryan. I wasn't really expecting this, to be honest. I thought they'd take a few pistols, and sure, 6-1 is a bad start, but is it that much worse than 5-1? If they lose this round, it is going to go downhill quickly.
It's probably something that Checkmate are not going to expect. That's the only turning point around it. And with the dash, with the stun, with the Hunter's Fury, they're really going to try and put the pressure over onto Chris, but he's just been a stalwart object, and it's going to continue. He's holding his ground against 3 players and kills 2 of them.
That is such good work in a round where they've already put so much into it on the other side. The Hunter's Fury activated now. The Neural Theft as well. All of their credits put on the line. Deep push in spawn. Stun. Perfect. And the punish is instantaneous. They gambled here. Rolled the dice. And they haven't even seen the result. They are out cold. The 4v2. They're still going to go for it. At this point, Sunk cost fallacy takes over. They put too much in to turn away, but they'll be put into the ground instead. 6-1. And it's, by the looks of things, not going to get any better from here.
Oh no, you look at the money, you look at the ultimates on the other side. Chris 10-3 is something just seemed to break in him. I think Lotus, because at a certain point he was just absolutely running the show for this team. But it's just such a good play, such a good hold. It doesn't matter if Deti at least know that he's there. It's still hard to deal with him. But also the call for rest of Czechman to go for a fast execute, to go and take defender spawn, knowing that the majority of people are behind them. They're still making sure that they're never on the back foot. Even if some of these fights aren't necessarily planned, they're coordinated.
Oh, wow. Well, it looks like they saw a lot of commitment on the other side and said, you know what, on your eco, we'll return the favor. Hunter's Fury used there alongside Neon. I'm not really sure. They're still committing to this, flooding a site through smokes up against pistols. This is a combination of confidence and overcommitments, but it works out perfectly for a 7-1 lead. I'm not quite sure they needed that level of a show of force, but it worked.
It worked massively as well. It's crazy looking, really, and this is why I'm excited to have like East sort of join us and combine regions, because like that's Eastern European Valorant in a nutshell. Like they're just a mechanic ready to fight anything and anyone from both sides, and it means that both teams have to be pretty much ready and waiting. And it doesn't matter, I'm not saying any teams are like this, but it doesn't matter how brain dead your play is if you're all doing it together.
But that is a very good point, Ryan. Honestly, the idea of a bad strat being executed perfectly is often better than a perfect or good strat being executed poorly. And so, you know, being together, all inning it like that, it's crazy, but it works. And in that round, you know, they only had pistols on the other side, but now you don't know what to expect. No matter what round you're coming up against, it's no holds barred Valorant.
At least the pace has slowed down a little bit. One shot that's been used to try and break a trip on B, but it's not quite there. They do break the one over in Garage, though. Just trying to break the map down of where this utility is. Kia's going to act like a tripwire himself at this point, but if he dies, there's no trade. The Breach is ready with a stun on A. And it's the Aldrin that's actually baiting that attention, focused on the A side, but it's a B execute about to come in.
I've always been a fan of human tripwires, and here we go! It's Kaya for 2, the stun! Although Chris still hits it. Stuns are cosmetic, remember, and if you needed proof, you just got it. Kaza could do wonders for the round if he takes down Wanzeru, and that's exactly what he'll do. Now the defensive side a little blind to where the hit's coming in, but with a player already in the C site, Paddox steps in into the fray and perfectly past Chester, who goes down to Gunners. Now the round is in disarray. The spikes made it here with 12 seconds left. They need to plant. The paranoia is still there for Paddox, although Gunners isn't. 7 seconds. Paddox dancing inside the smoke, staying alive, but not for long enough. With the kills going down, the plant not even needed, and the rounds, well, not moving for the side of the defense. This uphill battle, it's a trudge, it's a trek. They'll at least have money for rifles here, but Ryan, if they don't stop them now, I think we will be going to Fracture.
Yeah, it seems that way. And if it's like we were looking at Szach Map being the underdogs in this one because they've played it a lot more, sure, but they've lost it a lot more, they've shown a lot more. But I don't think it matters. Like, how are you able to anti-strat a team that plays like this? It's just, it reminds me of old Ascend with just how fluid they were. Like, okay, something's not gone well, but we're all coordinated on doing this next thing. We're going to do that together and look strong.
It is impressive. And it's enjoyable to watch as well.
Oh, it's very fun.
A turnaround from that previous map. Again, you know, you have a player on the server and a coach in a coach slot. You know, all things as they're meant to be. Demek get a very, very slow start. Oh, that stun. It's caught him, but he's still good. Shot delivered to Nun's head. The battle will continue as Kaya tries to hold on to control of the double doors. In fact, I see Wanzeru stepping up. Demek just put his teammate in the ground, and he's not happy about that. Looking for revenge, and he'll find it. The numbers equalized.
4v4 now. Both teams wanting to try and bait out aggression from the other. So much side for utility to play off, though. You don't want to overpeak of your Patix. You might even want to play around this trip in itself, but Kia's gone for a similar play to what he did last round. They've been the main entry point against a rolling thunder that's maybe about to be online for Neffy. You have to be careful.
30 seconds left.
That trap still covering the back. Neffy's about to spot it. There it is, the info to play with. So close. The timing. Oh, Chris! What a reaction! With the ult in hand, Neffy didn't stand a chance in that duel, but Chris takes this round across the line, kicking and screaming at the rest of his team. The ult used to run down the clock. The plant underway. If 1-0 can get the kill, no. There's so many players watching it. The alarm bot alerted them. There was a chance, but again, just too slim. 9-1.
This is crazy, really, with how this is going. Maybe some of it feels like a little bit just forced. I think, like, this is ridiculous from Demek, for one. But a lot of these plays that are coming out of the defense now are just, like, forced gambles. Like, it worked for Kia last round, but you also saw 1-0 pushing A main alone and getting killed. And so the advantage that Deti at least got in round 9, they lost it because they were overeager. And the same thing happened there, right? Just... one gamble can work to find yourself an advantage, but a second one usually just brings checkmate back into these rounds.
You should run.
Oh, coming into round 11. Lockdown has been put into play by Chris. This is an unusual round, to say the least. The spike under the control of the defensive side with Kaya taking Chester. Chris with Neffy going down. It's a bloodbath. And the Cypher, the one to draw the most, a triple kill, and finally a result that puts some favor into the defensive side's lap. Still, 1 round left to play for, a 9-3 half. Hell, it was enough for BBL to take down Fnatic, so who knows?
Anything can happen, especially in EMEA as a whole region. But like there, I don't know if it's like more of a common lockdown that we're seeing, the one in Garage on attack, or whether that's just something that Checkmate have been doing a lot of in their games. The Deti Ulice were just way ahead of it. They tried to play in those positions last round too, of just away from Garage, try to fight a lot more for C-Long, try to fight a lot more for mid. Some of these ult plays, you need to be careful as Checkmate. You've shown a lot, and if the same rounds play out the same way with these ultimates, no wonder the Deti Ulice are in the right positions at the right times.
This time, Deti Ulice pushed up C long, but they've also kept aggressive A control. A spam through the smoke, grabs one, but Demek firing on all cylinders. Looking for more, will be shut down, but none cannot escape this site. Advantage taken and maintained by Checkmate. And Turret now spotting there's players behind. Chris has been impressive. The crouch peek, but Gunners hot on the trigger. Another found by the defensive side, and now Deti Ulice with a real chance to take this across the line. It was an uphill battle, a retake that didn't look that possible. They have managed to put their best foot forward. Neffy, a player that didn't even compete in the last map. He's got Rolling Thunder. That's one to stun, though. In return, Gunners has kept his teammate alive, has bought them time, but time is ticking away. They need to step forward and deal with Neffy now. All he wants is an isolated fight, and he's got it. A player with util out. Gunners unable to trade. The stun is perfect, and ring a rosy. Neffy comes in for the kill. It's 10 rounds for Checkmate, and, well, and a very impressive clutch for Neffy. He's definitely made a mark on this map.
Really impressive. Like, but as Deti Ulice here, it's just a case of like, what can you even do? You've got 2 players alive, but you see that the breach is Rolling Thunder. You don't know how much utility he has after that. There was already little time to work with. This time it felt like it was Checkmate that were like overextending and trying to do a little bit too much with like fighting that flank, isolated in a lot of those cases. But for like both these series, one other thing you have to highlight, both Neons have had some crazy good stuns, some really nice utility. Again, Demek's not necessarily lighting up the kill feed all that much, but I think he had a terrific job as a duelist, as an entry. There were a lot more trades, and it's one of the main reasons why Checkmate is as up as much as they are.
Well, this pistol could be the beginning of the end. It could just be the end. For all intents and purposes, C-site rotation comes in. We've seen contact, and my goodness, they are certainly expecting this to be a direct approach. Stun in return, swing in, no one spotted. That's the reaction. It was a big over-rotation by the defensive side, and with no further info, they go back to a 2-2-1. It's just the fact that Kozak is so pushed up that they can keep this heavier stack on the left side of the map.
Not really much room for error for Deti Ulice on this attacking side, but they're going to try and go for the C-split. Demek not wanting to be shown by the recon dart. Whether they realise that he's backside yet remains to be seen, but Chris is taken down. The aftershock is going to bring him out of that position. And there's an attempt to help him. Demek doesn't, maybe not need it.
Oh, Nephew with another. Hey, there was a chance, but it's all left down to Kozak. Flurry of frags from Gunner. Kozak's just coming up long. He's there. But not quite in time to catch anyone fading back into Garage. The cage gives him a moment of solace, but once that fades, the round is done. None the one to deliver the death blow. 10-3. And if this pistol went the other way, it could have been the end, but you could be looking at the beginning of a comeback, although it's very early days.
I mean, I think for Checkmat, there was a bit of a comeback in their game against Nom. They were up a lot, probably a similar scoreline to this, and it went into OT.
Oh my.
Then, however, it was on Abyss, which feels a little bit more like attacking sided in places, but also it was a lot to do with like Demek just going nuclear on the attacking side and being quite quiet on the defense. Here it is just better team play out of Checkmat. Deti Ulice, they usually like the attacking side a little bit more on average. But you have to love it to be able to come back on this one.
Yeah, not the most likely of comebacks, but we shall see. One step at a time, one foot in front of the other. One very mixed investment from the attack side. And in these rounds, you typically see more of a unit, of a blob on that map, with players sticking together to try to retrieve any dropped valuable weapons. Give those pistols a bit more of a roll once they're backed up by the rifles. This time, though, it is a 3-2. Garage control being sought for, and a big part of this just being that they're waiting to see if there's any aggression from that defensive side. There won't be. Eventually, with 45 seconds left on the clock, the blob comes back into play. 5 players through long, seaside taken, mostly long range angles, so there's not a ton to worry about. You see that smoke, you immediately know this guy's got a shorty and he's trying to shoot me in the face with it. You don't walk into the smoke. Usually, Kaya did, but luckily they've killed Chester through a box and a smoke with an outlaw, so fair enough.
They tend to play with a pistol at least. Canary in the coal mine.
Yeah, very much.
In two minds here, whether they try to go for like picks whilst people are trying to leave, exit frags, or whether they try and die to the spike. They're going to dedicate to it. They want to fight. Them rounds are good enough that they can gamble this a little bit. Deti at least are dealing with it nicely for the most part.
Yeah, one extra kill's not that much. Kozak, not an easy fight with the classic on range against the full armored opponent with the Bulldog, who's looking right at you. That will make a fight a little bit difficult. 10-4. Okay, 2 rounds. This is what's expected. This is the standard, the vanilla start to a half. This is where things get really interesting, though. Defensive side, rifles. Attacking side, a choice. A lot of them want to upgrade an investment. You know, you can see that the economy is definitely not in the same position as it was for Checkmat in that first half. They had like 4 or 5 Vandals coming into this round. But it's still giving them the ability to fight. A win here would be huge for the comeback.
One other thing that I just saw as well, these teams have actually played up against each other in the qualifiers from East, in which Deti at least won 13-9. So a bit of revenge here as well on this map. Teams actually having some experience against each other. But the last win that Checkmat had was a 13-2 against your favorite team, Mitch Wild. It shows that they have the potential to win dominantly when they have things going for them. Really, this anti-bonus isn't amazing when you've got a Guardian and a Judge. That's still going to be a lot of pressure for Deti at least to deal with.
Okay. Second shot lands. Kozak down, and well, you hear that outlaw ring out.
Cover going out.
Did he have drone?
Did he have drone? Yeah. I don't think he used it, so I presume so. A bold move indeed to go body checking it. And a cost that was paid in full. Demek in for the triple, and the 4th will be denied, but enough has been done. That is disgusting. And well, with a round on the board, it wasn't even the full buy that we were so excited about that got the damage done.
Yeah, it really did feel like Checkmat sort of fell into a bit of a trap there, just waiting for this peak early. And if you got the Eldron there clearing it, it's nice, but you can't have expected Demek to be here in the first place, never mind with a judge. Just enough for the rest of the team to play off, causing a little bit more chaos on Deti Ulice. It was a bonus for them. They still have a full buy here. They have a Rolling Thunder on this attacking side, looking to go C quickly and aggressively. Chester has to hold his own. He has some support from the Killjoy, but not as much as he would do from a Cypher.
Here comes the dash. Chester. He's having a tough one. He's made it out. So is his teammate. Low. He hasn't made it out. Not quite around the corner. And the punish. Well, despite, you know, Paddix and Wanzeru, they're both tagged pretty low, but now we're in a situation, post-plant, Rolling Thunder, spawn, locked down by Kaya, utility covering push-ups, camera in mid as well, and the Rolling Thunder post-plant. This really could put the round to bed.
Everybody's going to group up. No Omen to smoke off the Chuck and C long, so everybody's playing there, but could be a little bit like fish in a barrel. At least the Breach Ultimate's going to create some space.
Oh, yeah, but that stun is perfect. The punish on Demek. No further aggression needed. Well, Chris has just ripped the head off of someone on long, but he had to get out of there, so he's just battling his way. They've already called for the save long before that fight even began. Gone to the spawn to bring these weapons through to the next. A well-fought-for round by Deti Ulice. The Seaside take. You know, really, once they get in there, once their teeth are into it with the Rolling Thunder, like I said, it's just too much to fight against, and it's so early in the round that they still have not just have the Rolling Thunder, but all of their utility, or most of it, is online as well.
Yeah, you're going to be maybe a bit annoyed if you're Chester there too, because you're like fighting in that smoke. As you're leaving, I think Chris fires. He's got a Vandal. They see Traces. They shoot back at the Traces. They kill Chester, who's literally crossing at the same time. But both players, like, both of them sort of being funneled in that one position is hard enough. You don't have anybody trying to come through from where Chris is right now, right? Because that's smoked off. You don't want to just make it too easy for some of these players, even though they're all on Vandals for Deti Ulice, just spraying in smokes.
Well, Blade Storm for Wanzeru won't be used just yet. So maybe if they need to get out of a sticky situation. Comeback has been theorized, but let's just say those wheels are turning slowly at the moment. Kozak looks like he'll have a challenge. Take a look at the mini-map. Shift towards that right side. Play for A would be the right call if they do move this towards the B site. They're going to be running into that judge yet again, and the damage it did last time was significant.
Eldron used on A, so that might start to pull the breach over to support the Silver, who's alone on site. Or actually, they're still having to read. A recon that's going to clear up A, sees nothing. The execute going to come in. I don't know if they spotted Demek, who's in that corner with the judge, but he's still able to get one before he's traded.
Yeah, I think Demek was a little lost as to where that jet had gone. Chris, though, not so much. And in there for three! Chris! This guy's unbelievable. Last map, some good plays. So far here, a couple of bangers, but when we're on board with him for some of these plays, man, the crosshair just moves so quick. Look at it. Bang! Instantly onto none. They had no chance.
Yeah, he's been, like, fantastic. I think one of the newer players that was on this team, I think CM was on it beforehand. Or actually, Zaloni was. I don't know if Chris is the same player with a different username or a different player entirely, but he's been a fantastic addition with the way that he's playing and some of these fights he's taking. Not a lot of chances for Deti Ulice and not a lot of money or ultimates in order to try and make this work, but they have to. Match point.
Oh, up top, Wanzeru. We waited for the Blade Storm. Here it is. The shot lands. Okay. At least the first is to be theirs. The flank still protected as well. And plenty of utility as we've seen before. The paranoia, the flashes, the aftershocks. And the shock dart still online. Nice little smoke up top as well. Gonna cause some problems on the jump down. Chris 20 and 8 at the moment. Sensational. performance that's been put forward. A chance to extend on that, but dropping with back turn. That's looking the wrong way. 3 kills to close this one, surviving on just 1 HP. A narrow margin and a thin division between success and failure here. One small falter, and they're going to map 3. But for now, Deti Ulice continue the grind.
Demek still committing to the close quarter weapons, this time with the Bucky. But that was like the royal sweep of a round for 1-0 and Gunners. Not only getting the kills, but 1-0, a lot of the kills that he got. That first one with the Blade Storm was off the back of a really nice stun from Gunners. So those two playing really nicely, really good post plan. Still a hell of a long way to go. And they don't really have any big ultimates to open up a site or win a post plant available to them anytime soon. You just got to do this off your own back, and Hunter's Fury, Lockdown, Rolling Thunder, all looking to be available soon for checkmate if this map keeps going on any longer.
Take flight.
1 minute 20 on the clock. Drone goes out to clear A, and it will clear A. What they don't know is there's players tucked in every nook and cranny.
I'm out of here.
It will be Demek that has to spot that. And they're still hiding, still waiting. Updraft used, though. Now you know there's a player on the right-hand side. One on the left as well. The numbers overwhelm. And indeed they do. Leaving just one stuck down on Long Kozak. He is out of this round with a firing squad waiting. It's Chris on a 1v3 after a phenomenal map, as we've seen. Wouldn't surprise me if Chris is able to make this clutch happen.
Bit of a weird neural theft to be using. You find out where the killjoy is, you still go to that site anyway. I say that because it's just like there isn't really that much for Deti at least to keep using, to keep having available, unless this really goes the distance and we're looking at like 12-10, 12-11 scorelines. But now you might be looking at that. If you're checkmate, you've lost a couple of players early, you might want to save the guns because you have so much readily available now. But instead you're going to try and half armor and almost sort of semi-force this to an extent. You have all these ultimates you lose the round still. You're really letting Deti at least back into this map.
No ground.
Yeah, like you said, this is a team that has seen these comebacks realized before up against them, being forced to overtime despite a strong half. That, though, is a shutdown to start us off. Chester putting it into a 5v4, and the reaction seems to be, surprisingly, to just completely back off on A. They're going to play retake on it, and just not wanting to give any chances that they don't need to.
Yeah, lockdown, right? So they can afford to. That's why they had this set up for the AWP, because they know that Deti at least want to get some of these ultimates online. They need to. The Chester almost uses that against them. Grace has a nice crossfire. Hunter's Fury going to be used now that they realize that this is a C execute. Patik's trying to get a little bit, but this crossfire is too much. Kia has to do it all.
1v4, well, 1v5 indeed. The ace clutch already finding the first steps heard going back. Guess who's waiting? It's Demek. Actually, not waiting anymore, instead running to the other side of the map. Demek will certainly be on A before Kia will, and at that point, I think this might just be a quick conclusion. It was a slow start to the series for Demek, but certainly warmed up by the time we got on to Haven, as was the entire team. Fracture seems to be where we're going. Spike's still not planted. Too many players here. They can run one at a time and just run this clock all the way down. 20 HP and a drop from Demek that closes it out. We are going the distance in this series. 13-8 on the first, 13-7 on the second. That's a nice competitive scoreline and a middle ground to close it on, Ryan. I'm gonna say, you said that the Deti Elite squad was favorites coming into this map, Ryan. What the hell, man? Why'd you lie to us?
I mean, credit to them. Like, they bounced back very quickly from everything that was happening. Both teams winning their opponent's map pick seems to be just being able to play on the side that you want to play on. Namely, the attack is going to have a lot of impact. And on Fracture, genuinely would mean the same, I would think. So, big advantage to whoever's attacking first. I'll have to double check, actually. But regardless, it's a map that both teams have a lot of experience on and a great place to finish this series.
Oh, it should be a fun one when we do end up there. And I mean, looking back at this map, there was no shortage of individual brilliance. Obviously on Lotus, the focus goes to Deti Ulice 13-8 victory, big performances, and the fact that their opponents were playing with a coach as well. It's sort of, you're at least impressed that Checkmat could still put 8 up. But Kriz was definitely drawing our eye. He was a phenomenal individual player. On Haven, I feel like he stepped it up to another level, and if that performance can be carried through to Fracture, and we see Checkmat in this kind of form, it could be a very quick third map, to be honest, man.
Yeah, if they can keep that momentum in their favor. A lot of big questions asked to Deti Ulice at this point to see exactly what they're able to do, I think. And you're right, Kriz, constant nightmare to deal with in these positions, but just a way to, like, this is a round that Checkmat ended up winning off of that position. Being in a 3 versus 5, they can still turn it around. And just so many of these rounds, they have enough individual ability that can turn disadvantages very, very much into their favor.
And Neffy as well. I mean, obviously, well, I guess let's stick with comparisons of the first map and talk about Demek. Demek had a really rough first half. It was like, we're talking about early fights being lost. We're talking about any space taking, you know, a lot of kills. I think there was a point where he had 4 kills and maybe 2 of them came off as showstopper. Like, it's just not, or maybe it was a showstopper and a nade, but either way, definitely not the best individual game. And then we come into this one and the Neon looks a little bit more comfortable. Might only be 16-16, but there were some big plays in important rounds, and seeing that confidence build is definitely an important factor. But I say Kriz defending the spawn, clutch plays, it didn't matter, just delivering every single time. I'm excited if that is going to be carried forward into the next one. Ryan, I guess with what we've seen now, Checkmat with Neffy on the server as well, putting up, I mean, look, for 4K in the first round, the pace was most certainly set. The tone was set at that point. Do you think that we are expecting a close third map, or can you see this swinging dominantly one way or the other?
I think it is just like whoever starts on the attack, whoever picks up the pistol, whoever just gets that early advantage. But I imagine we'll be seeing a lot more Neffy on Breach for sure. We'll have to see. But yeah, this third map is an absolute banger one to finish on for these guys.
Oh, I love Fracture. It's my favorite map to cast, Ryan. So I'm very excited to get on over to that one. It's been very fun casting with you here today. Let's continue on map 3 after the break.
When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up your sleepy, hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. Love will save the day. When you feel like you're stranded at the edge of the world, I know you've been taken for granted. Give some love to yourself and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step and hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. So go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. 'Cause love just gonna save the day. Love's gonna save the day. I've been giving you the worst. Now you wanna stay tonight. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no hug. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pity how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. No, I don't like no holidays. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. Right after we're done.
Pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or city streets. A third of our households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet.
I want someone who can please me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and evermore.
Well, Ryan, it's been less than 3 weeks, unless my math fails me, since we've seen these two teams battle it out on Fracture. I know this because you read out the stats to me before or during the break. And, well, why don't you share with the people how it went last time these teams went head-to-head?
Yeah, it was during the Eastern qualifiers to get into this event in the first place. Like I said, both teams came through the qualifying process, neither were invited. And they went the way actually of Czech Map 13-4. I'd say for Czech Map though, the results ever since have not been the most stellar. Losing to one side in overtime, losing to Metasport 13-9 and beating Unway in overtime. So like they were pushed by a lot of teams that we didn't even see get to like the top 16, right? And even losing to like the Metasport. But I guess that early win against them would go a long way if it can be helped. They have the wind in their sails. But Deti Ulice also know how to start a map brightly, especially when they're attacking.
Well, this is it. You know, you look at the last time they played and the differences between then and this series. I mean, DET 27 and 11 on the Neon on Fracture when they had that 13-4. So, of course, Czech Map are going to be in a good spot when their Neon is sliding around the map uncontested like that. And we're talking about that they were playing up against the Cypher as well. So it's not just freedom to go where you want. There had to be that little bit more layering to it. You also have to look at, you mentioned, because we were ready for Zaloni to play today, and obviously the player on the server, the name doesn't match up, but the performance definitely does. So assuming Crizzy wants to be called Crizzy, regardless of whether they're a different player, the same player, what the hell's going on, we're in for at least that department to be possibly even better. I think the performance we just saw on Haven inspires me that sure, maybe someone like the Mech hasn't been able to hit that same level. Maybe they do here, but if they don't, there are other players here who are perfectly capable of stepping up to fill those gaps. Also back then, seems like Neffy just didn't play the game. I don't know if it was a boaster on Abyss type deal, just sit and spawn, or what's going on, but yeah, I think that there's definitely positives here. And coming hot off of 13-7 like that, I guess I'll ask you to give us another prediction, right? Let's throw you under another bus.
It's hard.
How you feeling?
It does flip in the way of Czech Map. I think it was the what you have picked against you and what you pick yourselves that was a little bit turbulent for Czech Map's chances here. But the fact that he goes to this third map, out of all of the maps available realistically to Czech Map to play, this is the better one, I think, to be going for. Again, like out of all the teams I've played in all of the stages of this tournament, Chatmat have the most rounds on this map because they've just played it the most. And it was the same thing for Haven. And those extra reps really made a difference in how they played some of those unplayable situations where you don't necessarily have a plan for them. And then Fracture, they exist in droves. There's an abundance of things that you have to keep in the back of your mind that you can't exactly put on a Valor plan and default at the start of a round, right? You have to be able to adapt, and that's something that Checkmate have a lot of experience in. So I'd say that they'd probably be the favorites, unless Deti Ulice can just shut them up early and quickly.
I think especially touching on a point that you made there about the maps in particular, because we talk about reps and how important they are, and on maps like Haven and especially Fracture, these are two maps where the push and pull is exaggerated by how large the map is, by the rotation times as well,
yeah.
and how deep those choke points, how deep those contest points in the early round tend to be. So I think that then you look at Fracture, obviously there's even more chaos to how those rotations are coming in and the difficulties that they'll face there. Now, in comparison to what we saw last time these two teams faced, again, aside from the killjoy on Checkmate's name changing, it seems like everything is going to be the same.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same in regards to like the difference in sentinels, the difference in initiators, the difference in duelists as well is kind of the main one. I guess like Chester playing on the Brimstone isn't too much of a surprise. A lot of teams have been doing it. Yeah, I think pretty much everything is exactly the same for Checkmate at the very least. For the sort of team of Deti Ulice, it's a little bit more like touch and go on who's exactly playing what, just because they were all from different teams. But yeah, None is still over on the Sova. Here, Cypher is one of the like best performing aspects of it, and so is 1-0's Raze, who was a little bit quieter in that last map. Demek was showing up a lot more, still down on kills. Neither was necessarily like lighting up the ACS feed, but it was more like the impact plays mostly came from Demek than it did more so from 1-0.
And it's worth mentioning for you folks at home that this is not a culmination of pressure as we move to this third map. They're defending their spot in the upper bracket, but there is a lower bracket awaiting them. So it's not the end of the world, but it is certainly a step down, and you go right to the edge of the cliff. This is a chance for revenge for Deti Ulice, losing 13-4 last time they played. You mentioned 1-0. We had highlights throughout this series of 1-0. We hyped him up before the game. Last time they played, he was the bottom fragger with 5 kills on the board on a Raze. Agent comps are the same, map is the same, but time has passed. 3 weeks ago, the answer to who wins this map was a resounding and clear vote in favor of who now is the defensive side, but instead you get to run it back. Let's see if it's any different or if history will repeat itself. Looks like a very early piece of aggression, but it's Fracture, so it's semi-expected, and a bit of posturing outside of B. A big swing by Demek and a hit, but they hit just as hard in return.
Yeah, that first pick was really nice, I think, from Demek, when he's such low HP, but he's trying to get a player that's tucked around the corner. Nobody can trade him. Just one of those instances of trying to do a little bit too much, but it was a nice little setup from Checkmate on this defense. They're rotating all the way around for the attacker spawn. None might be able to catch them here, but he does fluff his lines a little bit. You have to be careful if you're Kosok, but he's able to win the fight again. It's ill-discipline from both sides. It's the other player that's able to win out because some of these lines are flubbed.
Yeah. None down. Gaia 1-0. Gunners, everyone has fallen. Pallet to try to open the door and catch them by surprise, but they had just rounded the corner. A quick adjustment. The round goes as expected. The numbers win out. The 3v1 goes to Checkmate, as does the round. A 1-0 start.
Like I said, the setup was nice. The way that Demek is playing around the team a little bit more, waiting for stuns, baiting out some of that utility. Team play really looking a lot more solid. Surprise, surprise, when Neffy's in the server instead of their coach. But it already looked like okay on aspects of Lotus when they were missing Neffy, but it's just like it really brings this team onto the next level. As a reminder, like both these teams didn't make it through the Swiss stage undefeated. Checkmate lost a series, I think, against Metasport, which was a best of 3. Deti Ulice losing their first game against Enterprise to best of 1. So not bad, but not perfect from either side.
We've seen this before. The judge on Demek, the aggressive push, but he won't be punishing this time. Deti Ulice Had none just outside that smoke, but the rest of the squad is towards this B site, clearing out under. And these rounds are going to be valuable to play for the orb. Paddock's already 4 orbs out of 8 towards getting himself the ultimate. And a chance for another. Indeed, it will be found with a kill onto Chester. Now the orb picked up, and well, Paddock's is looking very healthy in terms of the ult economy. And well, we're not finished just yet. Look over towards that A site. Kaya has walked past an orb, hasn't picked it up. Guess who's on their way to retrieve it?
It's more of a question of if you use it in like this round, if you get a hold. You find that advantage, yeah, absolutely you should, because it could turn the tide. None here, all he needs to do is keep some of that attention. The execute's going to come in on either side, but none still doesn't have much information. He has recon that in a second. He just needs to wait.
Oh, but of course, as soon as noise is heard on the site, the judge rounds the corner, takes the kill. Now up close is Kaya. That's a judge. They know that a judge should be around the corner. Kaya's gone pushing. Demek with the instantaneous punish. And the reload, well, it will cost him his life. Good damage at the end of the day, but the round goes as expected.
Deti at least got what they wanted. They got a plant, a couple of kills, and that big ultimate for their full buy. Not really too much work done for Checkmat. But it was like a couple of instances like Checkmat there for Chester. Like he's holding the angle with an outlaw. He gets the kill. He wide peeks even more to try and get another one. Misses the shot. He has to reload. And now he's just given a pistol a really easy fight against him. In a yet again another position where nobody can trade him or like take his gun away. So there is a little bit of like ego peak sort of coming out. The series has been going a while. Players are going to get tired naturally. But I would like to see Checkmat not over-egg it if they can help it in some of these fights, because the setups are good. You just don't want to bring the other team back into it by overextending.
Well, this is the thing. You know, sometimes you want to shoot your shot, but especially with the outlaw, where you get the... It's not like you're swinging with an operator, where the reload wouldn't have made a difference. Instead, you miss that second shot, and also you'll have a quicker reload if you fall back and just take the one bullet in, so you can still get involved in that action, involved in the push when it does come through. I get what you're saying. It's not ideal to see those cracks starting to form early on. Now, we saw a stun held for B main aggression. Nobody showed their face, and for some reason, the reaction is to quickly move towards the A side. In fact, there is no hesitation on the side of the attack. They are running it down. Orbital strike comes into play, and that's why Chester out of position, out of luck, and out of the round. Kozak able to drop gunners, though. We're still doing damage to them as they walk on in. It's an awkward fight that results in a 2v3. Another difficult but winnable situation. The thing is, all the weapons that have fallen, they sit in the open, well defended by the attackers.
Prowler making sure that nobody pushes in to defend the spawn, considering neither player is here. And none is watching the flank. He is only 10 HP, so it might not matter all too much. And there's no reason to save these guns either, so you might as well go for the play. Get this money out of Deti Ulice. The round pretty much already won. It's more, what damage can you do?
Well, right there, 10 HP left on none. That could have been huge. They have 3 rifles. Anyone they lose now is guaranteed losses. Money left on the floor, and so it shall be. Only 2 players to carry through their rifles. All in all, I think that's a pretty successful round for the defensive side. And they get to come into this one, purchasing up what they want, their full buy, in effect. And Demek even having the ultimate could help out their economy. I'm curious to see what the investment decision is there, because players don't always want to use that ult as their main weapon, but the judge back up. Now we're talking.
Yeah, I think for that round it was like Deti Ulice had really good tempo. They got that orbital strike online, and they really didn't seem the Checkmat were even aware that that ultimate was available. Otherwise, I don't think Chester would have been caught in that spot. It's also like they want to try and play aggressively on the defense towards A main, but the last round they had the neon over towards like arcade, and they made a lot of noise there. Like they put the wall up instantly and stuff, right? So immediately that's information for Deti to at least to know, like, okay, the neon's not here. We could just go fast A main. Like the Brimstone can't really stop us unless he's using Molly.
It was a well thought out round. The benefit, I guess, comes into this one. You don't have your ultimate to help you out. And not many that are going to be online fairly soon. Demek Once the spot that they're not here, the stun went through, but he's still hearing steps. He knows they're in this position. The flash, he's gonna get brave soon. You can feel it. The smoke gives him that little extra bit of ground to stand. Well, unfortunately, they have just shot him through the smoke. So the smoke didn't help out whatsoever. And now the redirect towards the B site, having seen Brimstone smoke, but Chester's already rotated into position. Chris is here, landing one. Molly's blocking them off. There was a nano as well. They doubled up on it. Probably could have waited a second or two longer, but it doesn't matter if Chester's just gonna swing in and take him down, knocking him over like dominoes. The spike's in the open, and the round's already done.
It's an absolute mental round for Deti Ulice to lose a hold of. And it's just strange because you're looking at Kia here, last alive, can't really grab the spike or contest it at all. Egg on his face. But I think his position was the best. After they get that first kill on A, they rotate over to B. I thought that they were just going to use shock darts to try and break a killjoy like alarm bots and stuff, because you had the cypher up towards Dish that saw that everybody had like rotated away, heard no noise from the A main players because they continued to push. It was maybe enough info for Deti Ulice to be able to just turn around, deal with the people that were flanking him, and then go back A because the cypher had the full sight. Instead, they try to go over towards B, right into the Brimstone, right into the Killjoy. They shut up shop. One thing that you don't want to do is to let Chris and Chester be on the site that you want to hit.
Neffy's down. Chris still holding his ground. Newest addition, putting up one with none, sidestepping the stun and taking them all down. Gunners and Paddocks follow to the grave. And wow, a nice little spot from Chester. He's still on fire. What a hold. Look, there's one thing to take down weaker weapons and so on, but they're swinging in numbers, and this guy's so clean with it. It's unbelievable.
He's just unstoppable, or immovable is probably the better word. Able to just dodge this stunts, be on a good angle. He's up against worse weaponry, sure. But it's more the game sense of these players to be able to take and pick these fights. Like Chris, if he's like a new pickup, then I don't know where the hell I got this guy from, because he has been unreal with some of the fights that he's winning.
Yeah, so shout out to Hazza. He messaged me that it is a permanent change, because obviously sometimes we have players change their names. Shout out Existence, Akukos, Existence, and whatever else he's going by. But this is a swap out for Zaloni. And I got to say, looking back at Zaloni's stats, they're good. There's definitely a lot of maps where he's putting up numbers. Chris is insane. Whoever found this guy, okay, he's dead now, but whoever found this guy, you need a raise. Well, I don't know what you're being paid. All I know is you need a raise.
Yeah.
Spike retrieved, at least.
This is in officials as well. Like, if they're playing like this in scrims, that's like, there's a lot of players that play like this in scrims that you never see play like this in officials.
Is this Defo? And they just tell him he's on scrims?
Right,
like,
yeah, like Chronicle used to be like this massively as well.
Yeah.
All of that in old Penky team were exactly this, just a bunch of like brain dead aimers, but every time they went into an official, like they'd lose that composure. But here, like Chris is like taking fights that you would take in officials, a little bit on the like edgier side.
Mm-hmm.
But if you can make those plays work, it's like Nats on steroids, this kid.
Yeah. Oh, it's madness. It's madness. He packs one hell of a punch. Now, he's out of this round, obviously, but the trade was immediate. A strong statement from Neffy. The breach holding up close at the door. Over on the B side, there has been a deep push towards the south side. They've taken main, but well, the space that they have left open has been filled in with glee from the attacking side. So, spike plant acquired. Hunter's Fury post plant.
The Sova's already in a good spot to be playing with the Hunter's Fury. Like, just this post plant, you can't line it up that well though, so he has to really hope that the Hunter's Fury is at the right level. Can't ping the mini-map to tell you anymore. You've got to be very careful, but the ultimate does come out from the Neon trying to fight this. Does get team flash. That's going to delay him just a little bit more. The aftershock is not going to allow him to push up much too, and time's getting scarce.
Yeah, kind of tripping over themselves a little bit here, having already lost one. There's Hunter's Fury thrown in, and it's going to land and stop the defuse. Swing in from Demek. Nice shot, flash, good. Follow up, not quite there. Kaya goes eventually, and they've bought enough space and time to get the defuse across the line. That is a heartbreaking round for Deti Ulice, a squad that got dominated on this map the last time these two teams faced. It was 13-4. Now, Checkmat are coming in with Chris, and they're packing a punch of their own. A timeout here. If this is not Deti Ulice's, I don't know what is going on. Okay.
Right? Yeah, it's a rough one, but also like with what you just mentioned with the last time that they played, we said like going into this that the team that was attacking would have the advantage, right? Because that's been the story of today.
Yeah.
But the last time that these two teams played, Deti Ulice were 2-10 down after their attacking half. It's looking to be on the same line as that, right? That this team just struggles to attack. But like the way that Checkmat are defending is unbelievably strong. And like I gotta like Demek had such a horrible first map. And I wouldn't necessarily say that this map statistically or like the last map he was like blowing us out the water. But the fact that he's playing around the judge, he's just been annoying. There he's doing a perfect duelist job. He's taking fights that he might not even win, but he's buying time for the rest of the team to get half on the defuse and then be able to stick it. Like he is such a resource that almost the rest of Checkmat are able to play around. He doesn't need to be getting all the kills, but he is playing a perfect duelist role in that sense.
Yep, understands his place in the round, and well, that is something worth its weight in gold. It weighs nothing though, so you know, read into that how you will. When it comes to Checkmat as well, Chester, you know, you talk about these players, Demek and stuff, putting up the impact, but not necessarily putting up the numbers in the conventional way in the scoreboard. Steven, in a way that'll tickle their brains, but Chester, well, I mean, he's had some big holes.
Controllers too, Viper, Omen, and Brimstone.
Very true, showing the depth as well. Not a big fan of the Viper, but it wasn't working out too well for the round wins.
And as
Right
much
here.
the Viper full stop than the pilot, right?
Yeah. Look what Deti Ulice have to work with. I think Checkmat are being very wise. They're playing offside on A. They're playing offside on B. They know that probably Rolling Thunder is going to be entrance. Maybe it's going to be 1-0. Coming in with the big rocket. I'm looking to take someone down. It's only Chris that's really in a risky spot, but he has a nano on top of the rope. So if they Rolling Thunder and pop that, they shouldn't get to him on time.
I mean, defensively, it's a fine setup to be off the side, but at the same time, you're not taking any information. Dish, A main, arcade. By the time that you realize what's going on, it's too late. They're executing on you. And so this rotation, his adjustment from the defenders has to be a good one. Or it can just be Crix again holding onto arcade in a 2v1.
30 seconds left.
How does he keep getting away with this, man? Yeah, look, that's the thing. We have to play reactive. It doesn't matter when this guy's reaction is every time he finds out where you are, he kills 2 or 3 of you. And you're lucky if you take him down in the process. He's 30 HP. He's back on site. Literally, he kills 2. The round's over.
10 seconds
Sure,
left.
there's another kill, but it's the spike left there. The fact that obviously the other players are coming from the south side, so this is the main part of that hit. Completely disintegrates like paper and water. This is unbelievable. Like honestly, Chris, man, you've got a career ahead of you, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. This is something else, and then Chester as well. He's 9-2, having a game. 6-1 start, and again, what is there to write home about on this attack? We need solutions. They need them soon. They just had a timeout.
1-0, 1-7 as well. Trying to do his own like Demet cosplay, I suppose, with the judge in hand. It is going to be more of a force-up, but with 4 ultimates nearly on the board, you got to use them. You got to find it.
It's not quite now or never, but we're getting close. Off-site completely this round. You know that they've just been destroyed. They're going to be more direct. They're going to be more keen to use those ultimates. Rolling Thunder isn't put in. They just move out to B. Showstopper neither. They have sensed the open space. They're just planting. It's a 5v5. They just literally walked into site and planted immediately. It wasn't like 4 guys overwhelmed that they went, oh, I think we can plant now. No, they just walked in and planted. They knew that this squad was playing off. Now they're going in with a deep Rolling Thunder. I love this adaptation. They are ready for the game plan of their opponents, and they are breaking it apart live. Flash is good. Delivery, not so much. Chester lights out this game. Caught with utility, but not punished. And a Showstopper lands for value. Chester, though, he's the man I'm looking at. He's the one that's pulled them across the line, kicking and screaming, but never mind. He goes down. Chris, the other hero, is put to bed by none, and so finally they found a round.
The only downside is it was the kitchen sink thrown in order to get it. I think was it Rolling Thunder there available as well? You've got Showstopper, everything to try and get in. Lockdown was used on the other side, but realistically, it was the one area that Checkmat were not fighting for was arcade. And that was the area that they kind of got ran in on. But I love the play to rolling from the into the defender spawn, because you sort of know that there's going to be players flanking in and around you. You had Scythe utility at the top of the map that got broken. You have to take something else. This whole map is just a Hungry Hippos game of, like, you have to, like, take certain areas of the map. Oh, more like tic-tac-toe, right? Take top right corner, they take the bottom left corner. You want to make sure that everything lines up as well as you can.
Oh, well, that is not what you want to see. Neon can get there a little quicker than you're expecting. Caught on the ropes. The opening duel goes the way of the defense. Checkmat. In a good position here if Neffy checks left coming out of this smoke.
Spike planted.
See that even if they go for the retake, you pop your stuns in. None could be getting huge value, but is at least isolated. It's a trade-off. But no one playing on site, no one to cover that, and they'll be forced back even further. But if None can be the snake in the grass that they hope he will be, this could be the third round as a result. But he's looking the wrong way. Caught off guard. Chris with the punish. Chester goes down to the boom bot on the right side. There's still another player. Paddocks is here. Paddocks is spotted.
No.
Paddocks is dealt with. How does Chris have eyes in the back of his head? Demex triple seals the deal. And the ult point given to Neffy. They'll be rolling Thunder online for next round. Goes from bad to worse for the attacking side.
You had an orbital strike as well for DET Ulice there. Like, it was a really nice fade ultimate to go in. None getting unlucky with the timing where he's positioned from. But I think in that case, you probably always look towards, like, rope, right? You always look towards that position, and if they take long enough that all of those smokes and walls go down, then that's another thing. Means that nobody's really going to check that position. But yeah, like DET Ulice, like trying to set up for the post plant, kind of get crunched in on. Really good ultimates, really good positioning from Checkmat. And rough times for DET Ulice. Ahead on the first map, it's been a reverse sweep ever since, and it's been a dominant one in the hands of Checkmat.
It has. It has. This is a different flavor of the game, to say the least. And as we move into round 10 and come towards the tail end of this half, you have to hope that if we are going to get that competitive third map, there'll be some rounds here for the attackers. They've still got the orbital strike. Pardon me, as you touched on. And currently it's sitting towards that B side of the map, and the spike on Dish, pressure being applied arcade, or being taken. No opportunities offered up by their opponents.
Playing
Checkmat
here
are just
against
waiting.
an orbital strike is maddening on the defense, right? Just on that A site, they don't realize that both players are there. Once they get wind of it, maybe this isn't around because you're just on an eco, but yeah, they have to reset, go elsewhere.
I can't believe that against an eco orbital strike, when we've already seen how this attack side likes to use it to bridge gaps in a round like
30
this,
seconds left.
they played 2 players on A site. That's also where the orbital strike came down last time. I mean, that could have been disastrous. With weapons retrieved and everything that went along, could have went along with it, but luckily they didn't step foot on that landmine. We won't end up in the disaster that we could have. Gunners has a rifle, and he hopes to have it in the next round. He'll try to just carry this forward. I think he'll get away with it.
Just before the round ends as well, Chester picked up the orb and B main.
Nice.
As the orbital strike going
no.
in for round 11.
Oh no! He's like, what is this guy? What is this guy? He was in A main or B main when that round starts to end. It's like second or 2 left, and he just got screw it. Stun up in heaven. Stun up in heaven. I'm gonna run. Jump peek it. If he's there, we get him. I'll shorty him. What? 12 and 4. Chester and Chris. What do you do, man? What do you do against this?
We just be on Chris's POV. We just be in his brain to
stream
work
now.
out why he makes some of these decisions.
Can he play on my account for me? Is that... Am I allowed to ask that? This guy's unbelievable. Genuinely, it feels like what we've... Like, who is... Do you know the Masked Singer? I feel like that's what we're doing here. We've just chucked the guy into Challengers. No, what the hell is that? He's got 2! But the response is there. This was the danger of the last round, yet still they survive. Get out of here, man. Get out. He's going to push it. Okay, he's not. Thank you. Chris, for showing just an ounce of respect for a second there. Thank you. Because that, if you killed the 3 of them, we just end the game, right? We just move on to the next. Speed up the night. You know, we had those tech issues. Let's just blast through it. He's playing a different game right now.
Feels that way. It's a wild one. This is making me want to, like, I wish I was Eastern European if I get to watch Valorant like this. Like, you know, like Lofar's lucky to be Polish when you've got teams like this to watch. I don't know necessarily if he'd agree, but it's very fun to watch these guys play. And there's obviously like Czech players. There's like Gunners from the UK.
30 seconds left.
But it's really a testament of what that Valorant East region showed us.
Oh! Woo-hoo-hoo! Yeah, Chester and Chris, you're all right players. You're not bad. You're not bad. Ryan, I wanted to ask you something in the pre-show, but I was hosting, so of course I don't know what the hell's going on. So I forgot in the chaos of figuring out what we're doing. And I wanted to ask you, sort of coming into playoffs, who do you think are your top 3 teams that you would expect, you know, make it all the way, go to the finals type deal?
It's tough because it's like similar to what I said earlier. Like, there's no Apex, so it's not as clear cut. Like, I'm excited to see more SweetNSour just for the players that they have. Metasport and formulation, I think, have like come a long way from the teams that they put together last year and how they want to contest this year. That they're still involved is also really good. But like, it is more because for me, like, the Eastern European teams are a blind spot.
Like, do you think Checkmat could be up there with this kind of a performance? It's been overwhelmingly positive so far. We're getting to see Kozak step up too. He was a big presence in the last 2 maps, and here he is now, finally getting a say in some of these rounds. It's Gunners and Paddocks picking pieces off the floor, but pieces to different puzzles. Oh my goodness, 10-2 at the halftime. This is map 3, but you know, if you told me this was Checkmat's map pick, you would be fooling me. Pull the wool over my eyes, no problem.
Sim scored a half as last time.
Yeah.
Could be another 13-4. Something's not changing, but like Checkmat, at least able to like bounce back after what's been a pretty tumultuous series. And like, if there's anything to learn for this team, the main thing to VOD review, make sure that your game is updated. That's it. Really, it could have been an easy, straightforward day for you if you had done that, honestly.
I don't know, man. Neffy's 3-5 right now. I reckon we get the coach back in, and this is already 12-0.
Yeah. I mean, that's just an average breach performance on this map.
It really is.
Staring into walls, pinging the map and stunning.
Last time they dominated 13-4, he had 5 kills. And it just speaks, if you're that dominant, you're not even getting involved in the clutches. But it was a pistol round where Neffy found 4 kills to start off the game. Start off map 2, his game, though. He hadn't been there for map number 1 due to not updating his game. Silly mistake. And one that they're happy is being corrected. Now, Chris goes down after just 1, at least a big player removed. But here in the pistol, any of these Checkmat players can take it across the line. They're waiting for the reinforcements to come through on north side. Demek goes right into them head first. Chester down, but Demek's trade is good. 5 HP. He won't last long. It's all down to Neffy. We talked about his big pistol round performance. He's being spotted now, so it gets that little bit more difficult. Has a flash, but won't use it, and won't have a chance to do anything else.
Yeah, but at least we see Deti at least being able to respond on the pistol. Still a long way to go, much like it was over on Haven. And just, yeah, it feels weird, like 1-0 top of ACS coming out of all of the qualifiers combined. Having a meek performance here. On a map that he's been, like, decent on. Like, not the top of his game level, but, like, passable in this rate. And Demek's now starting to come into his own, so it feels like those duelists have been trading blows, but it's also what they're providing for the rest of the team. Because you want 1-0 to come online, you want him to be confident, because everybody else is so good at playing off the back of him. Or at least setting him up utility-wise. Something's missing there. I wish we had like a replay, a demo that we could actually go in and see what it was.
There.
Soon.
Soon, right? Soon. Don't you worry. Oh, the Molly is doing a significant amount of damage, but Demek, he just walks through the flames. It just steps right up to the plate and hits the home run. Damage done. And a 3 versus 5 now as a result. This is not what we want to see. The outlaw. Oh my goodness. Tucked in. Chris at least goes down eventually, but it's a 4v2, a 4v3. Now it's looking a bit more winnable. It's Chester on the floor. It's Demek tagged up from the molly earlier on, but a flash primed and ready. A reveal for Kozak sees, and a prowler, a stun for Demek, a push forward for None. Into the stun he goes. No one on the defuse. Reveal is there, but a kill for Gunners. The numbers thinning out. The attackers, they thought they had it locked in, but by a narrow margin. This will still go to the defensive side.
You've done your damage literally down to 12 HP. It means that a bonus is not possible here for Deti Ulice unless you're just straight up ecoing. And with the scores the way that they are, I don't think you can afford to do that. I think you probably have to buy up into this as much as you physically can. But it's hard to know. It seems that they're like deliberating about it at the same time. You've got a Vandal with half armor, you've got a Frenzy, a Ghost, a Sheriff. It seems that they're going to be trying to play the bonus. But it is also a case of, like, you have the Rolling Thunder. You could just go for this and just trying to win the round and then keep it in your favor as much as you can. Like, I don't know. You don't want to give Chatmat this round and let them farm up some of these orbs a little bit more, because then the round after this could be a lot harder.
But that's it. Trouble's brewing. 10-4. Demek caught by the trap. It's broken instantly. No chance to punish. But Kaya still claims a kill. Chester, the one to fall. South side open and taken by the defensive side. They grab themselves a rifle ready to battle, and Kaya's got his second. The damage being done though quickly flips back. It's returned. Chris spotted and almost managed to land the shot on None. I believed for a moment from what I've seen so far, but it's Kozak and Nefi who have to attempt the recovery. Deep nade buys time. They can start the defuse, and the last player standing, the utility will kill him. If he tries to stop this, it's too late now. Too far gone. The round locked in. So is Nefi by the looks of it. Nice little double, but it won't change the outcome.
I said, never mind. If your bonuses are that good when you don't really have much weaponry to work with and you're still winning, you do whatever the hell you want. Means that Chatmat are on an eco. One away from having a Rolling Thunder, but it's like they have to save. The money is starting to get really good for Deti Ulice. Ultimate's starting to come online too. Might be a genuinely good chance for them to at least make this a much, much closer scoreline than we've seen on any of the maps so far, realistically. Demek actually not having a judge for a round like this actually does have a rifle in hand. That's the most shocking thing about this, I think.
Where's the judge, man? Where is it? For Deti Ulice, 5 rounds in between them. Starting to wake up here. It was attack side struggles, but they do look a little bit more comfortable now. This round you want to see relatively clean. Done in, doesn't get much. Sees neither. Its utility hasn't landed to start with, and they're dealing with every single player. Wonderful stuff from Deti Ulice. It's as clean as you like. Gunners and Paddocks low. They won't have a fight on their hands. Chris is the last one standing. That's a free kill. But the others should be much more difficult to acquire. A 1v5, an ace clutch. And again, I think we just end the game if he wins it. Deem the dude to be MVP of the tournament and move on. Give them first place. Everyone else fights for
30
second.
seconds left.
It's just Exodia, yeah.
Literally, yeah. We've got Chris. Oh, fair enough. Here's your trophy. Thank you for applying. 20 seconds, though. Luckily, even Chris realizes this isn't one that he can win. He's out of here to save that rifle through to the next. Slow and steady wins the race, man. I gotta say, after an abysmal first half, I'm liking the look of this defensive side so far.
Yeah, me too. Genuinely seems to be a problem to hold with, and I think this over helps a lot. Some of the recon dial lineups that you can get. Just proactive information is hard to get on Fracture because it is so tight. You're playing stuff like, initially it was a lot of Sky, now a lot of Fade. You don't have the same across-map range as you would do. But we saw the likes of like Evil Geniuses way back when showing us exactly how this character can be used and like how good it is on the defense. On this Fury is a great ultimate. Chatmat haven't had to rely too much on their coach other than in that first map. are deciding to take a time out themselves to work out how to put this one to bed.
They'll need to figure that out. Still one timeout remaining for each of the teams, so haven't been put under the same stress and seeing their work or their plans dismantled. No surprise that Checkmat still have all of theirs to work with. Been pretty much flawless. But 4 rounds in a row. Being proactive here. Get ahead of the issue. And also, you have to realize that coming into this round, it's not like Deti Ulice have a ton to work with. You would like there to be a bit more economy damage on the way here. They are sitting pretty on credits, but in terms of ultimates, it's not like they have the Exodia themselves. Whereas on the other side, Rolling Thunder can definitely help get them into the site. And there's a couple ultimates. Demek and Chris could easily have theirs online for this round. It's a map with many orbs to claim. So there's a lot of discussion around how these next 2 or 3 rounds are going to go, because they will have ripple effects towards the end of this map.
That's the main one. Not only a case of how do you win this round for Checkmat, but how do you string a few along, because the economy is good for Deti Ulice. Ultimate rotations are really solid. They've got good ultimates coming online soon themselves. Just making sure that they get good information on what's going on. At this rate, they might expect an operator. They might expect something like an outlaw with money being not great. They've seen the raise. They saw that they didn't have a sniper rifle of sorts. It's actually in the hands of the Cypher, who is rotating through defender spawn. It's just the Silver over here on A. Everybody else is going to rotate all the way around on the dish. It gives a good chance for a post plant for Checkmat.
Yeah, they get to pull back the south side, play just in main. Rolling Thunder, like we said, there to work with. It's going to put some pressure on the defenders to make this one work a little bit more quickly. They have just wrecked them. Chester and Demek caught with the door wide open. Shock Dart good on the Kozak. He is now very low as well. Lockdown and Rolling Thunder here to play with, though, and it's Rolling Thunder put in. Halfway defused already, though. Ground has been made up. Kills going the other way, though, and Chris has joined the battle. With this, it should be over. It must be over. The time too far gone, and utility standing between none and any possibility of this being taken across the line. 11 rounds. And again, it is just a man like Chris. I do not know what he has done before this game, what his warm-up routine is, I need to know everything in this man's calendar. And I need to copy it. I won't be able to. If there's a 5 minutes of exercise in there, I'm already checked out. But, you know, maybe you at home should do the same.
Yeah, it feels that way. Like for Checkmat there, it's just holding on, playing the post plan a little bit. Again, Demek just being annoying, taking a lot of the attention. Having the Hunter's Fury focused on him instead of on the site
My eyes are down.
goes a long way. He knows that he just wants to be the irritating thing that gets dealt with. One Zero could have collided him, but somehow misses.
It's a rare miss.
You should run.
One that they can be thankful for. A breath of fresh air for the attacking side. You know, they really needed a break, didn't they? Shot. Oh, no, it doesn't land, but Paddix is there to save the day. That could have been disastrous. It still could be. Chris is on the scene again. It's a 2-piece with Neffy backing him up. And again, they have fallen by the wayside. What an absolute demolition from Checkmat. There is just no mercy. And now with double the score of their opponents, 12-6, 2 in a row, ults online, rifles for everyone, which can't be said for their opponents. Oh, Ryan, give me a silver lining, man. There must be something.
I don't know if there is one, man.
not
Like,
sure.
it's just like Demek. Again, we've been highlighting just like the duelist being a pain in the ass to deal with. He sees the showstopper, he runs into it.
Yeah.
He's like sacrificing himself so the rest of his team survive, and then setting up Chris.
I just watching Chris play this game, it makes me angry because I know I'll never be that good. I don't know if there's anything I could do. Demek, oh my goodness. Talk about him bringing value, the unseen value. Well, it's hard to not feel how tangible that impact is.
No.
Kozak has dropped. It doesn't matter, does it? Damage is done, even if it wasn't. Kriz is alive. This game is over. At this point, I mean, turret, no utility, nothing really to report about for Kriz, but Neffy has a flash still. They know there's players coming from main. The flash is going to pop any second now. I can hear the comms waiting for it. No, is Kriz just going to go blind? He is. He's just better.
Oh my God.
Wow. 13-6. It was 13-8, 13-7, 13-6. It's almost as if we planned it. Beautiful. Makes me happy, but seeing these guys play, Ryan, that makes me happy. That was a phenomenal game from Checkmat.
Yeah, they've made a fan out of me. To be fair, both teams have. Like, considering I think that they're both kind of like unsigned, both like from the BCL East region. Like, a real good testament of what that region can provide, because there's some really good macros, some really good team play, but just some crazy mechanics and great players to be watching. Like, it's a testament to that region. And I'm excited to see not only Checkmat do more in the upper bracket, but also Deti Ulice, what they do against some other teams in the lowest in the elimination, as it's a double bracket.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be an easy matchup coming up against Deti Ulice, that's for sure. And especially considering, you know, a lot of the time I would say first map they played against the coach, so I can't really, you know, are they not good, whatever. I can write off that map, but I'll say it didn't look like game plan wise Checkmat were that affected, and individually Vilcek delivered. So props to him for stepping in here last minute. Props to Deti Ulice as well for giving their opponents a little bit of extra time. They could have pushed according to the rules to punish their opponents, and they said no, let's give them some of our tech time, and that's very admirable for them to do. I would not do that for my opponents, so you know, I applaud them for sure, and maybe they'll wish they didn't, because now we've ended up 2-1, the reverse sweep against them. But Checkmat, they certainly earned that.
Wow,
and look at those stats, man.
Nearer to 400 ACS than anything for Kriz.
It's not the agent that you'd expect that level of damage to come in on, you know? And it's not like they were running through his nano swarms and making it easy. This was like the dude standing against a tidal wave and just remaining unmoved. Unbelievable.
It's just like, genuinely, if like Kriz, if people didn't know about it, like if it was completely brand new, I'd be like, check his PC, because good grief, he was like predicting every single fight. He was in the right place at the right time. He has been around. He was on Zero Tenacity last year and all sorts of stuff. Like, but it is just like a showing of why we're seeing so much more like young talent going into VCT this year. These are the kind of players that we're looking to try and like pick up in the right spots, you know? So yeah, I think that both teams could be like proud of how they played this one. But like Checkmat actually do look like a contender if they can keep that form on and just get more reps on the map so they don't play half as much as Haven or Fracture.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Reps may have been the difference maker, because when it came to Checkmat, certainly when it's an understanding of the map and risk taking, but taking those risks at the right time, excluding the round on Haven where they put 2 ults into an anti-eco and just ran at them, ran through smokes, but it still worked. This really did look like a different squad looking between map 1 and 2, and from then on forward it was just the same old story. Congratulations to Checkmat. They have moved on to the upper semi-finals, and they're going to be facing off against either SweetNSour or EXO Clan. Of course, we're going to be finding out who that is in our next series, and I'm very excited to see that one. Players like Defo, who are expecting to deliver. I mean, that's someone who's historic at a tier 1 level, has a history and is trying to climb his way back, and I'm excited for those storylines. But you know, I thought he would be the highlight of my day, but the fact that we have seen someone like Kriz come in, Ryan, man, the bar is set extremely high right now. I'm excited to see if anyone can jump over it, but for now, we're going to throw things over to a break. We'll be back with Series 2 in a little bit. Catch you soon.
I want somebody who sees me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover to hold me through the seasons. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. A special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, wish I could be strong, survive all on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. When I was a child, I thought I'll be alright, but futures can be full of lies. Yeah, it's never easy to find what you want, and if you should find it, don't dare to let go. If you hold on tight, promise you'll be alright. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Should I give it up and hope for better days ahead, or should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching.
Hello, folks, and welcome back. We're ready for series number 2. Ryan, it's been an action-packed day so far. I've enjoyed what we got to see, but now we move on to somewhere that's going to be a little bit more familiar for me. We got Defo playing. His team SweetNSour is facing off against EXO Clan, and in this matchup, I'm very excited for a number of reasons. I think it's also cool that they both played unsigned as their last game, so we get almost like a direct head-to-head comparison even on Haven of how they've played. When it comes to these two squads, Ryan, I'll start it off nice and simple. Who do you think there's a clear favorite between these two? Are we looking at an underdog story or a battle for the top spot?
Yeah, I think the favorite SweetNSour, they came through this like close qualifier invited, but they went through it 3-0, not dropping them out. But that is two best of ones and one best of 3. So it's an easier looking at. And then you go over to EXO Clan, who lost both their first best of ones, which is like a rough beginning. But once they got into those best of 3s, they went through undefeated. So both these teams undefeated in best of 3s up until this point. The only difference is that one team had a much better start when it came to best of 1s, which was SweetNSour. But you also just have to look at who they're playing against, right? Like SweetNSour, they went up against Wild in their first best of 1. It was not the greatest performance from them as a team overall. Led the line for the most part, but Wild started to come back into it. Whereas on the side of EXO, they play up against Metasport in their first best of 1, who were the team were probably like the best alongside SweetNSour form-wise. You mentioned Defo, obviously, experience from before on Gambit, international winner at Masters Berlin, and then runner-up for champions that year as well in 2021. But you also have players that have played in Polaris last year, Viti, Athan, and Ianto. Zist is the interesting one for me because he played in China when I was watch party in China. Like before the China League started up, when the Evolution series was going on, he was on LGD. And not to sound like a day one hater, but like he's a player that was very like inflexible with what he was playing. Like, he'd play a lot of stuff like Sky, and he's been playing Reyna and stuff. And so, especially when you're up in a different region where you might not necessarily speak the same language, flexibility and like diversity in play was an issue. So I'm curious on like how it's going to look here. He's a great player on the heroes that he does typically play, or the agents, sorry. But it's like, you don't want to be that player that people have to build around because you're not flexible enough in those cases.
Yeah, I know. I saw that he recently as well, like he moved back to CIS and then moved back to Europe as well with the climate over there. And so he's really been bouncing around a lot and finding himself here in this SweetNSour roster alongside some very strong players. As you're saying, experience at the tier 2 is obviously a big deal, but someone like Defo, this is a guy who I know has got to be hungry. Back in the day, he was someone that you would hear stories about. I could tell you at least of the top teams at the time, back 2021, that kind of era, there were, out of top 15, there were probably 6 teams that didn't scrim because of this, man. They would not scrim that team because you don't learn, or you didn't at the time learn anything playing against Defo. You do everything right, the right flashes, 4 players swinging, and he would go into heavy traffic. He'd just hit all of you in the head. It was like, I've seen this guy with 6 bullets spray down 4 people. Yeah. Just ridiculous things. And then in officials, he never quite eclipsed that same level. You're seeing here a stats comparison of his Raze and his Jet. At the time, it was a Jet. Everybody just played Jet. That was the end of the story. But here is Raze putting up more numbers, but I think that also makes sense to a large degree when you look at how Jet is going to be used. You're maybe taking a back seat on your individuality and on the attack side especially, and being the guy that's kind of thrown in first and in these awkward fights that your teammates are hopefully the ones bringing you out of. So I'm really hyped to see what he's able to deliver here today, because I think, especially thinking of someone of his skill level at the tier 1 level, when you move down to tier 2, he should be able to reach this form of just a complete terror. But it's been a while. I don't think we've seen him eclipse that.
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, we've got Ulice as well that was on Ascendant Zeke that are sort of playing to a lower level than you expect when they're world champions, right? But like, that was a long time ago, bordering on like 5 years more than anything. So
crazy.
You know, times change, and if you want to be playing at the top, you need to consistently keep proving that you belong there. So, you know, like for Defo, he's always, and same with Ulice as well, they both sort of fall into that same thing of like, it's easy to criticize them with like their individual performances at the time, but they do what they're meant to do. They don't have to be top of the kill feed. They don't even have to be anywhere else other than doing their roles and doing their jobs. For EXO Clan, it's a little bit of a different story. I would say for most players, like Soren we saw last year, Luca and Luki have been in the UK scene, like Polaris and stuff, the likes of Epic Lands and all that jazz, more consistently. For Luki, it's more of a step up to playing tier 2 a lot more consistently. And JJ, I definitely want to highlight in a bit, because he is a player that has played amongst some of the top players in EMEA region that I think deserves highlighting, because he is one of those guys that is a standout player, especially from the Turkish region.
Well, as you said, a lot to look forward to. And obviously, when we look at the overall scope of Northeast right now of playoffs, you, Ryan, had said that SweetNSour, they're one of those teams that for you expect to see them go far, right? Is it fair to say they're the favorite overall in this bracket?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say so. It's a tricky one still, because it's like you naturally have that bias because it was SweetNSour that came second last year, and the team that came first isn't playing in this league anymore, full stop. But it is also the case of like the players that they have on that roster, like they picked up some big names to really solidify that the SweetNSour team is one to be like reckoned with. And I can understand that from like even the times when I was on Odd One Out, of just sometimes the name has to carry over between years. You might have a completely different roster, but people still treat you with respect because it's like, this is the team that did really well last year. Even if the squad's a little bit different, you still have to expect that they're going to be contesting for the top at the same time. But for like EXO Clan, they had the roughest start. There's more expectations because they're an org, so naturally the players have to deal with much. But these first 2 bans in this draft are the standard ones, because that's what EXO's been banning every single time. That's what SweetNSour have been banning every single time.
Okay, so we're going to find out where EXO want to take things, and it looks like they've gone for Split, a map they've had decent performances on. Nom, someone that you put big stock in, Ryan, 13-6 dominated them, and I think you even touched on earlier the loss to Liquid Academy and how that was maybe a little bit of a shakier start. But this map for them, you see it as a good pickup against SweetNSour because it's not like they don't play Split.
Yeah, so for SweetNSour, I think they've played it twice, won it twice. It's just a little bit more like for EXO Clan to be playing. Abyss is an interesting one. Sort of a similar thing, right? Where it's like both teams undefeated. It is just that SweetNSour have played it a little bit more. And I think at this stage, yeah, you can watch your opponent, you can anti-strat them if they played a lot. But I think it is more like, let's play the stuff that we've played a lot of that we feel comfortable on. Because that's easy for us to scrim. We get to practice up against maybe tier 1 teams. We keep adding stuff as opposed to fixing things. Like try to keep blossoming as a team as opposed to spending time stuck trying to fix everything.
Oh, we get down to our decider map. We're gonna go Split. We're gonna see an Abyss, and we're gonna finish things off on Pearl. Mid ground, I suppose. SweetNSour, though, again coming off back-to-back wins on that map, Wild and Enterprise. It's not gonna be a weak ground for them. Do you think that it's fair to say that SweetNSour come out on top in this veto, especially with Abyss being a map that, like you say, that they've played a fair bit, but also the last times they've been playing it, I'll grant it might not be the cream of the crop that they're up against, but they're barely dropping rounds.
Yeah, that's the key aspect of it, I think. We also get to see 6 different maps today, which is kind of nice.
That's
like,
pretty cool.
Shows that like there isn't a lean towards like everybody playing Ascent, right? And everybody just relying on that being the main one. Like, teams trying to take it in various different directions, especially when the map vetoes are constantly changing, right? It's pulling maps in and out, adding new stuff, obviously, like Abyss, but that's the next map to be taken out, so there is that. Yeah, it's really cool to be able to see that on 3 maps that just give you fundamentally different styles and focuses on. And the 3 like most recent re-additions back in, right? Because you got Abyss, that's the newest map. And then I guess Fracture is the one that you're missing, but like Pearl and Split only just came back recently too.
Well, I mean, I think I saw a lot of complaint over the last few weeks about Abyss and Fracture being like those key maps that everyone's playing, but it really isn't the same as before. Like you're saying, Ryan, how many times have we seen it where it was a Ascent, exactly as you said, every goddamn map, every BO3 had an Ascent in it. It was getting ridiculous. So good to be in a different kind of era in that regard. So we've seen our maps go down, and when it comes to the veto, when it comes to overall, SweetNSour seem like the favorites. When it comes to the veto, SweetNSour seem like the favorites. It's not a very competitive storyline we're selling here. Let me ask you then, looking at EXO, we saw the roster earlier. I know you're talking about players like JJ, but who is the difference maker on that EXO Clan roster up against SweetNSour?
Ooh, I would say it'd be JJ still, not only because, so like the point I was going to make is like this is a guy that played with Rians and Alpha on the same team as Surreal Esports way back when, so he's like amongst that like new breadth of talent that's coming out of Turkey that has been put on international rosters that are attending champions, right? But also he is pretty much not one trick in tail, but he's playing it the most out of anybody else, and he has been playing it consistently on Split as well, so likely that we're going to continue seeing this. Like we sort of said at the start of the show, at least from me, there's not been enough about what I've seen from Teo as a character to justify throwing everything that you've worked on pre-season in order to pick him up and throw him into your comps. So EXO, it's a little bit of a Hail Mary, but clearly they're invested in making this character work, and the problem is when you're running Teo and Breach, you're playing with no information from EXO Clan here, and you're attacking. You just hope to breeze through anything that's actually on these sites.
Yeah, it's obviously going to modify the way that your round breeds, and that can be a problem. And I agree with you, especially if your preparation probably was not around Tejo, unless you had some leaks coming in. Then, yeah, it is going to be a different story. If you start to rejig everything that you've worked on, limited preparation, when we talked about it, a bad plan executed well often delivers better than a good plan executed poorly. Let's see. if EXO can upset SweetNSour as we get into this series. Split is where we start, and Nom, a team that are held in high regard, well, JJ destroyed them when they played on Split. There were other players stepping it up, but it was the new agent. It was 21-7, and a lot of the time, I will say, you don't really get the assists because he has 2 assists, right? But a lot of the time, you don't get the assists on the board. When you really have assisted someone with this agent, you use the ability to push them out of position, and the displacement doesn't really count, and it doesn't statistically show, but you have given your teammate a kill. So I'll also give even more credit to him, and he was popping off individually as well. So if there is to be a hero, I agree with you. By the looks of things, it does seem like it needs to be JJ. They start on the attack side here for EXO Clan, and Split, well, for a long time, it was my favorite map, but a Fracture took over. We won't see that here today. This is EXO Clan's map pick as well.
One thing that's worrying about this comp is we saw like all of the utility coming out of the tail. This aggressive stuff in mid is a little bit haphazard. Not quite working out where these crossfires are, but at least trades either way. But you saw the breach stun and the tail like drones come through. The Viper cloud goes up, and then that space that SweetNSour lose, they retake in 3 seconds. Because that utility is like gone.
So, or at least he suspected something was going on, but damage done. Down to 20 HP is diseased, barely holding on that A site. It's drawing rotations, it's drawing eyes. They think that's where the hit's coming in. Last second, Biddy sticks around, still on B, as the hit is now coming in. The utility forces him back, and it looks like the smoke won't even slow them down on the site and planting as we speak. This is a good start for EXO. They are going to lose ESO on the other side of the map. Yeah. There was no way out.
It took 3 people to deal with him, though.
Yeah.
So he bought a lot of time and allows EXO to set up for a better post plant. But you've got 2 players tucked into the top of the site here. Nice high-low, but Paranoia is still available. You have to be careful. Trailblazers are going to be broken from a different position. Soren's going to show, so they don't know that 2 players are there. And then JJ's trying to play around from the smoke.
Oh, well, they've baited them into the backside swing. That's actually worked wonderfully.
Really effectively. And it was a little bit like SweetNSour. I liked them trying to re-aggress on mid. It did feel like they kind of like lost themselves a little bit on where they were positioned. Maybe there was a team flash that came in. But statistically, SweetNSour's defensive side is really strong, stronger than their attack, hence why they picked it on this map. The attacking side for EXO has not been great. Whether that's the comp, whether that's just Split, whether that's the team itself, remains to be seen. But regardless, I think Yanto is the most impactful player on this defense, getting the most out of this Viper.
Okay. So it's being dropped. As if Fun finds one, it is only the pistol picked up, and it's a distraction on that side of the map. The idea to sell the fake after Presence was taken so easily last round, and now B is wide open as a result. The advantage may, in numbers, sit with SweetNSour, but just that weaponry that's in play for EXO should be enough to bring this one across the line. I mean, there are dangers, especially with them grouping. The flash is good. They get close, but Lukey nicely handled. That is put to bed.
2 HP and 3 orbs away from having a showstopper this early on is, yeah, really nice. You lose a couple of players, but I don't think it's really going to matter all that much. And I do like where the tail utility is going on these executes on B, but also how it correlates to where these Omen smokes have been put to. So there you're clearing some of the close corners, you can smoke further out. And just make sure that there's no like ratty positions. Like, I'm really curious to see, like, JJ seems to be very bullish on the Teo and the impact that it can have. I'm excited to be proven wrong, hopefully, on how effective this new character can actually be.
I'm sure there is some value to be found there. We see it a lot. It just takes time for teams to incorporate those ideas properly, to test it and really find out where the character sits in the meta.
Speaking of sits, Anto, right in the corner, has decided against it there.
Good thing with the drone. How close? Snake bite. It's, oh, I thought it would be the end of Yanto's life. It somehow corrects in time to take that kill. That could have been a huge pick. Vent open, a player down with a rifle. And instead, even on 5 HP, the regen shields come back up. It's not helped at all, but we'll save the economy next round, I suppose.
An upgrade for JJ maybe as well. Yeah, got an upgrades for pretty much everybody other than Soren. Putting some noise over towards the B site. You got the Cypher there. 3 people rotated over. It's just a Viper with their wall over on A. Watching mostly towards vents because you have the Omen that's pretty much scaled up from Deti all the way into A main to watch if they come through sewers. This is good information for SweetNSour. The problem is, a lot of people spread apart.
That's it. They're spread at the moment. In comes the utility. Backside B cleared out, but those traps still in position. Players holding as well. This is going to be very dangerous. Indeed, he's gone ahead of the traps, ahead of the utility, but time is already gone. The defenders only need to continue to draw breath, and the round is theirs. Question, can even Luca carry this weapon forward? There is a smoke there, and just about they'll survive, but the round unchanged in the hands that it's fallen into.
Still think you take that if you're EXO. You get the plant for an extra bit of money. You get 3 kills too, so you make sure the SweetNSour running on fumes a little bit in this round with a stinger for AF and AF armors aplenty. Into this full buy after the bonus is not too shabby in the slightest. But it is like, again, these mid fights, how Yanto deals with them, whether EXO can just catch wind on where he's playing, whether they can actually punish him in these spots.
That's a good spray. It looked like it at least. I mean, the damage done is decent, but I thought even more than that. A kill was what I was waiting for to come through. Perhaps he's been robbed. The A site seems to be the new target. They saw full Cypher setup on B last round, and now they move to A. This could be a problem. If they're not ready for it, if they are, well, then it's a big problem for Diseased.
Run's going to be the thing that goes first. Maybe sees one trip. Do you use your utility to actually, like, break them, your salvo? Luke has actually found a bit of an engagement onto Disease, but he's able to hold his ground. He's not able to get off site unless he actually does get EXO.
Yeah, getting off site, I mean, would be a win, but 2 kills? Sure. I didn't think he was going to get away with that. There's still a chance here for SweetNSour to make this a little bit easier. That ult will buy time, but it won't do any damage. It's not meant for the kill. I wonder if maybe putting it the other way would have made more sense. Push them out into the open, but who knows? We look to the site. 3 players tucked in. Time still there. Nate goes deep. That flash was not ideal, but the kill onto Yanto. Soren really popping off on the site. He falls, but JJ steps in to fill his boots, and Vidi doesn't last long. EXO, they may be the underdogs, but they are in the lead.
Can we talk about that for a second? Like the team flash that gets defo and he misses his nade. It hits the corner of the door.
Yeah.
It didn't mean too much because we knew that nobody was in that corner, but like still, like, I mean, that's the one thing you have to look out for this SweetNSour team is like they have a lot of talent, but is it a team? 5-star individuals don't equal a star team in a lot of cases.
Vitality, so I'm looking at you right now. You calling us out?
Yeah, but Vitality set themselves up nicely in order to do it. Like, that's what makes Safe such a anomaly of a player. Like, he's good enough to be a star duelist and he doesn't want to be.
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
I'm talking about Vitality back with Vac. You remember that roster?
Oh, yeah.
The old one. Rolling back the years. Goodness. EXO! That's huge damage. Again, weaknesses, but it's the shots that are nice. Returned 1 with Vidi dropping him. The A site now no longer the threat. They realize it's coming in elsewhere. And luckily enough, you have still got a player sat in on B. But that player has been spotted by the stealth drone. And now paranoia forces him out of the site. This is a strong position to play from. The only danger is that flank. But surely they'll be looking that way by the time it comes through. And with Soren popping off, I think that will be true.
Okay, and so I think it was like Among Us there for a second. I think Luca was like, all right, Viper, you play... Wait, Viper.
Yeah, the Viper was already dead and gone, but this one shall be too. It's a wallbang headshot. Take him out. 4-1. EXO steaming further into the lead, putting rounds between them and SweetNSour. This is a very interesting round, though, Ryan. We have got plenty of rifles, a full buy for both squads, and 3 ultimates each to bridge that gap. This could be a very chaotic round indeed.
We tend to highlight a lot of like the young players that sort of come through and potential stars in the future. I think Soren is like definitely one of the older players. I think he's not like Angel Ancient, but he's like
throw Angel under the
hired.
bus? Love it.
He's like a. Actually, I need to check how old he is, whether he's like an esports boomer or not. I don't think he is that old.
How old is an esports boomer? Is it separate to a boomer?
He was born. He's 26.
Now, choose your words carefully here, Ryan.
Mate, I'm 32. Like, if he's a boomer, I am extinct. It probably is like 27, 28. Like.
Okay. Thank you. Because listen, I turned 27 recently, Ryan. That's still strange to say, and I used to be the baby. I used to be the youngin. It's not true anymore. Someone said they thought I was 35.
Unlucky.
What the hell, Ryan? What the hell?
I think I've looked about the same age for like the past 4 years. That's what going bald does to you. You immediately look older, but now I look like this until I'm 50.
I mean, there's a benefit to that. There is a benefit to that. Nice trades to start us out. We said it could be a chaotic round, and indeed it was. Showstopper already thrown through. Now Lukey can sit back and sort of suffer through the same existential crisis myself and Ryan have just lived through. You got the attack side moving into some Cypher trips, though. This could be a big problem. Step and pat. I didn't realize it was up in the air. Never mind. I'm an idiot. Plant will be secured on the back of the site. No punishments to be seen. And with Defo moving up towards heaven, if he's... I mean, I wasn't sure if SO's going to be peeking up or falling back, but he makes the right call. Back to his teammate. Showstopper finds him, but the trade is coming in quick and clean. And now another problem for SweetNSour. Happens on this side alone. Found one. Good flash. Second player there. Good flash. And the follow-up is there. Gorgeous. Leaving Soren, even with that kill, would have been hard to stop the defuse in time.
Yeah, really good retake. Really good ultimate. I think they came out of Defo there too. And EXO, they find that early advantage, right? Where it's like they've been sort of messing with mid quite a lot, really unable to take it away from Yanto's hands, but they're going for the showstopper instantly, find that first kill. Just means that there's a lot of good ultimates and good utility available for SweetNSour here. Affin plays this really nicely with the double flash. And there's a bit more fight back after the timeout from SweetNSour.
4-2. One round on the board for the defensive side. A Viper's Pit available for use at the start of the round, and it will be put into play. A trap wire is thrown up. I don't think they saw it, and now, well, if they did, they're not managing to destroy it. And now there's a big danger. You step. Not sure what the point of that shrouded staff was. It get caught on the boombot or something? Either way. Or, oh, I suppose it was... I don't know why I'm that confused by it. Of course, just used for the sound cue. So they're now checking vent, wondering if maybe that player has snuck past them, has made it into that position. They've cleared it, but still they could have made it down the rope. It's just these questions in the back of your mind.
With the trip, though, that kind of like helps SweetNSour deal with this without getting too paranoid. But it has pulled 3 players over towards that A site when the Executor's looking to be B. The reason why they can stack in that direction is because the Omen did have to from the shadows. There was no rotate. He's able to teleport back. So SweetNSour a little bit ahead of the curve with this kind of stuff. And they're trying to now push this like Viper's Pit. But with this trip, it gives the Yantos so much to work with.
I wonder... They know that probably on the B side is Cypher. I don't know if they're waiting for the kill to then push. Because I thought maybe they'd break the trip to distract, but instead now the target is Disease. If they can drop him, it's huge. They can walk right up behind. Yanto takes down Soren at least. The problem is with those trips still up, no kills for the EXO side, and now another player down. Your breach out of the round. There is no chance of taking it across the line. The time determines that for them. And the trip that started in mid and that they're pinging right now, it's still there. It hasn't been removed. Well played by SweetNSour. And I mean, again, you have to give credit to Diseased. If he goes down, this whole round could have come unraveled.
Yeah, I mean, Diseased has been playing this really well. I think what hasn't helped with me being critical of him, not even last year, but a year before being an inflexible player, is we only really got to see him in like a best of one, or at least I only got to cast him in a best of one. And he was playing Phoenix, so it's a little bit like, okay, well, here we go.
Yeah,
but
no,
if he's
you say
able
you only
to
catch the
actually,
best
like,
of one. Phoenix? Yeah, I'm out. Checked out.
Yeah, I'm a little bit like, okay, really? But like, if he's able to like play across different characters, I haven't paid too much attention to what he's been playing so far in these qualifiers, but like, I'm happy for him to prove me wrong in this case, because like if he can play multiple characters, he's genuinely going to be a force to be reckoned with, because he's a good player. He was just previously let down by what like agents he plays.
You know, one element though, without talking to Diseased, you'll never really know is you never know how much of that is to do with coaching staff. You know, typecasting someone, putting them in a box. I think it's something that was definitely the old way to play it. You're a sentinel, you're a good sentinel, you only do that. I think conversations to take a player like Looker, for example. I used to have this combo with him all the time. If you're a great breach, you have to play breach. That's the rule. But he wants to play Jet, he wants to have this flexibility, and at the time it seemed like a disadvantage to not specialize in one thing, but now we're at an era where that's not true, and there's not really much of a conversation around it, because flexibility is the name of the game. It's an ever-changing meta, it's an ever-changing game. Nice shot by a fun, he knows there's another through. Gun shut down and turns for the third. Now EXO, they are running headfirst into a brick wall. This round is done, and it's put to bed by a fun.
Everything's been good from SweetNSour since that timeout. Also, there is an element of like EXO. 4 rounds is enough. Judging by like previous performances, both teams have struggled on the attacking side a lot more. But with this lead, when you're 4-1 up, you don't want to be ending half 8-4, for example. But it seems that SweetNSour are on track to be actually able to take the lead. They have a good idea on what EXO are going to try and do on their attacking side. Granted, they probably knew that already because they've seen enough of it, and the comp is exactly the same. And they're playing around tail, which means a lot of the stuff that they're going to be playing around is like set strategies. It feels like I'm watching a team Valor plant their way into an attacking side of EXO. Because you have to with a new character. Everybody needs to know exactly what JJ is going to be doing.
Yeah, no, very much so. Very much so. The best way to undo it is to understand what you're looking at. Try to untie a knot without looking. It's a little tough. EXO get to at least find the first, and that's the valuable pick open. This part of the map, it's something that Angel used to spend his entire life just focused on. You start a game, barriers go up on split, Angel's in vent. That was the rule. And if he's not in vent, he's dead, because he tried to get in vent. With that lack of control, Seekers go through to clear space, but B players are isolated. Rotations will take longer. It might not matter. Big step up on the site. Some weakness is being exploited, but JJ, no weakness to be seen by this man. Ult thrown in. It's a little chaotic, but it's worked out still. EXO get the kill, and the rotation's delayed further.
Don't know if they knew that V was up there in the first place. This is where the Seekers came from as well. Now it's just a case of whether people are going to peek into him. He only has a Phantom, so I don't think he does like full headshot damage from this range. But JJ is low.
Blinding.
Paranoia even thrown in. That just shows them where he is. Done and dusted. Clean as can be. 5-4. EXO, they may be underdogs. This is their map pick. This is somewhere they are willing to brawl. And with JJ on the new agent, excited to see what else is in play. That ultimate, I have to say, it was a bit of a head scratcher. Confused me a little bit. I feel like even the risk of taking out your utility to put down that ult outweighed the risk of using the ult, or the benefit of using the ult. But each their own. It's going to be a stun early on. Guided salvo in mid as well. We could see a quick push coming in, presumably from Lukey. Some blast packs in play. Let's see. Oh, that's actually slow and no guided salvo. I guess they're holding the stun to wait the contact of that drone. They've gotten past the Viper util. So vent secure again.
Yeah. I think this is better because the salvo doesn't give you that much information. I do love the triple peek. Hessel's able to get one. It's been a bit of a mired position for him to play in. He's been constantly contested, but that's great information. There's 3 players on A. Let's go B. Let's go B quickly. But you're running into a Viper and a Cypher.
Oh, Yanto has the cover from down below at least, so the trade is found, but Diseased is stuck in a corner and in a lot of trouble. The spray's not landing, and Diseased dealing the damage. It's an awkward fight, and one that Zoran will win, but there's 2 players to take down. Isolates one, but doesn't land the kill. Heard them both drop. Rolling Thunder used to good effect. He's on his way around. Caught one, and the second just around that corner. He's seen him now. Knows that he's towards the spawn, and time will be bought at least, but the reload, he goes for the reload in the open. Vidi, a brave play to get ahead of that utility to rush back into the fray, but one that pays off tenfold.
Really nice stuff from SweetNSour again. You play a disadvantage over on that side. Everybody's on A. And Diseased and Yanto able to just hold down the line masterfully. And it's just EXO, like, struggling to play with information, like, to clear some of these angles. You only really have the drone in order to do this. But this position's always a good one to be playing. Even a chance that JJ goes down there, just there's no real chance for EXO to play and trade each other when they're kind of, like, fanning around with utility in some cases, right? Like, that's the problem with this comp as well, is it can be really clunky to execute on.
Oh, that paranoia. As soon as you see that border around your screen, you know you're in trouble. Lukey has a classic in his hand. That's interesting. Rifles for JJ. Zoran, let me just pause for a second. The Breach has a rifle, and Lukey doesn't. Fair enough. I'll say I'm not on board with that one. But maybe Zoran can prove me wrong. Quite a bit away from Rolling Thunder, having used it last. Lukey. He's
just using himself as bait.
Yeah, he's really drawing their eye, and well, he drew their eye for a little too long.
Keeps that rotation there. It's going to be another like 5-10 seconds before they realize it's an A execute. And it doesn't matter if Avon's just going to hold down the choke and fight against 3 of them.
Well, that is far from a pretty round. A flawless hold in towards the end of the half. SweetNSour with dominance of fun. I think at this point we have to just acknowledge that you do not go A main, especially if the Viper wall is up. That's what, the 7th kill I've seen the guy get in that position in the last couple rounds. It's time to put some respect on his name, I think.
I don't really like this timeout if this is from EXO. This could have come a lot earlier. Yeah. I think you had enough info to work with to talk about like what you want to be changing up or doing. It's just a timeout used for 1 round, essentially. Which, yeah, like 7-5 as a scoreline wouldn't be too shabby on the attacking side. 6-all would be great, but it is the fact that you were 4-1 up and you've only won 1 round in however many since SweetNSour took a timeout.
I think a big element of this round as well, SO 4 kills on the board. It's been slower to start, and I think with a Viper's Pit to play with and looking at the last, bar the round that they won, I think SO was already dead at that point. You're looking at no real opportunity to use that Viper's Pit. They're not getting on the site. They're not getting the plant and losing in post plant. And so now you start to think, how can we use that pit to our advantage in this round? What can we do? And it seems like they're going to try to play a bit of a mind game, Ryan. Look at the wall in play on A. We've seen this before, and usually SO's around this area lurking, but it's put down. Immediate rotation, 5 players B. We're looking at a direct hit, a chance to use Viper's Pit. But the problem is they have to get past Disease. Now, he's off-site, so it looks like they might have already achieved that.
Salvo's going to break the trip, so there's not too much it can get off it. And Yanto goes down 2, so that 1 bit of stall, other than the camera, is gone.
Big picks. Big picks indeed. It's gotten them to site. It's gotten the pit in play. This is exactly what they wanted and possibly what they needed. A 6-6 half for EXO. That's the goal. It's still within their reach. Tiger goes out. This is going to be used to clear the left lane. Spots a player up close, but can easily fall back into the pit. This is the problem. JJ, good to deliver 1 inside the pit. It's an easy fight, playing the bodyguard to the Viper, and the Toxins, they are just too much to push through. EXO, 6-6 achieved. They're neck and neck at the half.
At the timeout, working wonders there. Brings us on as even, which for EXO on their attacking side is a lot better than we're used to. SweetNSour hoping for a little bit more in their defense, I'd say. I don't know whether it's been the case for like you watching it in the MEA, whether Split has been more attack or defense sided again. But we haven't really seen it all that much actually in Northeast.
Oh really? I mean, it's been a pretty decently active map, but definitely towards the bottom of the pool. I don't think I've noticed much of a difference. I think close halves are very much what you're kind of expecting to see. But it's also difficult because we have so many different compositions. I don't think we've seen enough to fully understand, like in this game of rock, paper, scissors, who's bringing in the deadlier weapon. Here in the pistol. Had trades already. We're back to a 2v3 with JJ putting up one hell of a fight on A. But still may not be enough. Yanto's tagged extremely low at least, and a 2v2 emerges.
Toxin screen down.
And so low because of the decay, but his health was already low enough anyway that it's not really going to matter too much. One shot from the ghost in any body part is going to pretty much take him out, so he needs to be careful with where he positions. At the very least, stall for a bit more time, take the attention away from Disease, but he gets taken out in the corner. EXO Clan able to pick up both pistols this map, able to retain the lead.
Sorry about that, Ryan. I have no idea what happened, but my, yeah, suddenly you were on 5,000 ping for me, just for me, but I have remedied it with the Control-Shift-R. Look at that. It comes in handy.
How about that?
Even all these years later.
Might have been a weird casting moment then. They've also taken a pause as well, so something's gone wrong somewhere.
Yes, there is indeed an issue. Oh, we'll get to the bottom of that in a moment. Little pause at technical mola, as they say.
Maybe their Discord servers like screwed up for a second too.
It could be just a global Discord outage. I think that would track, because right there, yeah, it skyrocketed. I reconnected and it was all fine. So hopefully they have the same sort of situation. A little rejig up of what region you're on and so on, and then you can get to the bottom of these things. But yeah, pistol round found by EXO. That was where we left you, and well, where I left you, I suppose, for a moment. I didn't hear your wonderful close out of the round, though, Ryan. I'm sure you gave a nice comprehensive conclusion. And I think when it comes to SweetNSour coming into this one, a lot of factors were firing there on the defensive side. There were a couple really big rounds, but it was towards the end we saw them get 5 out of 6 rounds from round 6 onwards. And you want a little bit of a quicker start to this one, especially if we are talking about the SweetNSour, the favorites in here. Abyss next is their map pick, so at least something to fall back to. But at the half, they were neck and neck. Now EXO have the lead, and unless there's a massive blunder, they should be keeping that lead.
This is one thing I'm curious about as well with JJ. Like, if he's playing Teo a lot, like knowing the distance of how far you can go with a drone and stuff there. Seemed like it was just lacking the distance to get information right around that little cubby corner of A main. But they know that people are here. He's giving up a lot of space, has to. They have the gun advantage. They don't want to just run into 5 pistols and give up a gun for free. Salvo's going to be used to clear some space on the site, allows them to bunker up if needed. SweetNSour use this as an opportunity to reset. Lukey needs to go careful, otherwise he's going to do exactly what I just said about getting ran over by a bunch of pistols.
Well, up close he goes, and he goes, indeed, right out of this round. That is an unfortunate loss, and a big mistake, as that proves to be. JJ quick on the trigger with a clean kill. Smoked for screens, but jumping out of this window is not going to result in a very nice end to the round. At least finding another kill in the trade out and making this more and more costly by the second. 18 seconds. They're going the B side. They've got time, but Defo's gone up top and gone down. 12 seconds. Plant attempted baiting them out into the open. I like the idea, but Lukey is a little too quick for that. EXO, 8 rounds on the board. 2 players down. Not the end of the world.
I just realized I quoted Sideshow pretty much verbatim from that split game from Carmen Core. Just running through the defender spawn and me saying you can't go B now.
Melons!
I had the like Ratatouille flashback moment, and Jesus.
That team was something else. That's all I'll say, for fear of repercussions.
I was on the desk when they almost got 13-0 and then Ferret took off his headset, was it AFK in spawn trying to put his in his back in.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Oh my goodness, man, that was so iconic as a roster. A roster that we shall not forget. For the wrong reasons, perhaps.
Poison's off.
But they have
credit to them, they turned it around. Scary now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, the org is certainly putting in the work. Fair play to the coach and staff. We see this a lot. Takes a little bit of time to find your footing. And I think, you know, the other thing, real quick, while we're gonna a little Heretics, man. Everybody before Heretics popped off. I'm not saying I believed in them, you know, I didn't. But everybody was like, oh, Neilzinho and stuff, they're not that good at coaches and all that. There's the amount of smack talk that went on. And it's just great to hear people that are so confident in pooing on other people's dreams, getting a reality check. It makes me happy. I like this idea here. SweetNSour, they've made their way into the site, and they're going for deep post plants. They're going to try to fight their way, a flash into screens, and a deep push as well. But EXO have just been holding back, waiting for this very thing to occur. It's a lot of risk to take as well, up against a weaker buy. Like, look where Vidi is, but it pays off with the triple. A quick turnaround of... Right, so I understand the first risk worked, and maybe you want to take more risks. Was that really wise? Was that really wise? I don't think so.
The overheat, maybe.
Oh, no. You gave him this rifle. You gave him this rifle. Look at the cost. Look at the cost. Look at the cost! Why did you go jumping up ramp, you silly goose? Anyways... They've won the round. Congratulations. Their economy is in the bin. Time to take out a loan.
Cost.
They gave him the rifle.
They gave LeBron the ball. It's basically what they did.
Oh, no. Okay. See, this is the difference. You guys have a nice CBS. You guys are kind. You guys are nice people. In EMEA, in VCT, the only replay we're getting is him jumping up in slow motion with his knife
repeated
out.
Yeah
Yeah, that was a really silly mistake, and the impact of that is huge. They're having economy troubles themselves, and EXO have a free rifle, and again got way more kills than they should have. And all charges.
I like Luca repositioning, but this poison cloud makes it hard to know which side they're about to come out of, if they come out of B main at all.
This is the thing, they're crossing an event, still gaining a little bit of extra control on the map. Trap holding outside A push. There's the possibility to change direction. Defo has been shut down. Big round from EXO in the last, where he managed to punish, find a weapon, and then make it super costly. Taking down Defo here. Huge, keeping him in the dirt. And they're getting aggressive. They want to push back out. They know that the orb's up. The timing, though, might be slightly off.
Nice.
Weapon retrieved. Just crossed into the Viper's smoke, and it's beautiful from EXO. The triple on the board. Gave LeBron the ball last round, and now he's got himself the triple, baby. Let's see if Vidi can make it a costly round that it needs to be. Huge investment from SweetNSour, and not a single kill so far.
What else is he able to do? Nothing really, other than saving. SweetNSour just, it does feel a little bit like they kind of put themselves here with like the fight that they took in the last round, that it just spiraling out. EXO still having the same gun, adding more and tallying up those kills a little bit more. And so SweetNSour, like, letting EXO have the lead, it's still not much of a gap, but it is yet again starting a half in dire straits. And you'd imagine if they lose this round, actually it's going to happen now. Their timeout is going to be needed. Now, the timeouts made the world of difference in the last one. It's also, I don't know if you noticed, Mitch, do you know who the coach is for SweetNSour?
I hadn't noticed. What are we dealing with here?
It's Brave. As in
Brave
Brave.
Af.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay. He's quite young, isn't he? Or is he not? I thought he was quite young when he stepped in for Fnatic for a while, but I could be wrong.
I wasn't like, I think he was a little bit older. I don't know his age, but I think it's also just like, if you're not getting picked up as a player and he still wants to be involved in the game, then I think a coach is a good shout. And like, to be fair, from like looking on social media and stuff, like he's, yeah, so he's supposed to be, he's washed, but he can be a fantastic coach. Like, he was a great player. It was just like a big factor of like getting him out of like Russia for Fnatic wasn't worth, and you know, they were probably looking at Leo at that point as well in the future, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, they're scouting goes deep.
Because you're hedging a bet. Like, I don't know for certain. This is just me speculating before people start saying I'm leaking stuff like Vinny, but like I genuinely don't know. But I would have hedged a bet. Like, I don't think Guild is making like partnership, so let's pick up the good players on their roster. That would be my thinking if I'm like Kojo, for example.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. Ear to the ground type stuff. We have a push coming in on Zoran. They've already crossed up. Wall comes in, slows them down. Guided Salvo does the same, but they're waiting at the utility. Mid lurk put into play as well, knowing the lack Sentinel util they've got on the defensive side. They're going to try to exploit the gap. Players up in heaven causing pressure, making pressure, letting them know that that's where they're coming in. And oh no! So what?
It's the same gun. It's the same rifle.
I actually think he gave. I think it's a different skin. I think he gave the but yeah, it is in spirit. He hasn't died since then. Last round it was the exact same skin. It's the it's Vidi's like purple. And I love the idea Vidi was saving him in water and sewers, help sewers, and they're the whole team's being like, yeah, it kind of looked like he was using your skin when he killed me, Vidi. That's kind of weird, right? This has been
that's the coaching. That's the psychological battle in this game.
Well, they're certainly winning it in some regard. JJ does well with one more. Keeping the numbers honest on the side of SweetNSour.
See,
that was a little questionable through his own cage, but it was all part of the plan. You know, he set up his teammate to get the kill, the trade after. No, not really. It was a little oopsies. Double digits now for EXO, the underdog in the series. It's their map pick, sure, but there's quite a gap between them and SweetNSour right now. This is looking like a little bit of a change up in what we were expecting.
Yeah, definitely a winnable round for SweetNSour. Good damage done on an eco, but they're thinking like it's those small mistakes in previous series, and like even in the close qualifiers, you sort of think like, okay, you can get away with that. But you're playing up against two teams that, like, one of which SweetNSour a lot of expectations on them. The other, EXO, probably you could easily underestimate them just looking at like the form of them getting here. But in the games that mattered, the elimination games and the qualifying ones, all best of threes, they didn't drop a map. And that goes a long way. Omen ult is TPing into the corner. Does get forced away, and Lukey's able to clat a couple before he's traded.
Well, Spike is at least retrievable for SweetNSour. They've got information across the map. They've that to fall back to, but the Viper's pit on A, unless they're going to get through vents, it's likely to be that B hit, and there it is. Players spotted up in heaven. There's no access for Diseased. Instead, on the site is where the fight is going to have to be won by SweetNSour, but they've already rotated in. EXO are ready for that hit, and with Diseased on 20 HP, 1v3, I mean, it should be impossible.
I mean, EXO have picked up the pace yet again. They were leading the line for the most of it. It was just that blip in the sort of center of the first half that they lost control a little bit more and made a lot of harrowing mistakes. But this defensive side looking good, looking comfortable. It has really not been a day for the duelists, though, has it?
No, it certainly hasn't. The starts have been slow. The map ones have been tough. That could all change. As I said, though, when it comes to Defo, like, I always have had such high expectations because of what I've seen, because of what I've heard. And the day will come, I believe. I always have. Yeah, the day of reckoning for everyone who doubted. But there's still some work to do. And I think that's true of a lot of teams, though, not just players. It's the system that they exist in is also a part of it. Just walk up by Diseased. He's got the info now. As a result, they're going to know exactly where to take things, and the A side is the one that's wide open. The Fun's got a slightly longer rotation to there, but in fact,
the breach.
They've seen the shift. They've seen the movement. Zoran setting up a stun, but realizing now players are coming the other way. Seeker's already caught him. Zoran, he has nothing to do. He just has to sit back and wait. Surely, Showstopper lands just in front of Yanto. But Luca checks it, takes the kill cleanly, and they move to the back site to spawn so they can fight out And the TP even used here, from the shadows. Luca
Stick to
clearing
it.
back sight, stuck it all the way. Indeed, they've got that extra bit of information, the extra angle to fight from. A fun swing in the corners, catches one for damage, but not for the kill. EXO holding on with 20 HP on Luki, defending that defuse. It's already half. They've got to get in there now and stop it. The spams aren't good enough, and the clutch by Zoran. Even though he falls, he's done enough to win them the round.
Match point.
Yeah, SweetNSour struggling on this. Like, the closest rounds that they've had since their timeout as well have been the ecos. Like, it feels that if they had better weapons, they would be picking up and winning these rounds. But the actual full buys that they have just don't seem to be really that close in all cases. Now EXO Clan able to hold out. Hope Luki using a showstopper, getting some good damage off of it. Has the operator, and there's still a rolling thunder to be working with. SweetNSour, long way to claw back on this one. They do have that full buy, but they need rounds desperately.
Yes, that's the thing. Those rounds need to be found. No room for error anymore. Nothing but dubs for SweetNSour or EXO. They're going to be going into Abyss, the choice of their opponents, but they will be 1-0 up. A huge safety net in the series. And proof that split was definitely the right call for them. Luki shoots out. It doesn't find its mark. There's a Viper's Pit for Yanto if they can just get onto the site. Can change the course of this game. Diseased, he's caught on top ramp. He's been seen by JJ. Shot lands for Luki. And now EXO. They've got this one locked down with the Rolling Thunder. They're just sent back. 45 seconds. It's time to make a move. It's time to go. They have nothing to cover their back. Damage is done even with the paranoia. A fun's down to 58. Guided salvo stops the push out from Defo, but actually sets him up to take down Zoran. It's not a bad kill till a fun dies. And now the players coming in from heaven. Never mind. Will be dealt with. JJ's down. I thought that would turn the tide of this battle altogether. Instead, it's SweetNSour to sweep into the B site and claim the round at the final hour. It's Defo stepping up as well when he's needed the most. It's not over yet.
Not at all, and you also get out that Rolling Thunder. Player advantage leading very quickly in for EXO. Viti and Defo finding a lot. It's scrappy, but if it works for SweetNSour. To keep that momentum going, you'd have some really good like ultimate rotations as well if you can keep at it. We're probably not going to be able to see another like Rolling Thunder for some time if they're not careful. Not really too much for EXO to rely on for those ultimates to turn things around. SweetNSour, one false move and it's done.
Flash is good. They have managed to connect on the back, but Luki's still here. EXO managing to find one as well. Okay, now there's real trouble brewing, but SweetNSour, they send it in the other direction. This is the one round where Diseased isn't pushed up, though. He's not already taken the space on A to capitalize on. Instead, they're going in blind. Luckily, it is being left wide open. EXO have grouped up as 4, looking to just close this round out. Luca, if they get this pick, SweetNSour would be back in 3v3, but instead, they're able to reset into a 3v4 with Pit, as you said. Yeah, if Yanto wins it, back to even footing. If Yanto loses it, but then it's an absolute disaster. 2v4s. That was a big risk to send Viper mid.
You are player down, so you need to take these gambles like we were saying earlier, but like there's a gamble and then there's a gamble, you know? And this is another gamble that he's gonna go for.
Just getting ridiculous. Diseased. And a fun. Holding on. Against 3. The stun is good. Diseased is behind the wall. To start, the fuse is just being tapped. They're worried about it. They're drawn into a fight. And EXO keen to take that, but the spray, it's perfect from Diseased. 9-12. 3 rounds behind. It's still possible in overtime for SweetNSour. Their ult economy's coming online. EXO are on an eco now, or at least a low buy, a mixed buy. This is a scary enough time for EXO Clan, and so they've called a pause.
It's a good pause for them. Money for a buy might be there. Might be worth just saving and sort of talking about what you want to do for the rest of this, because you do have some good ultimates there. But I think this is also a fine timeout for SweetNSour to be having, because I think that if you're a SweetNSour fan, you're watching this and just chewing through your fingernails. Like, the way that some of these rounds are going, it just overcomplicates them in some cases, or just taking unnecessary risks. Again, if you're in a player disadvantage, sometimes you have to be able to go for those plays, but you're just hoping for some results and some fights to go your way. And if they don't, it puts so much more pressure onto Affen, or in that case Diseased, in order to find a lot. And luckily, they find everything that they need with that A execute.
But it has to happen a couple times more now. As we said, this round that they're coming into should be much easier. EXO have not a lot to invest. Sort of seeing them buy up a couple rifles. But although JJ goes pretty low in economy, it seems like the rule is to keep money for the next. At least for most of them. 2 rifles, though, gives them a chance to fight. Make it somewhat competitive. Viper's Pit still. Free intel. Benefit of the risks taken in the previous round. Flash. Okay, they know that Vents is clear now. The attacking side. And
Spike dropped.
I thought maybe move quickly to take that control, but they could be worried about someone playing inside or just behind that smoke.
You don't really know, economy-wise, what EXO's going to try and do here. So stuff like a Judge, it's a really good round to be buying it, because it could be a rifle, could be a Sheriff. JJ managing to dodge the Trailblazer, but not confident enough to go and try and run in and catch Affen whilst he's not necessarily in his own body. This angle is a crazy aggressive one, though, and there's only so much JJ can do, and the angle is so tight, no trade can come in, and they lose Soren.
Yeah, that's one of the rifles down, but I believe Lukey will retrieve it, and indeed he has got the rifle in hand. He's even stepping into the smoke. If he goes further, this one is done, but if he tucks in, perhaps the value can be found. They just pinged it, and they realized indeed there was a nade coming. So no matter what, Lukey was going down. A 5v2. SweetNSour are being clinical on their approach of this site, not looking to give anything away.
You want to be saving the gun for EXO, and Luca could just maybe try and get an exit frag. Might even know. No, they won't actually know that he's got the Judge because he broke the Seekers with his pistol.
Same thing for the camera.
Oh, don't let EXO break your economy again.
Surely not.
They call him the tax man.
He's on the way. I thought maybe he's just going to tuck in and, like you said, try to save this rifle. But he knows he can make this costly. He's done it before. He won't do it again. Thankfully, Defo's able to stop him this time. And Luca, if they exit through the defender spawn, they're insane. Yeah, just running back to main one out
with that trip. I think part of it as well is like you have the Viper already has the ultimate, Defo already a showstopper. You're not really giving him that much ultimate wise. You might be able to get a little bit more to get your Vipers in place, which I think EXO does. For Luca, it doesn't matter. You don't really want from the shadows. It's not going to make all the difference.
Yeah.
Yes, this should do.
Not a very valuable ultimate indeed. 12 to 10, 2 rounds to go for SweetNSour to make this comeback happen. And I have to say, I wasn't really believing in it. It seemed like too steep a climb. Yet here we are. 2 rounds. Very winnable indeed. Economy put in by EXO. If they lose this one without saves, they're in a lot of trouble. And Defo is quickly on their heels. He's made it to the site. He won't find a kill with this showstopper, but he will find space and a quick plan for his side. Viper's Pit could be put into play. Mid push has been clocked and red. 3 players move back to Heaven. Heaven doesn't really help when you have to fight through this pit. We saw it earlier on. It is just so difficult to find anything. And at 12 to 10 with all their economy, this is where EXO could be considering a save if they don't find a pick soon. EXO's miles away. It's going to be an extremely slow flank play. Vidi's already found the first. Now we start to get worried. 2 players down, but some that can't back out. There's no chance for a save for JJ. He was already in the thick of it. And so only Luca and EXO make it away. 2 rifles brought through to the next round to defend against the onslaught of rounds SweetNSour have put up. They were trailing by so much, but now 1 round. And they'll be bringing us to overtime.
The economy is so shad from EXO. They save 2 guns. They don't really have ultimates. But neither does SweetNSour at this rate. Really good plan to just go for a fast execute. Doesn't matter if the showstopper gets nothing for Defo. He makes space for a Viper's Pit. Nice plan. Great position for these attackers to be in. It is just that annihilation. Is it annihilation or Armageddon? I always get them mixed up with tail.
Armageddon. Annihilation is the deadlock one.
Oh, yes, it is.
I also had the whole, like, first 3 games at least that we had of Tejo. Every time I went to say it, I would in my head go, either I'd go Armageddon, and then I'd say Annihilation and go, okay, no, that's the deadlock one, so this must be Armageddon. Or I'd go Annihilation and be like, no,
Armageddon for deadlock. She has stuff on her arms. There you go.
No, it's Armageddon for this guy.
Oh.
For Tejo.
Oh,
Annihilation is... Yeah. Now you've made it terrible. Now I'm gonna think, no, why would you do this? Why would you do this to me, Ryan? Well, when I misname them on the VCT broadcast,
you can blame me, yeah.
I'm calling you out. I'm gonna say thanks a lot for the false nomer. God damn it. Well,
I mean, you should just call it.
Yeah, the big old rocket barrage thing he's ready for JJ, so don't worry about that. He's gonna annihilate them. He'll bring Armageddon. He'll do it all. But it is a round that you want to use it in, and it's put into play immediately. It's trying to force players out of position. I don't really rate this one. It's not finding much impact. SweetNSour have taken having control. They're crossing in. And the player's coming through the wall. That's a great play, but one that they've won, and Zoran's down as well. Heaven control and sight. Plant secured. 1 kill for Luki, and the showstopper would be online. Luca walking through a smoke, and Defo had him. If not, there was 2 players there to trade. A wonderful setup from SweetNSour. Luki, he was so painfully close to finding the kill. That would have gotten the showstopper online. Now they know where both players are with the trap breaking, and Luki desperate for a kill, desperate for the ult. He won't find it. He gets it online, but the round is done, and with that, so is the half. We go to overtime, neck and neck, but SweetNSour, they have got the wind in their sails.
Yeah, 5 rounds turned around for SweetNSour. And I think that's one of the major things. Like, whilst EXO Clan were like the better team throughout the majority of this game, that SweetNSour team has so much experience, especially when it comes to playing like long, laborious series, especially on this map for Defo. We all remember that Gambit versus Fnatic qualifying game. This is just another day in the office to be playing in those like on the back foot moments. For this EXO team, for the most part, it's relatively inexperienced at like this top level. Sure, you have the likes of like JJ and Soren, but for everybody else, you don't have the same experience as like a Defo for sure. Or even Viti, Afen, and Yanto from last year.
Think about where Luki's gone every time they come here. You've just seen a trap put down. Try to deal with that, but a guided salvo that goes back sight and causes all the problems. Disease, though, still able to connect. A triple kill. And he's the one that put that trap down, that caught Luki, that stopped Luki from capitalizing on the guided salvo back sight. Wonderful. Thinking ahead of their opponents, thinking back 12 rounds at what they'd seen in that half. Wonderful play, and a very well-deserved round on the back of it.
There is timeouts available for EXO and SweetNSour if you want to be taking them, but like for EXO, what do you even say to bring them back at this point? I imagine comms might dip to a very silent point. Another pause, but I don't know if it's a technical one or more of a timeout one. Regardless, EXO need a moment to just breathe.
After that, yeah, I think they do. I mean,
because it's got progressively less close as it's gone on.
Well, I mean, especially this last round, I think it's really unfortunate for them because they decide to come into OT. They've lost 5 rounds in a row, and what's their solution? We want to get back in. We want to get confidence up. We want to get in their face. Let's play aggressive. Let's do that B hit. B hit was good. We can have results there. And instead, Diseased was set up for that. Ends up getting 2 more players on top of Luki when that round could have started with them dying to utility. So
yeah.
Remarkable turnaround, and if Disease goes, that round definitely goes to EXO. They have side control. It's going to be an uphill battle. Unbelievable. I'm really impressed by that. But they just pulled out Luki. He's gone through. The confidence is not knocked, but he is still taken out after just 1. And the trade's good for SweetNSour. A 4v3 that they now sit in. Yanto watching for this push up inside the vents, and he's got both as well. That's it. Done and dusted. Luca. better enter God mode to have any chance of taking this across the line. And he does not. 14 to 12. A sensational comeback from SweetNSour. And for EXO, that's going to be one of the toughest mental bounce backs that we have witnessed to date moving into the next map. Now, moving into SweetNSour's map pick. Oh,
It seems to be a common thing as well for like the SweetNSour squad, because their best of one against Wild was very similar, where yeah, they come out as winners, but you start to thinking like they didn't play amazingly, but what was amazing is their ability to just bounce back as and when needed, and when form is good for them, they look incredible. But it is just some of the decisions that get made in between really do sort of sack themselves a little bit as they're going along. So hell of a comeback, hell of the mental resilience to be able to do that. But for EXO, it's got to be heartbreaking. You were the better team for the majority of that, and then towards the end it slipped.
Oh yeah, no, that is absolutely horrendous for this squad. You look back on that map and there's going to be a lot to learn from at the very least, but they had such good ideas, a 12-7 lead. It seemed like they couldn't let it slip, and some small mistakes that end up throwing it the other way. I mean, look, you talk about small mistakes. We had a player like Deti give away a couple rounds as well with his over-eager play. So there were mistakes across the board, but at the end of the day, SweetNSour, they realized at a certain point it's time to knuckle down. It's time to get this one to OT, and I really do not know how they managed that. Some of these rounds from a fun that we're seeing, like I said, look at that, back-to-back almost rounds, or at least in terms of highlight plays. It's a 4K, a 3K. It's so much value from that close position. They still didn't put in Deti jumping up, but you know, right after that cool little play through the round.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky one. Like EXO, the first impression's always the one that kind of hurts. So them losing that first best of one, like, made me feel that they were the weaker side coming into this series, maybe even into this map specifically. But like, again, they gave it a good showing. I think they had some really good play. I do feel, again, with the Teo, it's the same story of like, it's okay, but would I have preferred a Fade there or a Sky or anything else realistically? Because some of the stuff that you can do, some of the information you can gain is cool, but I wouldn't necessarily, it's consistent to play around and to have your team coordinate around. It takes a lot of resources, a lot of time, and frankly, a lot of effort that you don't really have much opportunity to invest into because you have to play this tournament.
I think the other aspect of it is, from what we've seen at least, if you play against Tejo and you're not ready, you get punished. If you play against Tejo and you are ready, it's a different game. And I think finding value is easy to do when they're not ready for it. But what we've seen teams struggle with is when there's tape, when they know what you're going to do. Your good ideas don't have that same level of value without the element of surprise, and adapting that is going to be difficult. And I think here on Split, I mean, I'll be the one to say it. Those ults sucked. Like I didn't appreciate most of the utility belt, most of the rounds. The stealth drone's really good, and I think I had some good ideas there on attack. Guided salvo for clearing some points and claiming the space, great. But can I not? Are those things that I physically cannot do with other agents? No. And then do I think that it brought the value to justify it? No, I'm with you on that, Ryan. I think like there's some work to be done before we see it sort of being a mainstay when it comes to most of these comms. So yeah, that was an interesting map to say the least. My goodness, we had a first series that was 13-8, 13-7, 13-6. It got more one-sided as we went along. It went the distance right here. It went the distance right here. We went 14 to 12 OT for map 1, Ryan. Now we go to SweetNSour's map pick. That's where things can turn around and be a little bit more dominant. Let's see if that's going to be the case or if there'll be a bounce back. For now, though, we're going to go to a break. We'll see you guys soon.
wish I could be strong, survival on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It's time to get started with map number 2. Ryan, it was a little bit of a surprise who ended up winning out map number 1. If any of our lovely viewers at home perhaps disappeared to go get some food, went to the toilet for a little bit, well, a long bit, I suppose.
Long bit, yeah.
Hope you're okay. They may be surprised to know that SweetNSour are the ones coming in with a 1-0 map score. The fact that they came back from, what was it, 12-7 and took it to overtime in the way that they did, it was just phenomenal. I have to say, for EXO Clan, big conversation before we left was, how do you bounce back mentally from a game like that? Like, this is going to be a really tough game for them on Abyss.
Yeah, especially when you go into a map that you've only played once. It was during the lower Swiss, or before we got into the real meat and bones of these teams playing. And you won 13-11, so it's not a bad result, but there's just not much sample size. There's not much to go off. Whereas on the side of SweetNSour, their Abyss 13-5, 13-3, an overtime win against Yari/Control, and they're running stuff like the Euro, the Harbor device. Comp-wise, it seems that maybe what EXO Clan is running is a little bit behind what's popular at the moment. But I guess my point is that SweetNSour had to really come together in order to actually win that map in the end. It was a little bit harder than they might have wanted. But now they go to somewhere where they're comfortable and seemingly ahead on how to play the newest map added to the game.
Well, this is it. Somewhere that typically we've seen the much rumored impact of Defo come to fruition in some of the games that you're mentioning. The one up against Good for 3 that they had last, it was a dominant game. It was a dominant series as well. So obviously a differential there, but Defo certainly seemed to feel comfortable on the Yoru. We've had the comparison of his Raze and of his Jet, but this is somewhere that I think, even looking at him as a player, historically, we've gotten to see much less of. And who knows, with a limited sample size, he's looking very comfortable on that agent. So I'm excited to see how he performs up against a squad like EXO here today, because some heavy hitters on that squad as well. After the first map, that's for sure. EXO really surprised me. But JJ, it's the same old, rather the same new agent. Wasn't what he was running last time.
Was he?
Not what he was running last time, but as the last map we just saw.
I don't know what he was playing or whether he was even on this team when he last played it, right? He was on Sova, so yeah, he's...
Yeah, Sova.
That's pretty much my opinion of this. I'm all for him continuing on with this grind of the character, but you're moving Soren over, you're not playing with a KO, so you're not really suppressing a lot of that utility. Have we seen much Teo on Abyss in EMEA or just any other tier 1 region?
I believe there was a Teo and Abyss because I remember misspeaking about who it was, and then I couldn't remember who actually played it. I'm going to double check right now.
Vice Disease, though, is like, that's exciting. That I'm all for.
13% yet. It hasn't been too much. Disease, yeah, swapping over. So this is going to be interesting as well because when you look at Vice in general, I think actually brings quite a bit of value. We had a conversation recently about how much you could really do on this map, but there's a couple interesting wall positions to punish over aggression. You can take it back a little deeper, but I think especially still filling in the role of those trap wires when it comes to protecting your flank whilst not really being disrupted in the same way. There's certainly benefits to it, and I think a lot of it comes down to catching your opponents off guard with this composition. You have a Harbor to create a lot of space, Defo to try to capitalize on taking that space, and Diseased is going to be punishing in a lot of annoying ways. I like what SweetNSour are bringing to the table, but EXO, like you said, they had this very vanilla comp, this very normal one, and now JJ, after seeing him on the previous map performing well here, is bringing it in on this one. I'm quietly hopeful for a better performance from that kit in general, because I just don't feel like Tay held his hitting last time.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of ideas. The more I think about it, it's like, yeah, this character can work in this sense, but the question is always, what are you giving up to make this character work? And I think for KO on this map, it's not been ran on the other side, but they got a Harbor, which provides a lot of other stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this is approached. For me, Vice is just crazy strong at the moment, especially on a map like this. The wall over on the B site is strong, and it's just trading blows over in mid before any real utilities used, forcing out some of the cascades from Athens Harbor, but the fights are just going SweetNSour's way.
Yeah, for now,
it's just
that's
team
certainly the
deathmatch.
case.
Basically.
Out-aim them. Simple as that. Lasso has an idea where that wall's going to be going down for a normal round. And the creep up. Spotted. Tagged. Not dealt with yet. Diseased. Going to have to take a step wrong here to give Esso the way back in. There's plenty of players backing him up, and Luke is just falling on the other side of the map. Spike still down. And now finally put to bed. 1-0 for SweetNSour. And yeah, I'm not sure we can read much into agents, comps, and abilities that are in play. That was very much just a duel to the death.
Execution, as people would say, yeah. It's also just like a hard thing for EXO to come back from, but saying that, we saw Chatmat doing it earlier of just a miserable position to be in after losing the first map, and you just forget about it and you go again. Like, I wouldn't want to see EXO clans feel like they're just carrying over that bad morale that they had towards the end of Split into this one. You got to choose the side as well on attack. You want to be leading with it, but you've already lost the pistol.
Yeah, so it is going to be that slower start, a little bit of a delay. Okay, Vidi saving the day. That's Lukey down and numbers thin, but they've made it to the site, and it could have been costly. In fact, there will be no cost to pay. A flawless round for SweetNSour, a 2-0 start for EXO. No doubt they wanted to at least drop a player or two there.
Yeah, I think what we saw there from the salvo is like one of the things that I was thinking about when it comes to like useful positions. Like, right, like if you're trying to go up the rope, you're going to get hit by it. But it just seemed like they were able to get out enough. And like you said, Viti was in a good place to crossfire to protect his teammate. The answer is there to clear up. So this bonus is pretty much untouched from the last round. It's a full buy on the side of EXO Clan. And they're going yet again to be fighting in mid. They got the better weapons, so no excuse not to be hitting the shots, right?
Well, you would think so. SweetNSour have thrown in a little bit of a wrench into the works, the wall that's up close, causing problems, and they don't know that a fun is up close. Luckily, Lukey was watching, and so there will be no punish in that sense. EXO moved back to the A side of the map. But guess what? The Vice util is here now. The stealth drone on its way around will at least spot him, the Disease that is. The Disease makes it out alive.
And for backside is good. I mean, the Vice Flash is not available for the time being. The Shock Dart's doing a lot of damage to JJ. Salvo's ready in a couple of seconds. A Recon Dart for Soren is good, but it would give away his position if he uses it.
Still 2 players deep. Make that 1 player deep. Soren's already down. It's just Lukey. Try.
Good paranoia.
Pull this back. Paranoia uses Cloudburst to stay alive inside of it, but even though he can see diseased, he can't deal with them. They've spotted Luca, but he still manages to make this costly, keeping the numbers even with the spike needing to be defused. The step from the smoke, good for SO. The correction, not quite there. That's his third already. And with low HP, JJ is cautious. It's halved. Where can Defo go?
Nice.
He just steps through the smoke, catches JJ, and with just enough time left, the round is on the board. This was a proper bonus round as well. And Defo, well, he's quite happy about winning that for his team. 5-0 for him.
Yeah, he's just doing a little dance.
That's all that was.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, like fantastic play. Like the smoke just on the corner, Defo getting half, going for the repeat, knowing that JJ was low as well from the shock dart damage that Yanto did. Actually, no, at this rate in the game, that's not a thing anymore. They wouldn't know how much damage he did to him.
Yeah,
Might have known that he was
only after
low.
round.
But still, it was just a good way for the team to play. Maybe an overextension from EXO to be playing backside the way that they did.
I like what's being done here in mid at the start of the round. Fun is putting down the wall and then using that to destroy the recon just to steal some extra info and put doubt in their mind. But now, well, the pistols have an opening pick on B. There's a rifle, I believe, to be retrieved for them as well, and JJ is the one stepping forward and stepping over the corpse. He's found it. There is a rifle, and it's being used to take down Defo. Good damage and great value from that early pick. Moving on to the site. Fun. 49 HP. Just sprinting, running around the backside, jumping through the wall. I heard the drone and thought it was blood in the water, but instead, he was the bait. Eaten up. It's tough for Yanto. Survives somehow, but the cross still being held. Luca's down, and I started to believe for a moment. But the Thrifty is located and locked down by EXO.
You've also got, with somebody we didn't mention, you got Yanto and Soren playing up against each other on the same team briefly on Requiem. A bit of a grudge match there with the Cyphers, but yeah, a weird round for EXO to be picking up as their first. SweetNSour maybe just switching up a little bit. But the money's fine. They're actually going to have Defo on the operator here too. Now ultimates are starting to come online. EXO Clan grouping up to go for a fast A execute. Might be able to get the ob for the Hunter's Fury. Might even give Silver the plant. This time, the operators moved over towards B, where the Vice is over 2. So it's just Silver, the Omen, who chugged that damage from Yanto. But it is a little bit early. He did so much damage before whilst they were planting. I want to hold on to them here, but they sort of predicted that that orb would be contested. Soren has the Hunter's Fury. Not really taking that much damage as a result, though.
Right there.
Oh, big rotation. All eyes on Defo. Operator in hand. Gate crash. And it will be used. Gets out of there. Stealth drone sees him a second time. I believe. Yes, it does. Information is connected. What a shot. Lukey. That's backside secured. That's Defo running for the hills. Sending himself back to the spawn. The operator. Let's see how much use it gets. We're thinking about the dimensional drift and it's put into play. But Lukey is making it so costly. That ult committed. And can they find value now? Numbers fading, waning. Nice Hunter's Fury, but it gets damage and a kill. They need more. They're still down by 1 with Soren on the post-plant Hunter's Fury. Smoke it all you like. You're going to have to start this defuse very soon because they've got more than enough to deal with it. The push up, not really there. The start is the grab well just used and EXO tucked in. Lukey manages a third kill and it's Defo alone. Hunter's Fury hasn't even been used and it won't be needed. The round is done and Defo just wants to get out of here with his life and with his weapon for the next round. EXO do well here to claim a second.
Yeah, these B executes are doing pretty well, all things considered. I think the misplay there comes in there from Athen. I think you've got the dimensional drift being used from Defo to get information, but just before he uses it, before he gets that information, Athen peeks and just dies in that corner before they actually have anything to work with. And it's also really good stuff from Lukey. Like, we haven't really managed to shout his praises too much. All of the other duelists we've spoken about a lot more today because it's players like Defo and stuff. But Lukey, you know, really stepping up to the occasion of being like playing at this level. He's been playing around the tier 2, tier 3 level consistently, but I think this is probably like the furthest and farthest he's got. Really good round from him.
Oh, Defo's not able to get out, and he's caught. Lukey's on him. You talk about this man, and he delivers here in his name. EXO 4v2. Gorgeous. That was the op in the hands of Defo. Just shut down. And the whole round hinged on that, on early impact. Wow, what a delivery.
I do like EXO just on an anti-eco as well, just keeping it simple. Everybody grouping up A, def ball, run over whoever. The fact that it is like an eco with an op makes it easier, because it's like that's the best thing to do against an op as well. Like if there's an op A, we just run it as 5 people. He can't kill all of us. Most times.
Yeah. Most of the time it's not going to happen. The Blade Storm is quick enough to get it done as well. Dash to follow up. Yeah, Lukey, like you say, you know, there was a struggle first map as well. Some slower starts have been recorded today for our duelists. But Lukey stepped up last. He certainly stepped up this one. The operator will still be brought through to the next round. At the very least. So, Defo will be armed to the teeth, but that's going to be something in the back of your mind now. This, JJ, using the drone, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, that time it was used normally, right? It just ran at him. But you also have what we've seen a lot of teams do, and it was Mini that pointed this out first in the studio, where I believe it was Safe. I think it was Safe. Was using the drone and shift walking with it, because then you don't hear it, and so you don't know until it's on you, and so they have that info to follow up on immediately. Obviously, you get way less distance out of it, so it's very dependent on where you're using it from. But I thought that was really cool, because for a bit we were like asking, is it bugged? Like, it looks like it's moving really weird. And yeah, he was just shift walking with it to conceal the sound.
That's kind of it. That's a cool mechanic, but I'm also wondering if that's intentional. A bug, not a feature kind of thing.
Yeah.
I kind of like it, but I also think that you need to be much more clear that the utility does that, you know?
True, yeah. Well, I mean, that's it. I didn't think about that. I mean, what happens if you shift in a Sova drone? It's you certainly don't slow down. Maybe you go up or something depending on your binds, but yeah, it doesn't apply a walk, but also it doesn't walk, right? Like other things don't walk, and I think the Skydog can shift walk. So
I don't know if it can.
Can it not? If not,
to be fair, I don't think I've ever tried, you know?
Exactly. I didn't think of even trying it with this. The ultimate's used for backside here. I love this. Not the Annihilation, the Armageddon put into play. And it's gotten them backside control for Lukey. Yanto has managed to sneak up behind EXO, though. So we're losing at least some of that utility for post-plant.
I mean, leave post-plant utility, right? For the most part. Maybe that's something that JJ can bring with Teo. They're going to be re-clearing behind them. They expect the flank from the Sova, but I don't think the Paranoid connected. Operator eking forward, catches out Lukey. There is a trade onto Diseased, however. The Paranoid cutting across sight is nice, but time is ticking, and there's not much of it left for SweetNSour to work with.
They've gotten that all-important pick. The side is now clear. In comes the drone. The Omen was heard TPing. They know they're both towards main. Smoke goes down. It's covering the angle. They'll get in there, start the defuse, and hope Defo can land a shot. But with the guided salvo, the round is already gone. Surely the time too low. Fiddy landing the kills means nothing in the grand scheme of things. The rounds go up for EXO, and the lead slips out of SweetNSour's hands. That's exactly like you said, Ryan. You said that they needed that utility. And with EXO down, who would fill that role? Well, JJ was the hero they needed.
It's the one thing that I think everybody unanimously agrees on that's strong about his kit. It's just like the aftershock in the sense of it's so long. Duration of it is super annoying to deal with. And maybe that's one of the aspects that's going to boom the popularity of Teo, potentially. It's just those post-plants where...
You get it so often as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a signature ability, so you don't need to worry about that kind of stuff, full stop.
Too suppressed.
It's really difficult. Like, look here, 130, it's put into play. This is just standard play. He can use this 3. Hell, if he's lucky. 3 effective times from here on out. We'll see.
Omen using from the shadows.
Yeah, they put in the ult for the reposition. The information. And it's right back to main. Affen, good to at least have himself traded out, as Diseased is the one picking up both kills. Okay, Spike is now down. And they've already used the From the Shadow, so there's no TPing in to get it. They got to commit to B. 4 players from SweetNSour having rotated into position. The whole team is here. Diseased has the ultimate if they need the Steel Garden. They might just use it knowing they're on back site. Now that Vidi's down, they may really consider using it. And here it is. The Steel Garden put into play. The primary weapon stolen away from their opponents. Luca able to make it across to main, so they're at least safe for a moment. They can wait it out. All that needed to do was buy site control. Now, a real challenge. Tap the spike and win the fights. Guided salvo not online. It's already being used, so they have to win it with the iron sights in play. Diseased is just holding the angle tight as the defuse was very close indeed. But thankfully, they get it in the end. I mean, I was a little worried seeing Ianto challenged like that. But, oh, it's quick enough.
The angle is so annoying to deal with on both sides, really. But you're right, like Ianto went for the wider peak there and could have easily been picked off. Leading the line when it comes to kills in the server full stop as a Sova, which is, you know, not what you expect to see. 1-0 up away from having a Hunter's Fury too. Disease did a really good round there too, like managing to hold the line a little bit more on that site. But some of the smokes that are coming in from Luca, the timing of them, the way the EXO Clan are playing around them, it forces SweetNSour to play a certain way right into their sight lines.
I'll tell you what, it has not been a fun game for the Harbor on SweetNSour. Just shut down. In a lot of these fights so far, the mid control has been there in the early round. The utility is playing a role in stealing information. That results in EXO getting close, breaking the door, getting in towards this split on the A site that EXO are looking for. The spike's on its way around after an op shot rang out. They're ready to make that push happen. And oh, Vidi! He knew exactly what was going on. What a read in that situation. Sure, he loses his life to the Hunter's Fury. It was going to be neck and neck, but Ianto has fallen as well. Luki is getting it all. A double and a shutdown of the retake. With that, Diseased in the lead.
Thatcher and Nathan using Reckoning as well. Like, it just feels that there's not a lot of synergy between what's going on ultimate-wise for SweetNSour this game. Whereas, like, that's there in droves for EXO. It was like Luki playing off the back of it. It was a nice Hunter's Fury for Zoran to create some space there. And even then, you're losing EXO as like the first person as you just try to run him down. And yet still EXO Clan managed to win out these rounds despite being a player down.
It's really impressive. And as we said, in general, you expect from any team to be able to bounce back mentally. If you're playing a BL3, you lose the first map and you're counting yourself out, you're down in the dumps, you might as well just make it a BL1. Just end it there. But for these guys, 5-4, 4-3, just scrapping back lead for lead and keeping themselves in at Luki as well, who had a tough map. He was still coming in with confidence. He's still taking these aggressive fights. It's working out. Just trailing the top fragger, leading ahead of Defo at the moment. These are the things we needed to see. EXO are keeping themselves in it, staying online. Coming into round number 10. It should be an easy one.
Still, even though it feels like it's sort of EXO pretty much pulling ahead, it isn't by much. Sort of the same on Split, I suppose, that they had the lead, they had it early. SweetNSour make it a bit more of a pig's ear of a half. But this is the half that EXO wanted to play in. It's the advantage that they want to grab, and Luki finds that advantage early yet again. Attack up, finding that first blood.
That's deep on B. They try to claim this space, but lose a player in the process. Often doing very well to claim that. Weaknesses for SweetNSour. Although I did say it should be an easy round. We know in Valorant, you can win any round. With the weapons in play, gives them enough. If Luca goes down, this round is really up for grabs. And Luca has fallen. Another rifle into the hands of the defenders. Into diseased hands. Tough one to say. Tough one to win, even still. Athens extremely low, uses the wall to buy them a bit of space, knowing that his life is probably forfeit at this point. What a shot by Diseased. It's Athens.
He wins it.
Who is alive. I am confused, perplexed, and although not likely to win this round, good damage done.
more of the same of what was on Split is just like, okay, SweetNSour in that bad habit, I suppose, where the most competitive rounds are the ones where they have the least money. Maybe not a bad habit because there's only so much they can do, but more so that they're not getting the most out of these full buys, either by overextending, dying too easily. It could be a multitude of reasons. EXO at least going into the second half equal on scoreline, but they don't want it to feel like it was on Split. They want to pull a lead. They want to keep that momentum going. They want us to take us to that third map of Pearl.
That dream can be realized, very much so.
Covering it.
We'll push up by Defo. He's taking control in an aggressive spot inside of A main. Same thing for Affin. Broken that recon every round. Now they try to put themselves in positions to punish. A drone came around. X are using a drone, a Sova drone from their spawn just to clear the closer pushes. So clearly wise to the fact that Defo could be around this area. They'll eventually take it towards the A site. Utility clearing the back. I like this. There's nowhere for the defenders to really fight from, but Vidi just drops in the wall, section them off. The Hunter's Fury made it awkward, and Vidi makes it impossible for this round to fall into EXO's hands. I mean, JJ, if he lands a couple shots here, sure, maybe he runs to the B site. EXO seems to be clearing that space. They don't seem ready to give up on this one just yet, and with plenty of money for the final round, which will be coming up next. It's definitely one I still want to see them compete
30
for.
seconds left.
JJ did throw the op off the map, just for safekeeping.
There is a world where, like, EXO picks up the op there, use this cosmic divide, bait to rotate or something like that. But yeah, that's the full clump going across. Defo's spotting it. Good round for SweetNSour in the end, being able to go and take those fights. Actually playing off the Vice utility a lot better, full stop. Yeah, more in the face of their opponent. Much better, full stop, I think, from the squad.
Last round.
Yeah, definitely. A different look, proactive aggression. And then just those duels from Vidi. Really impressive. The fact that, you know, they know because the Vice wall goes up, whoever's in is stuck in. And there happen to be two players, but Vidi made it look pretty easy. Obviously, your first, I think Luki was focused on a fight back site, so it doesn't have time to react. And the first player just didn't expect Vidi to be an unhinged lunatic. But, wow, that was their mistake.
Can't always anchor on that, I suppose. Luki's been really pressing at good tempo, good play from him individually. Wants to keep that going with the blade stop, and he finds it opening again onto Affin.
Vidi quickly filled in that space, though. Okay, they know that he's here now, but Defo has arrived. A quick double. Nyanto able to show up with one as well, but Vidi falls. Soren and Eso. They need the spike, and now it's just he needs the spike. Sova, our last one alive. Zoran in a good position, but the spray is not there. And we'll end another half 6-6. SweetNSour catching up at just the last minute. Like the style points at the end.
I think with the scoreline being even, like what you said about Teo before this game, before we saw the draft, is like a major thing of like, when you know that the Teo's coming, how easy is it to like get a read on it, like to expect these strats? But this, I can't imagine SweetNSour were expecting to run into the Teo here. So like that's a huge advantage going for EXO with this character.
Yeah.
Much better stuff, full stop, I'd say. But again, if you run this map back, would that be the same case? SweetNSour have to deal with that on this defensive side. Just whether they expect some of the stuff that JJ might have lined up.
Well, this is it, right? On the defense, guided salvo to claim space early is huge. It can have so much impact. And I think I'd almost want to set up a second screen just to watch JJ and the utility and what it's doing, what its purpose is. That said, it's still online. It hasn't been used early. The early fight was actually by SweetNSour pushing up and taking the duel onto Luki. Luka's now pushed up to try to grab some information and goes straight into three players. A quick shot from Yanto, and the A site is seemingly theirs. Guided salvo still online. Could be used to delay, buy some time for teammates to come in. Instead, it remains online as the round ends.
A little bit disappointing from EXO, I suppose. Just people dying one at a time. like lemmings. But just here now, it's like really no chance for Soren and EXO to make a play realistically. They're isolated, they're smoked off. SweetNSour not giving them an inch.
Yeah, not at all.
Player standing.
Even there, as soon as there is a challenge, 1 or 2 players on you. So you're going to need to not just hit one shot, but very quickly adjust for the second and third. And now everybody set on this one angle. Not been able to take it. A little confidence booster after a slow start to the map. 7-6. The lead is back in SweetNSour's hands. And look, the reality is, the way that they're playing right now, they're looking good. It doesn't look like they're caught off guard by a lot of Tejo. I'm not going to harp on like, was there a good opportunity to use the guided salvo there? I don't really think so.
Yeah.
But it's just about like, let's see, round in, round out. We got to see the value. So last round doesn't really do anything. It's cool. There have to be ideas though to what they want to do early rounds. That's the whole benefit of this kit, that
That's
it
an
refreshes so
initiator,
quick.
full stop.
Yeah, literally.
Class plate. Not ready yet.
Vice will put up to protect from any aggression, to stop any flanks. It seems the SweetNSour are just going to sort of heavy dedicate to this site off the rip. Aldron making sure that nobody's going to be in these 50-50 corners, especially if they have some of these pistols. But it is kind of like the rest of the map, right? You've got Harbor watching A main, you've got Omen just keeping an eye on mid. The SweetNSour are still going to dedicate to this site, but they're not really creating pressure elsewhere. They're just keeping an eye to make sure that EXO aren't pushing them elsewhere either.
Yeah, just that little spread. It puts pressure on someone like Vidi, but he's only got a pistol, so if he goes down looking the wrong way, as just happened, it is what it is. Real meat and potatoes is this B site. And it has been seized quite well. The walls and smokes used in tandem to cut off not just the angles they can peek from, but also some of the positions they want to take to retake. Here, guided salvo goes in. No one's speaking. No one's speaking. So the players are pushed out of position, but then they're ready for the fight when it comes in. Defo's able to kill 3. He was a player that was pushed into the open. So again, here, good idea, bad execution. I think they just a little bit desynchronized in the timings of that.
Yeah, it's also knowing what kind of plays to do when you have money, when you have a player advantage. Like, it's the same sort of stuff of like, okay, if you're playing anti-eco on Haven on defense, you're not going to play in sewers because you'll just get ran over. And it's like that on a micro level for Teo. Like, if you have, if you're on an eco, you want to be stunned in these places. If you on an anti-eco, you want to be stunned in different places. Not everything can be the same, right? So it feels a lot more like if this was a full buy round, that would work. And I feel like I've felt that a lot.
I like that. That was a nice try by Luki. Gets out of there with the dash. Guided salvo goes in. You know they're taking the orb. Let's deny it. Reveal. You don't see them. Now orb is taken. And whatever. Guided salvo, if that was a, you know, a sky flash, you're like, okay, where was the follow-up? But it's just used to annoy you, keep you in position for a minute, and now the push comes through. It'll be back online a little bit later for JJ if he survives. He's down and out of the round, though. 3 kills for SweetNSour. Quick punishes, rifles upgraded, and the site being overrun. Again, I think we've seen this before, but it was like a little bit of an overheat moment.
There's those instances too where like you have other initiators there, you have a KO flash, right, or you breach stun, whatever it may be, but a lot of that utility from Teo is like preemptive.
Yeah,
You want to be cutting noise and taking some of these fights anyway, but again, it just feels a little bit like, even just to plan full stop no matter what characters you play on, like 3 people grouped up an A main to take a peek around an orb, I think you're just asking to get sheriffs clicking onto you in that rate.
So it's really not in the best position. Oh my, Vidi from the top rope. Goodness gracious. That's a swanton and a half. Okay, 9-6. And they've done it like that. And you know, again, I feel kind of bad for JJ because he's taking the focus of sort of Tejo in the greater conversation of meta and flow in rounds and stuff like this. And I think,
Yeah.
you know, as well, the idea of trying something like this to put your opponents off guard is a great idea to bring something new for you, a new flair to the map, and let's see the second and third time. You know what I mean? Like that's when it's gonna get good. Here you're still trying new things, and so I can appreciate that. But For now, it does seem like SweetNSour on the other side are having a very easy time dealing with what's being thrown at them. They're up 9-6. They've just won a low buy round. They've pushed EXO onto a low buy of their own, coming in with just sheriffs. Diseased, very patient, very far back. I assume won't continue on that fight now. Oh, this is concerning. This is very concerning. Okay, well, Lukey gets punished, gets tagged, has to fall back from here, and now there's at least that cover from Viddy. It could have gotten dangerous, it could have gotten spooky, but this is being handled perfectly by the looks of things.
Yeah, really nicely, I think, from those two players, like, especially in an eco where EXO want to get aggressive. Sort of mentioned that this is the, like, 5-star players doesn't make a team, but we are seeing a lot of individual moments for SweetNSour where they're not playing as a team. That was one that was really nicely put together in a situation that could have been hard to predict and also very scary.
Oh, speaking of very scary, Ryan, look at that timeline. 6 in a row, but in this half, 4 in a row. Pistol, follow-up, then a low buy that ends up netting huge value on the back of EXO, pushing A main and getting mowed down. And then the previous, sort of an expected solution. This is a full buy for EXO, but somewhere that they cannot afford to let it slip. And, you know, very conveniently timed, I have to say, EXO. Are you guys listening to me? Thank you. Because it's such an important round, they've called a timeout.
It's a good one, I think. Just nothing in the early game has mattered too much. But it's also the first time that SweetNSour have had a good start to a half. Because they've been like 4-1 down in pretty much all of them. Once they have a good pistol, it's pretty much been firing on all cylinders. And, like, that's the thing that's maybe stopping SweetNSour from being a top contender for the region. I still think they have enough to make those top 2 positions to make it to challengers. But that's the one thing to iron out, is the early game. Like, how those rounds go, that you can make the most out of actual, like, an eco round after losing the pistol. Or making sure that you don't lose against a bonus, right? Making sure that that specific line of rounds you have a plan for in each situation. Whether you get ultimates on early, whether you're on a certain map, attack defense. Because you don't want it to feel like a problem that is across all 7 maps in the game. Because that becomes more of an issue to deal with than anything else.
Well, to give credit where it's due to someone like Yanto, performance has been nuts. We hype up Defo. I'm excited because look how comfortable he is on a Yoru, and we may get to see that just here. Hopefully he doesn't whiff and completely counter my point. Flash, ready. Going on the other side of the smoke. He's out. He's ready for the fight, but SO takes him down. Aside from here, we see him popping off, and Yanto has done a phenomenal job. Luca gets Viddy, and on the way back, Affen's not getting out. Stuck here on site. Gonna have to... Oh, even spotted as well by the drone. And now the guided salvo comes in. Now that's some good usage. You're really just keeping Affen tucked in. Disease, though, has the cross held. That's a 3-piece picked up. Affen was the bait. The blood in the water, and it's Disease to deliver the death blow. 11-6. What a phenomenal round from Diseased.
That was a phenomenal round, full stop. I really like the stuff that I saw out of EXO Clan there. Like the DLC characters, I guess I'd call them, really coming out on top with the Teo and the Vice. So just good utility, good fights, and like good start for EXO to get that first pick onto Defo. I think, again, it was a 5 versus 3 in favor of EXO that they end up losing.
Yeah, but you can see perhaps there could have been better spacing, better timing on that hunt. Maybe they're too tunnel visioned on Affen, but these are micro decisions in the chaos that was being created by their opponent, or well, I suppose by them, but by the fact that they had to get in there to get the plant, to get Affen, to capitalize on the information they just had of a player being stuck there. It seems like a go point, maybe a little bit too eager. I can forgive it in the moment, and my goodness, Disease stepping up like that cannot be accounted for. Someone put a stop to this guy. Another shot landed. This was a jump across mid, and he ripped the head clean off.
I want to officially declare that I am no longer a day one hater of Disease.
Yeah.
Like he's past the bar for me. Like the thing that I set up for him is just, I didn't want him to be inflexible, but he is fulfilling that role well, and I feel like I'm starting to see the good stuff out of Disease from 2023 to now on a specific role. It does so much.
What a wonderful turnaround this. I'm glad I've been here to witness Ryan's detonation
reform.
focus me
Yeah.
reform, essentially. This is wonderful. And for a 4 versus 3 that's come of this situation, Diseased is up aggressive. Diseased is delivering yet again. Who's surprised at this point? He just won't stop. That's another 4K. Back to back. It's 12-6. There's no Ryan. You are the last of the diseased haters. You're the last. They're gone now.
I'm set up the Diseased Appreciation Society as we speak.
He's got 6 deaths as well, might I point out. That is outlandish.
As is Ultimate 2, EXO Clan backed into a corner, 6 rounds to win. I would say it's doable because we saw the same from SweetNSour, but it has been 8 rounds consecutive for this team on their map pick, with everybody hitting other than Affen, but I don't think he's going to mind. He's doing his job. He's like fulfilling a really niche role on the team.
God, let me tell you, Ryan, if we're 12-6 up and I hear anybody complaining about their performance, about anything, we're scrapping. There's no other solution to it. This is you know, it really is one of those, like, what was it, Exist? Thinking back to CS. A player called Exist used to play for a team called NIP long time ago. And he was awful, to say the least. He was an IGL. He was just awful. There'd be games where he got 4 kills. And then you'd hear him talking about, like, oh, Exist was so important to the win. And I remember being in school at the time, listening to these interviews, going, are you guys stupid? He can't. He got 4 kills. He's awful. But there is this element to it of, you know, there is, well, maybe not unfortunately, I guess fortunately, there's more to the game than that. You know, you can't get away with nobody doing that. Someone's got to shoot heads. But there's more to a team, a high-functioning team. And so you can still deliver that value, and I love to see it. Role players. But Jesus, Disease, someone needs to check that PC. That is ridiculous performance. Wow, that's a guy who's on the grind. And I'll say this as well, if you're willing to move, not just country, because that's a big deal. I move country, I'm still in the same bloody region. You move region twice.
Continents. Yeah.
Continents, we're talking now, brother. You know how big of a change that is to your life because you want it that bad? Then I can't take anything away from you. Nice shot.
Good practice against mechanical gods as well in China, and it's like forming years. But here, player advantage, gun advantage, a couple of nice ultimates to play with. EXO have it all to do.
Yeah, this is it. A steep climb or a sharp descent for EXO. This should have been one map up. No doubt they'll be telling themselves that, but here we are. Quick recon. It got a reveal blast out. It's going to give some space. Yanto steps out, but JJ's there waiting for him. EXO don't want to go out this way. Nice little... Oh, it wasn't guided salvo. It's the ultimate put through. The Armageddon in play. But Vidi still able to thin the herd even more. The advantage sits heavily with SweetNSour and Affen in there to try to close the game. Enough is done, though, as Defo deals the final death blow. It is 13-6. A much more convincing scoreline than what we saw on map number 1. This is sort of what we expected in a way. We said, like, this is a possibility. You bounce into after a comeback and then your map pick and yada yada. I can't take anything away from EXO. I think they played a good game towards the end. Started to see some great ideas there with the Tejo as well. Not maybe enough to answer our question permanently of is it good or not? But
yeah, to be confirmed. I think I do disagree in the sense of like the EXO came into it towards the end. It was the opposite. They started off really well, but then it tapered off.
Of course.
I think if anything, it's like, is it a question of like, can EXO close out games? But I do think it's more on the side of SweetNSour. Like, do you keep starting off weak and then you get strong as you go on? Like, because we expect more from them to be top contenders. We expect them to be looking as dominant as they did in that last half, more consistently against teams like EXO Clan, I think. And I think one of the things that they really need to like tighten up on is just those early games. Winning pistols, keeping momentum in your favor, because it goes from trading out 6-6 halves and going to overtime to not dropping around at all in that attacking half.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the thing, right? And we saw it the same on map number 1 as well towards the end. It's like SweetNSour, they wake up, and maybe EXO cooled down, but you won't get any disagreement from me there. I think, you know, to my point, it was just the Tejo. I think it started out extremely weak. I didn't enjoy
I'd agree with that,
seeing a lot from the utility, from the agent in general. By the end, I'm starting to see ideas. I'm starting to think, okay, maybe it can work. Maybe there's something there. Again, if it's developed further, and I think that is the bottom line for most Tejo compositions at the moment. We need to see more, and no doubt we will as this tournament goes on. 13-6, we close out this map. SweetNSour, and in particular, you know, Ianto's taken MVP, and I'm not going to fight you on that, especially doing it on the Sova. I think he deserves the shout. Vidi, unhinged, man. The decision making there, you're able to back it up, you know, so I can't say anything about it, but jumping out of smokes, he really is just that crazy factor that you can't account for on the other side. And then Defo, as I said, and as we discussed before this game started, you know, Raze, Jet, we can see the benefits of it there. Yoru looks so comfortable, and I think the way they build around it as well seems so difficult for anyone to deal with.
Yeah, I think all of the players do what they need to. It's just about whether they can really mesh together a little bit more with some of the synergy, because when it works, it's some of the best you'll see in tier 2, full stop. But it's, yeah, some of those moments that looked a bit rough. It's a good position to be in going through the upper bracket at this point, but I imagine that Brave will have a couple of notes that he wants to go over in particular rounds to make sure that they don't run into teams that are going to punish those moments a lot more than EXO tried to.
Well, you know, the good thing is that although we've seen a loss for EXO Clan, there is still time to build on what they've learned here today, because they will be going on. And I will say the one, not the one, there's more than one good thing, but a good thing about this format is that there is going to be quite a reset from that first loss to when you play your next game, because it's very punishing to lose a game and then face elimination a day later or something like that. But you can see there on the schedule, EXO will be playing on the 5th of February. So they get a good few days to reset, to go over what went wrong and come back stronger, deliver the best Valorant that they possibly can. Same thing can be said for the winners match, which will be going on the 6th of February. So quite a bit of time for these teams to reset and come back, as I said, in the strongest possible form. And I really like that.
Oh, for sure. I do look at this, though, and think, like, for EXO Clan, you're playing up against either Medisport or Team Liquid Academy, which both look really good. This Academy team is definitely, like, improving very quickly in officials, and Medisport are looking like a strong contender, full stop. So it is going to be a hard elimination game, but that's to be expected when we get to this point. A top 8 team across 2 major regions now, because we've, like, bombed into Northeast. It is going to be hard. Getting this far is a testament in itself, but of course they're going to want to do as well as they can and push as far as they can.
Well, that's exactly it. And you know, like you say, I had touched on earlier the idea of, you know, a Team Liquid is very excited for them with Cupid leading a bunch of young guys. There's a ton of opportunities in my mind for that team to step beyond. And I do agree with what you said earlier, Ryan, though, that this is a future. This is a stage 2 type deal. Warm up into the year, and we'll see if maybe they can start hotter than expected. But Enterprise, the fact that squad, you got Kill as Zeke and Doma, like, is storied, historic players who've delivered at the top, like that is going to be one hell of a challenge if you're up against a squad like them. I'm excited for tomorrow's games. As we saw the schedule earlier, it's going to be a competitive day, so make sure you tune in. You can keep in touch with what's going on here in Challengers Northeast with all the social medias down below. Make sure to follow along. What's your favorite social media, Ryan?
I know which one I dislike the most right now. Probably, I'd say YouTube. You know, as a person that has been on YouTube as a YouTuber for 10 years this year, later on.
Wow, congratulations.
That's given me a good amount of time.
Let's go. You've been a YouTuber
Sometimes.
for quite a while.
I am actually only like 25, but YouTube has aged me that much. I'm like Hans Moleman.
Oh, well, I'll be sure to stay away from YouTube, I guess.
Yeah.
It's been a pleasure casting along with you, Ryan. It's really rolling back the years. I hope we get to do this again sometime soon. And let's play some games soon, dude. It's been way too long. I miss your breach. I don't. Please don't play breach.
You literally played me so hard I unbound Flash. That's how bad it was.
The C-long play, man. I mean, it still haunts me, but I will say, man, it was a little harsh. We'll get the breach back out. We'll make it work. Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Thank you, Ryan, for this wonderful experience. Thank you to Challengers Northeast for having me as well. Yeah, this is the end of the stream, guys. Thank you for tuning in. We'll see you guys next time for some more banging Valorant. Tune in tomorrow. Don't miss it.
One enemy remaining.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marry.